Hello everybody and welcome to the Final Fantasy Trading Card Game European Championship 2023. I'm Fab and this is Romain, who will be doing a bit of commentary for you today. So Romain, welcome to the party.
Yeah.
Are you looking forward to some exciting matches today?
Yes, because it's been 4 years since my last cast.
It's been a while.
3 years since the last judging event, so it's very exciting to be back for Euros, especially in a venue that we've already been to. And we have some good matches after the LCQ yesterday that went smoothly off stream. Good decks, plenty of new stuff to see compared to the North American Championship, I think, so it's going to be exciting.
Fantastic. So yeah, you're going to see some epic duels. We're going to have also a special guest and special announcement. And rumor has it, we may also have a bunch of Opus 21 Beyond Destiny spoilers in our back pocket. So please make sure you stick with us until the end of the weekend. Today's day one, we're going to play 6 rounds of Swiss, best of 3, and this is going to be based on the 2-deck format. Romain, can you please refresh our memory?
Yes.
What is the 2-deck format?
So it's a 2-deck format, but also with open deck list, which is pretty interesting. So 2 decks means that you need to play 2 decks that don't share any single copy of a card. So if you play, let's say, a Materasu in deck A, you cannot play a single copy in deck B. So it's pretty interesting and changes the meta, let's say, in terms of deck choices a lot. And open deck list, because actually both players will have the opportunity to check each other's deck lists every round at the beginning of the round before they get to call which decks they're going to play for the first game. So it's pretty interesting strategy-wise as well.
Okay, yeah. And they can't have any of the same card across the 2 decks,
yes,
correct? Yeah,
correctly.
Wow, that makes it tricky. I'm already struggling with a single deck, but 2, I don't know what I would do, honestly. So that's it, folks. We're currently setting up for round 1, so we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. So see you then.
Alright everybody, we're back. So excuse us for the bit of the delay. We did the introduction a bit earlier in order to set things smoothly and explain everything for the process of the tournament. As you can see, we already have our two first contestants for round one and very popular names. So we have Joshua Freeman Birch here on the left hand side of the screen and Damien Zwid from the Netherlands on the right hand side. I do have their deck list at the moment, so as you can see on the screen, they're also currently, as we explained, checking themselves each other's deck lists. So Joshua is playing deck A for, let's see, this is Earth Wind Storm deck. That is very popular for, and on the second deck, it seems like he's playing Scions. For Damien, we have Viridian Mono Water deck with Shinryu, of course. Very popular card throughout the week in NA and also yesterday at the LCQ. And for the second deck, he's playing a Mono Fire deck. So this is already a pretty interesting deck list from the get-go. So hopefully we're going to see a nice game. As you can see, they also have their cards ready as we indicated. So this will be the how they decide to play which deck to their opponents. So they have one card that is black, which will be deck B, and then one red card that will be deck A. And this is only for game one of each round. Keep this in mind, as of course, if the losing player chooses to change decks or not, he does not have to indicate to the other player that he's doing so. And of course, the winner has to switch. So we're going to be very strict on this matter, and everything should be going smoothly if everyone cooperates, no problem at all. So we took also your feedback. I have the chat on real time, so if there's any judge calls that I might have missed, because obviously I'm also acting as a judging stream table judge, do not hesitate. I have like something 25 seconds delay with you guys, but I'll still be able to interact with the table if I have to, or indicate someone that something needs to be done. And also, of course, we take your feedback. So regarding the stream quality, we already increased the audio a bit. If I do need to speak a bit louder, do not hesitate to tell me, but it should be already better than the intro was. So the shuffling is going on. What else can we say? I can talk a bit about the meta. So yesterday at the LCQ, I believe that the most popular decks were Mono Water, Moors, Ice Lightning, and the Storm, which we are expected to see here again. Like I said, the double deck format changes a lot of choices of your decks, but Storm and Mono Water are to be expected a lot this weekend. There was also a lot of more Soirée decks, which is of course a very strong deck in best of one, but remains strong in best of three. So we'll see. I guess it matters more if you choose to put it as a deck A or B, but as you do have the choice of which deck you play first, it matters less. I think they're waiting on the go from the staff outside. They look all ready. We're going to see soon which decks they are going to reveal be playing first. And of course, if you're still joining us right now, welcome to the European Championship 2023. If you have any questions regarding the event, do not hesitate to ask them on the chat. People will be very helpful there, and in last case, I will answer them myself. Let's see if I can find anything like in particular to talk about for the actual deck lists. For the Viridian Mono Water, there is nothing particular. It's very similar to the one that he played in NA, so you shouldn't have any problem on this. The Mono Fire has quite interesting decks choices though. It's not the list that I'm used to. In France, it's a very popular deck. We have a lot of players that do play it. But it's mostly, you know, the Goblin package, the Phonics, and all the good stuff that you can play as forwards. For the Earth Wind deck of Joshua, I don't really want to talk about it because I'm not the expert, but it's a really unique deck list. You will see it being played, but expect some Rosas and Lulu's loops, of course. And for Scion, well, Scion is pretty straightforward with the Hooded Man as the key card also outside of FF14 cards. So the volume is low. We'll be working on it to try and increase it once again. Do not hesitate to give me live feedback. So the dice toss is being decided soon. Yeah, we can see that GFB even sleeved the card that he's going to use to reveal his deck. This is a commitment to the championship. Oh yeah, we have a little of a blunder. The fresh new sleeves, of course, being very slippery. Have to be careful with that. Sometimes it's on your end. Do not hesitate to check your own volume of your computer. Also the volume of the player on YouTube. It can vary by each person. Damien, of course, sporting the yellow sleeves, as he is known to be the yellow man. Yes, as you can see, we have different feedback, so some say it's fine, others not. We'll see. Just keep us updated. So the streaming table has its own separate timer, let's say. It's still 1 hour and 10 minutes, but it doesn't start at the same of the rest of the room. It already did start for the rest of the room. Something like 6 minutes ago. So just to remind you the rules, we're in a best of 3 format with double deck. And for the overtime, additional 3 turns, unlimited time. And then at the end, since this is the round Swiss, it will be double loss if we have no clear winner. It's only in top cut that we check the damage. "64 players and 6 rounds going into top 16. So the judge at the table is making sure everything is set up with them and that they understood the rules. We're just waiting for the go. Obviously, as soon as they reveal their decks, the time is going to start on the round for them. Alright, so they're going to have the go now. We're about to see those 2 central cards being flipped. Hopefully we can see the colors. So a reminder that red is deck A and that black is deck B. So the start starts now, 1 and 10. So deck B and B for both players. So which means we're going to have the Cyan matchup against Mono Fire. I guess they both want to remove their aggressive decks out of the go, expecting maybe that their opponent were going to play the slower A decks that they both run. But in the end, we're going to have a very aggressive matchup, Cyans versus Mono Fire, trying to validate their aggro decks, and then just playing the control. Obviously, having more games to validate that control deck is crucial, as those kind of games could usually go either way. Interesting to see. Apparently, it seems that Damien is going first. So mono fire, very aggressive deck. You do want to have some backups initially. So 3 is a very good sweet spot, and use those goblins to use for the search engine to go through your deck very quickly. So it was a mulligan for Damien. So actually, it mulligan for both of them. So here we go. Starting for the mono fire, going straight into the dash, the Saz that's going to get a dash. Sorry. So already one backup secured. He discarded what I believe is a Gosetsu. This deck list is on both sides. It is indeed a Gosetsu. So just plays the dash after the Saz and just passes turn. So pretty standard start that you see even from FF13 decks. So just setting up. We have Sarah being played on Joshua's side to go get the King of Blumesia. So just strong engine, searching backups for backups. In Joshua's deck, let's see, what are the targets for this? Has a lot of targets, pretty much half of his forwards are the correct type, so we should see. Strong start. Again, Damien just going with the lightning package. As you can see, it's still mono fire, but he does include the lightning FF13 start package, so this is going to hurt. Just to remind you, lightning says that every time a lightning or FF13 forward attacks, you get to add 1000 power to all your forwards. Then if 2 or more attack, you get to also draw a card, and if 3 or more attack, you also get to inflict a point of damage. So a very strong card that Joshua is going to want to take care of, or at least lock in some kind of way. Otherwise, he's going to get overwhelmed pretty fast while he's trying to set up at the moment. So here we have Alize being played, and he's going to try and target his own Y'shtola, and Y'shtola is then going to kill the lightning in response, reducing the power of lightning. So lightning is going to be put into the break zone most likely. Yeah, just Damien reminding him, yes, the Fang is giving me power. She's not dead. She still has 1000. So I guess maybe not a mistake on Joshua's part. He does have to put forward to defend himself at this point, but perhaps, we don't know. I believe Joshua is not the kind of player to forget a power boost on the other side. So already 3 FF13 forwards on Damien's side ready to attack. So this is going to be quite bothersome if he can add even more removal to ensure that those attacks go through. Let's see what his game plan is going to be. But at the moment, Joshua is really under pressure. The advantage, like I said, is this kind of starts for lightning FF13 deck, especially again mono fire. You only really need one backup, sometimes no backups at all, because if your board goes unanswered, of course you're going to win, because this lightning is putting work. Going to update the damage as well. So Joshua currently sitting at 2 damage. Damien really has to think his each and every move at this point, because the punish could be very, very punishing. You do not want to lose your resources that you fully paid for nothing. So another point of damage being added. Being an Alfino, not really doing much. Saz attacking second. She's obviously very strong. This is a Nurianjay, if I believe. And now we're going to draw and also inflict a point of damage. Joshua is just trying to capitalize on his experts, I believe. He does hit a Reeve. Get to check his top cards and choose one to pick. I guess at the moment, if he's running it, he really wants an Ixion, but he does not run copies of Ixion, which is probably the best answer he could have at the moment. For summons, he only runs 3 Kuchulains and 3 Odins of Opus 13. So nothing really you want here. I guess he wants more forwards himself to try and get rid of this lightning. And just takes the last point of damage. So already at 6 damage, excuse me, from 2 turns of attacking. As I said, this FF13 deck, when going on a roll, is pretty devastating. Damien needing to read, I believe this card being the Leonora, or it's the backup Por, I'm sorry, for Opus 11, not a card that you see every day being played. We'll look into the camera later on if you guys would like to see myself being bigger, because I'm really in the corner, it's true, but the gameplay is more important. So passing, as it seems that Joshua sadly did not have any other single things to do than playing a backup. We have the Opus 20 Warrior of Light, revealing the 4 cards and getting to pick 1 fire character. So obviously here, Damien has a lot of choices going forward. We see me, we have the Opus 20 Ifrit, we have a Chaos, and I do not see what is the top card. It seems to be a Goblin, yes, a Goblin. At this moment, I believe the Ifrit would be perhaps the best option if he does have another fire character to play. This way he would go to 5 characters, making the possibility of choosing 2 effects and doing the full 10k if he wants on 1 forward, or 5 on each, to ensure that the blocks would have to happen. He does play the Chaos, and now he's going to play Gutsko. And the Goblin, it's the full range. He's going all out. I believe he's going to search for another copy of Goblin. So just spamming the board to ensure that he has a lot of characters on the line. Again, for the Ifrit possibly. He's just, he knows his opponent doesn't have clears. So I think this is again a crucial thing. You saw the deck list, you see the summons, you know he doesn't run Ixion or any AoE clears, you just go full throttle. So this is a correct analysis from Damien at the moment. So Lightning is going to attack. Did he just do... sorry, everything is dull at this moment. So I believe that we're done here. Perhaps I missed a doll. As I do go from screen to screen, that would be my bad. But... the strong board being done by Damien at the moment. This was still his turn, actually. I was confused with the whole searching, Reeve, etc. But actually, was still Damien's turn. So this is everything he done afterwards. This is still impressive. So the Hooded Man coming up. Going to just reactivate the characters. Joshua needs obviously more forwards, like I said previously. Does he actually have anything that does somehow clear the board? Let's see. Well, Yeshtola does, but not efficiently as we could see when she entered the field. Arania would be nice at this moment, since he's at damage 6. He does have the full removal from the card. And no backups removal, so it's really only on the forwards. A Kuchulain would also be nice, yes, to stop the lightning field ability from triggering. Auto ability, sorry. So now we have the forward Alfino coming in play. Playing the Urianger. Gonna search for Death Science. at this point, what other side has he not played? I think he's played everybody. There's still Gracia that we have not seen that he can go search for if you'd like. He also has, for other FF14 characters, he does have a copies of Xenos and one copy of Ravana as well. And Tancred also. But opts for the B element Y'shtola. Of course, Y'shtola already being played, but she does have a special, so this could be useful. Pretty significant card count still in hand from Joshua, even despite all this, so pretty impressive. At this moment, he's on lethal because all that Damien has to do is to attack with all 3 FF13 characters, and he automatically wins if there's nothing stopping him from doing so. So this is really what Joshua wants to do at the moment. So he passes, all 3 of them are going to reactivate, and let's see, we do know that he has the Y'shtola special, so I believe that this is going to be dumped into Lightning as soon as we're going to enter the battle phase, I believe, which would be the correct point, let's say the line of play. So another Goblin being played, we're going to fetch the 3rd one, I believe. It's not being tossed yet in the break zone, so he should still be in the deck. Let me check, I believe he also plays the Opus 4 Goblin. Yes, so the one giving haste, which is the one he goes to search for. Probably going to try and just add another forward and go all in on this turn to try and capitalize the win. It depends on what forward does he have to play in his hand currently. Let's see. Even though this board at the moment is already enough, as I already stated. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 forward on Joshua's side, but we have 6, 7 on Damien's side. So we play the Goblin. We're going to get another Goblin. So all the Goblins are here. So we didn't talk about the Goblin. So the Opus 4 Goblin, which is the one that's been searched for twice now, the one with the white background, is the one that you can just put in the break zone, target a forward, he gains haste, and you get to draw a card. And then we have the newer Goblins, so the Opus, let's see, the Opus 17 one, which you can just sacrifice, put in the break zone, and inflict 3000 damage to a forward. So of course, right now he has a 9k blast on the ready that he could just unleash whenever he wants. Still 4 cards in hands, 2 of those are Goblins, as we know. Let's see what Damien opts to do. So the Y'shtola special, of course, being thrown. Obviously, I don't have the audio, so I do not know in which phase are we at the moment. Let's see what he's going to target. Damien does not have any single answer in his summons. He runs 3 copies of the Opus 20 Heroic Ifrit and 3 copies of Amaterasu. So obviously those don't do anything against special abilities. Still answering to the stack. Oh, the Y'shtola special doesn't target. Correct. You're right. My apologies. So everything is going to be wiped. It's AoE. So at the moment, Chaos dies, Gutsko dies. He gets to get back the Amaterasu that was removed, and this is a full board clear. So I was mistaken for the no AoE part. So this is the complete turn that Joshua did, of course, being very crucial for getting this Y'shtola to pay for the special. We still sacked a Goblin to kill the one of the remaining forwards. I believe it was the Hooded Man. To finish him off. and it's back to JFB. So suddenly JFB back in control. You do still want to be careful with your attacks, as the lightning can still be a threat. I guess keeping the lightning, the Y'shtola activated should be a game plan, just in case you drew another copy. So just swing with the small forwards now. So Uringer is going to inflict a squall damage. That would have been a big one to play. Alfino and Alizé still up if he wants to. Alizé does go to attack, take the damage as well from Damien, which is a Vanilla. So Vanilla is going to allow us to go search for Fang, most likely indicating that we drew a lightning on the previous turn, or that we maybe have another copy of Vanilla in our hand and we just want to make it cheap. Oh yes, correct. When Chaos leaves the field, you need to sacrifice a character. You're correct. I'm remembering most of those cards as I'm not used to see some of them. At least I did not yesterday, so thank you very much for helping me on the chat for remembering some abilities. I do not know every single card by heart yet. Working on it. So this is Final Fantasy trading card game. Yes, indeed. The European Championship 2023. With all the qualified players for this first day of competition. So Goblin being played for 1, just waiting for later. And Damien is thinking about if he would like to commit any further. At this point, I think he wants to try and set up for one attack that he ensures is going to go through. But the problem is, the longer he's going to wait, the more the odds of Joshua drawing another copy of Y'shtola, ensuring the AoE board clear, is not going to make it. So we do have Susano being played, so pitched 3 cards, going to sacrifice the dash and do 9k to the board. So this would also be pretty devastating. Let's see what Joshua has to answer for this. He could still Kuchulain the haste if the board clears does still go through, which it does. So every throw being lost. But at least with the Kuchulain, he would ensure that the haste is being lost and he would not take the 7th lethal point of damage. But as we can see, Damien still had enough to pay for the ace, going to remove 5 cards from his break zone in order to play for it. Obviously going to give him haste with the Goblin. But first we want to see, so the Kuchulain is being dropped, hoping to draw, I believe, a second copy to just deal with the ace that is going to get haste. Let's see, he just chooses to give him haste once again, draw a card. And he has the second Kuchulain, so we were right, congrats to us. So no more haste on this turn, Joshua managed to survive, and he passes. So Joshua lives another turn, trying to find a solution with 2 backups. And I believe he has now 4 or 5 cards in hand. So Goblin beats the Kuchu, but the problem is you do lose the haste due to the timestamps. Joshua had to get 2 copies of Kuchulain, otherwise the haste would have happened. He lost haste from his, let's say, innate ability. Then Goblin was giving it to him after Kuchulain removed it. But then if you try to make an earlier, let's say a closer timestamp to the present, let's say, this overrides also the Kuchulain. So there is no problem for this. So this is pretty intense. Once again, we thought that Joshua had the game back in his favor, but the Susano proved lethal. So we go again with the whole loop. Alize going to revive Grahacia. So let's see how much are we going to pay to go and search directly in our deck. So Grahacia, you can just pay X and then you go get this little Scion, I believe, from the deck directly and play into the field. At this, excuse me. At this point, I believe that it's most likely going to be another copy of Y'shtola in order to just remove a threat. So he's paying 3, which does seem to indicate that it would be a Y'shtola. We also have the option to go actually get the Alfino that would also resurrect the Y'shtola, I believe. So the damage count, I'm doing it as we do on the match slips. So this indicates that Joshua took 6 damage. So Damien has scored 6 out of 7 needed to win. I'm just going to make it clear now. If it's really confusing for everybody, I will do it the other way around. But yeah, this just indicates that at the moment, Damien is ahead 6-0 out of the 7 points required to win. And but it is correct that I did not update for the 2 that he took on the previous turn, so thank you. So we do see the Y'shtola being played, removed the Susano, and just pass. So again, a survival turn for Joshua. So we do see the lightning being dropped. We don't have any more haste ability on the... Oh, Odin being dropped, so no attack for you with the ace. I've just overheard directly from the table, asked if Y'shtola has first strike, because obviously if you could attack... Lightning would be equal, I believe, with everybody, 8k. But the first strike is going to deny this. Damien is really on the hedge here, so he's really trying to find solution as he draws, but the problem is Joshua has more, let's say, searchability for his deck to ensure that he's going to get the correct answers. So he did remove the Alize with the goblins. And he's going to attack for 8k with lightning. Just blocks with Grahacia and passes. So only 1 forward on Damien's side. This is looking pretty dire. Obviously Joshua is not going to attack with Y'shtola. Still going to keep her activated at all times to ensure the special threat. Even if he does not have it, it's psychological pressure at this point. But what matters are his draws at the moment. We're gonna pay 1, 2, 3 for another Grahacia, and we choose not to pay for the ability, just putting it forward. More defense. Squall is being revealed, and this is going to be enough. Of course, Squall is going to just do 8k to everything on the other side, and this is game 1, so pretty quick game 1. We had Damien putting the pressure immediately with that FF13 package, as we indicated. That was pretty intense. Drew very well, because obviously having the whole Fang and Lightning package straight out of the mulligan is random. He did not search for it in any way with Vanille, so he had everything directly from his hand. Now Damien is going to switch. Deck B being validated, so he's now going to deck A, which is the Viridian Mono Water deck. Judging from the sleeves, I think Joshua is going to want to stay on his Scion deck and keep the control matchup, so to speak, a slower matchup at least, for last. Let's see if I'm right. I'm judging on the sleeves, but I think unfortunately for both decks, Joshua is using the Crystal Cup 2020 sleeve that we're giving yesterday. Let's see. And Damien just playing yellow sleeves on both decks, so this is not confusing at all. So JFB didn't win. As I said, the score were written as the damage inflicted, not damage received. We, as judges, count damage inflicted. Whoever puts 7 is the winner. So this is the way I'm doing it for the stream. I cannot do a poll, but do not hesitate to give me your feedback on the chat. If you'd prefer I do it the other way, I will be gladly doing so. But yeah, this is the way I'm going to do it. The one indicating that Damien won should be a clear indication that this is what happened, Damien winning. So yes, Joshua did stay on Cyan. We do have a crystal, so he's going to use the card used for the deck choice for the crystals. So the Oracle being played. And just going to pass. Loporet was being played on the other side. We're going for more backups. Louisois was going to go get an Alfino or an Alizé. At this point, I believe it's going to be an Alizé, if I'm not mistaken, unless he already has one. Yes, there we go. So for the Viridian deck list, for those that did not watch the North American Championship, Ryan Chan being the winner of the Nationals, Viridian is his nickname. He had his signature Earth Lightning deck with Chaos, and this is his mono water deck that runs 3 copies of Shinryu with a lot of monsters, so being the 3 copies of Blue Worm in English, and also the Sahagin Sheaf, I believe, or something like this. I can just read it from the deck list, to be honest. Sahagin Sheaf, yes. Also runs Stoneberries on the Tross, so you just want to storm the opponent's board with all those monsters that you need to have an answer, usually with summons or other ways, but I believe that at the moment there is no removal for monsters on Joshua's side. And then you just stack up all these sweet counters on the Sahagin, and then eventually you're going to reach the fatal point where you can do the Lena, Leviathan. Of course, you go and ramp your backups to play for the Ashes, etc. This is a very good deck list, and you can deal with the threats of your opponents floating your board with Shinryu and the special. Shinryu, very, very popular card. We did not see it being played too much in the earlier, let's say, tournaments of this meta. But ever since the North American Championship and yesterday, it's been a very present card. Always run ×3 in any deck that has a single copy of it. We've even seen decks that supposedly are not known to play Shinryu, running 3 copies of it, like Soiree, for example. So very unique. Joshua already to 5 backups, so sitting pretty comfortably this game. This is what he wants to do, opposed to the other one. As I said, his search engine is very, very strong, as you can see. Only backups searching and going through the deck and searching furthermore. Now has 5 and everything is being there. Gosetsu, I believe. No, this is the Xenos. This Xenos being played, one of Xenos that he has in his deck, along with the Alizé, to go search for more cards. So at this moment, it's sitting very comfortably with full hand and 2 forwards. Damien also has 4 backups, so he's still in a pretty good shape. You don't really mind taking damage with mono water, as you do run a lot of copies of Experts cards, specifically Leviathans that are going to bounce. So the first Blue Worm being played, we're going to draw a card. Oddly enough, this is the game that is going faster than the other one, if we can say. So here, Lightning being played, we remove the Xenos. So that is a card that we will not see again in this game, since, as again I stated, it was a one-off. Checking the break zone to ensure how many copies of Alizé, Yashtolas have been gone through. Probably hinting that we want to put a bit more stuff later on, but we want to be careful, and just passes. So a pretty peaceful turn for Damien. Still remove the threat. Xenos does not want to stick on the board, but did not play the 5th backup. Perhaps waiting to do a surprise Alchemist with Ash. Alchemist, a very strong card of the FF14 package of backups that have been released in Opus 20. That costs 0 if you already have 3 backups or more. So you can just play a backup for free and then play the Ash for 1 as a surprise, minus 10k power. Fancred from Espers 14 being played. So we're going to search for the lightning. So this is the the water lightning, not confusing at all to say. So we're going to dull the other lightning, also not confusing to say. Draw a card, and this card is a very tricky tech card, so it does have haste. And when it's in your break zone, you can remove Odin, card name Odin, and another card named Lightning to just play it from the break zone directly onto the field. So you can really do a lot of spicy techs with this card. And of course, with Mono Water, no options to remove the break zone of your opponent. So we're going to expect to see a lot of tricky stuff with this. So just inflict 1 point of damage. It's Sahag in Chief and pass turn. You can tell that perhaps this is the deck that both competitors are most comfortable with, because as I said, the pace is for the first turns went a lot faster than the aggro one, where a lot more choices were crucial and needed time to be taken for those choices. But here they're just going at it, just playing their bags. They know everything that they're doing for the setup. But now the pace is a bit slower, as we do need to calculate our next moves. So a Tomberry being dropped, we're going to draw another card. So the backups are actually 2 Alchemists. 2 Alchemists and 2 Oracles. And now we have the third one, so only triplicates on the field at the moment. Laporte, there we go. So Laporte... So look, draw 2, then put 1 on the bottom. Very good cycle card once again. We're at 5 backups. We are chilling. And now the single copy of Tross is being thrown. So we will not see Tross in this game as well. Sahag in Chief has hit the field. So you obviously would prefer to play it a bit earlier to get those counters ramping up, especially because we are already at 5 backups. But I believe he's going to compensate for this with the forwards and more monsters he's going to play afterwards. He should be able to reach the free counters before he actually needs to do the full effect. So bounce 2 forwards. Any sign of the field when you do so, when you remove free counters. And this is when the real game begins. 5 backups to each side. Now you really need to know those deck lists from your opponent. Which key card do they still have? What move should I make? What can I do? And again, this is the importance of checking each other's deck lists in this format at the beginning of the round. So Hooded Man, we're gonna go get. I did not see what he got, so just remove the Hooded Man to reactivate everything. Free forward. What is the next move? For 4. We're going to play Xenos. So there's Xenos, one off from the break zone. So this is a card also that can be played from the break zone. It's just that if you do so, it's going to be removed from the game at the end of the turn. He chose to do the effect of killing the card, so no nothing more here, no discard. It does have haste, I believe. So we're going to go full swing with everybody. So Hooded Man first. This is Lightning, doesn't do anything. Then Lightning attacks. We have a Sarah Princess, already 3 damage for JFB. Thancred is attacking. Damien reading for the card. Leviathan. No, Xenos can choose to either gain haste or to destroy a forward. So he chose to destroy the forward. So no haste. Xenos is just going to stay here. JFE, I believe I have several cards still in hand. He could choose to just use the 3 remaining backups to do something if he would like. He does not run any monsters, so obviously if he does place anything at this moment, it would be a forward. So it's Orianger that's going to go and get us another copy of a Scion, most probably a Stola at this point, I believe. No, he preferred to opt in and get another copy of Orianger. So I believe it's probably marking the intention to perhaps block, just wants to... Oh, this is the Thancred, actually. I cannot quite see, but one of the two. And Xenos gets removed at the end of the turn due to his ability. Uranger and Thancred have similar colors, let's say, so I did not quite see. I believe it was a Thancred in the end, but I might be wrong. So Shinryu being played, obviously only costs 2, because our opponent has more forwards than... 3 more forwards than we do, and Odin immediately to answer to the surge so that we ensure we do not get the special out, so the special would actually break all the forwards your opponent controls. We do not want that. Joshua staying in the lead for this one. And Damien is still going to try search for the second copy. Does he have free cards? Does he actually want to commit to the board wipe? I cannot count, as obviously he piled up his hand. I do believe he has free cards though. Let's see if he does go for it. 1, 2. Yes, he has way more than 3, so he's choosing the one he's going to discard and just pay the 6 for the special. And there we go, board wipe. So he removes a Princess Sarah. I did not clearly see, so let's... Princess Sarah, an Alfino, and the last third copy of Lightning. So this is board wipe after board wipe. This is pretty interesting in between those players. We can see the full extent of their decks, what they're able to do. But this is what you would expect from a control matchup. It's just taking control of the board as much as you can and see if your opponent has answers. Pretty much a ping pong game at this point. So another hooded man. We're just going to remove the copy that has been put in the break zone thanks to Shinryu, reactivate everything, and we're just going to start again. Let's see though which copy Joshua has. We know he has the Tancred, I believe, that he played, so it's most likely going to be slammed on the board pretty soon. I think he's checking the targets that he has left though. So correct, there is no set rotation in the trading card game. We do, however, have special formats that can be played, which are called the L3 and L6. So meaning that the last 3 and last 6, respectively, opus only are legal. That you can play in certain type of events, most likely in Japan, but we did have some of those in Europe as well. So Alizé being played. Going to go for the Uranger, it seems, but having second thoughts. Asking to check the break zone. So we do play the Uranger. Uranger is going to search. So we do dull the Shinryu. That means another point of damage is going to be inflicted this turn, more than likely, unless we want to use the Stoneberry, but I don't think we do. What is going to be the target of Uranger? Let's see. Joshua still thinking about it. It's going to be the Y'shtola. Opus 16. As an answer, we're going to Kuchulain and remove the haste from the Hooded Man and draw ourselves a card. And it seems the Y'shtola is just going to be played. No, it's the Alfino to kill off the Dull Shinryu. So the combo of Alizé and Alfino being displayed here as intended by the maker of the game. Alfino not breaking, but requiring your opponent to put a doll forward in the break zone when Alfino enters. And once again, a full board being displayed by Joshua. Damien has to answer. We do know now that he has no other copies of Shinryu, as he just went through all three of them with the same set card. So at this moment, the only options that he does have would be Leviathan, but that would be a full pricely paid Leviathan from hand, as I believe he does not have the 12 cards required in the break zone, and nor did we see a Lena in his hand yet. So while Damien does his turn, I can ask the question to you guys. Do you have any favorites that you know are qualified or players that you expect to see? Perhaps it could influence the matches that we're going to show you, or if you just want to tell us your favorite player that you want to support currently at the event. Obviously, we have players from all around Europe, every country. As I said, some familiar faces, but also some new ones that you have never seen thanks to yesterday's LCQ. So Realm played, that allowed us to remove which one was it? It was the Alfino, and then we used Lightning to remove the Uranger. So 2 forwards each. Again, we're just chilling. The crystals have been added, so I can see clearly from the dice that he currently has 2. We're going to pay 5, probably 7. 10 credit is going to hit the field. There we are. Do we know how many players from the LCQ qualified? I do not have the exact number, but I believe I will confirm this number to you on the next round because I don't want to give you a false number, but quite a lot, more than you would expect. All along the game has been out for. So the game released in November 2016. Obviously an opus because it existed previously in chapters, which was Japan only, and that was 2 years even prior. So we're currently in the 10th anniversary in the game, I believe. So pretty old. With the release that has been given by another player earlier to you. So we do have a full schedule every year of releases. So we're trying to attack with JFB, so just trying to commit, forcing those monsters to be used. So this is actually pretty important. And now we see that cards are being removed. So there's a Lena being removed. Oh no, he's getting the Lena. Sorry, excuse me. I did not see the Exburst Leviathan. So the Leviathan Exburst obviously is going to bounce a forward, and you can also get your own water forward from your break zone. So he's trying to see which one is more profitable for him at the moment. He was considering the Lena because obviously I guess he has the Leviathan also in there. And we're going to bounce the Lightning, it seems. Oh no, it's going to be the Hooded Man. Obviously here, nothing much. And we're going to take the 6 points of damage. It's going to be another copy of Leviathan. So 2 forwards being bounced, 2 forwards that we get from our break zone could give Damien the small little edge he needs in order to ensure this Lena Leviathan play. So for those that don't know Lena, Opus 18 Lena is a legendary that allows you to make that when she's on the field, your opponent cannot remove any card from your break zone. And she also has the ability to remove 12 cards, water cards from your break zone. And you can get to play any water forward that you would like straight from your break zone. So this is usually why we see the Leviathan play being made.
Leviathan, obviously a 9 CP forward, very costly. So if you have some kind of free way, let's say, to play it, it's always appreciated. So now he is counting. Machinery was removed. That is correct. So H1, I think, I believe 10, 11. He's at 12. So if he does have the copy of Leviathan in the hand, he can just pitch it out, play the Lena, and then go. So let's see if he does have it. So you just want to see interesting decks? Well, don't worry. We'll try and feature the best matches either for deck list or players, which I believe here is the case for both. And also, just if we have a deck list that's pretty interesting to show you, we will also feature it. We'll see. Everything is being checked and decided at each round. We want to keep the stream as entertaining as possible for you guys, so do not worry about this. But here it's pretty nice to see. So we had the game one, clearly Damien favored. And here we have the complete opposite, with Joshua being faster to set up, which means he had forwards before Damien did, and able to do the pressure. The board wipe was very costly. That Odin was very, very devastating. Let's see what is being done here. We have free CP, so probably Ash. Okay, Ash minus 10k power on the Y'shtola. She's donezo. Oh yeah, the blue worm was paid first, so that allowed us to draw. And now we're playing Graziella. So Graziella, another tech card, key card of the deck. Going to add a third, I believe, or fourth crystal now. So Graziella, a very popular Opus 17 card as well, I believe. FFBE War of the Visions card that allows any FFBE character that you have forward to play their special ability by paying the S with a crystal instead of discarding the card of the same name. So Graziella does minus 2k for to a forward for each character that you control, which, as you can see, is a lot. And at the moment, we could then do this 4 times if we would like to. You still need to pay, I believe, 1 water CP and 1 non-color. So obviously here is going to be 2 water at this every single instance. So we do have some fair amount of removal on the field at the moment for Damien. So another Alizé. We're just going back at it again. Into our break. The Y'shtola, obviously, that just been put in the break zone, going to target the Graziella. I would not be surprised if we just don't see S in response. Damien is being very careful to check. He's right in doing so. Is there any copies of Odin? Is there any copy of Lightning? I believe, I did not check if there's a copy of Lightning actually, but I believe this is the only one that has been played so far. But he still chooses not to kill the Lightning because he does have a copy of Odin, so this could go sideways very, very fast. Just going to let the Lightning survive for now. We kill the Alizé. The Hooded Man is here. He does not have any more copies of Hit to remove. We do have a Kane. I did not speak about this, but as you can see, he does run 1 copy of Opus 1 Kane just to ensure he has a third reactivation with Hooded Man. So again, spicy text by JFB. As Hooded Man, for those who don't know, spoilers, you need to know your Final Fantasy, or at least you learn by doing so by playing the card game, so always interested. Hooded Man from the After Years is Kane. He has both names while he's on the field, he cannot play the other. And then we go back for the Alizé that's just been killed to go for an Alphino, which I guess will kill the Realm. But you can also pilot as you want, and says that you dull and then kill. So this is what JFB is exactly doing. Stack the Alizé on top of the Alphino and dull and kill. So there's 2 crystals. Okay. Okay, it was a 2. So now we only have 1 left. After the use of the S, the Lightning can still attack, so it would be lethal. At this point, you need to use either the Graziella or the Tomberry or the Blue Worm. The cheapest option would be the Blue Worm, of course, as it only requires you to pay 0. which apparently is trying to do so. And Hooded Man. So here we have to use again either the Graziella or the Tomberries. Graziella being used. And then we have Tancred that also has haste given by Yashtola. Tomberry being used. And then you just use another FF14 for giving haste to Elfino as well. So validated deck also on Joshua's side. And we're going to be one each. And we're going back to deck A, sorry, for both players now. So we're going to get the Earth and Wind Storm deck from Joshua. And Damien is going to play, again, has to validate this Mono Water deck. I don't know if he played against Joshua. I know this deck has been played by Joshua for a long time now, but obviously updated every single opus with better cards, better options. But it does have some cards that you expect from a Storm. Like he does have the Zidane, he has the Rosa, the Lulus, Asuras, Chocobos, Alexander, all those good stuff, the Lusos. But for the Earth part, he does have some pretty mana cheating cards, CP cheating cards, sorry. So Rydia, the ever popular Opus 15 legendary Rydia. You do play some Suzuhisa also. One copy of Suzuhisa to remove some auto abilities. Then we have the Kusif, the Mist Dragons, and a lot of monsters. So this is going to be an interesting deck to see. Obviously, I believe Damien is going to opt to go first. Kuchulain being dropped, most probably for Blue Worm. Does not have any backups yet, or perhaps wants to have more options of cards to discard to play those backups. Just play the Trust, no backups. Okay, so let's see if this is actually... because he has a very poor hand. I did not check if he was mulliganing, unfortunately. So the FFCC package, Northstalin was the most broken card of the game. Backup that can go search for any backups. FFCC is a very, very rich title, Final Fantasy-wise, to search for cards. He went to get, let's see, it was the Epitaph, one copy that he's running. We played another Tomberry and finally got ourselves an Alchemist on Damien's side, and now we're just playing the Epitaph by discarding a Mist Dragon. So Epitaph going to go get us Shelinka. Shelinka, obviously a monster removal, which is something you always like to see when you're going against Moto Water. Get rid of those pesty Chef, Sagan Chief, and then we have the Zidane. That is going to steal a Leviathan. So obviously here Zidane was the second cast, does not have haste, does not get to attack and steal another one, but still is present. So we're just going to do a point of damage, see if we do the block. Realm is going to put back the Blue Worm in the hand. So we're just going to play it again, draw ourselves a card, and we still don't have backups. So this is a pretty aggressive angle, but I believe because Damien has no other choice to do so at the moment. Realm at least can't block Zidane. Shelinka is going to kill the Tross, so no more Tross. We have no other options to retrieve it. This is a good kill. You're going to discard 4 and play Buddy. So Buddy is going to go and get us an FF10 backup, which is Kimari. Here Kimari obviously going to be a very nice addition to the row of backups. We even have the option to create water, but I believe in this case, due to his deck list, it's not going to matter too much. We don't have anything that is affected by any color paying. But still a 2 CP backup that we can go search for Always appreciated. Damien got to play his Princess Sarah that you went ahead and searched for with Sarah, so pretty standard play, but that you usually expect on turn 1, not turn 5, I believe now. Passes over to Joshua. So unfortunately, the zoom on the card more option is not going to be something that is going to be doable, because this is already everything that we can to fit both playmats. So we don't have an optical camera to zoom on demand. This is we could try and make maybe the camera a bit bigger on the screen, but that is the only thing that we could do. Damien attacking with Realm. Kuchulain has been hit in the damage. What card did he just steal? He stole an Oracle, and I do not see what is the top card. Okay, that is a token, I believe, because this is not a card, and that is above the goblin, the Oracle. I believe it's just to indicate what he stole. We played a Tyro, so again, an extremely popular card. Search for any forward. I sadly did not have the time to check which forward was being added to the hand. We play Gordon. We use the Alchemist to trigger Gordon's effect. Draw 2. We're going to discard 1. Realm is going to use one of those crystals, or perhaps both. I did not check if there was I believe the dice counter was on 2, to play the worm. I believe it was only 1, so just play the worm from the deck. We're going to draw another card. And we're gonna play, that is all actually. So Zidane again. Zidane is actually a very crucial card in this matchup. The reason being that he's milling through the mono water. And mono water, as you can see, already is drawing a lot by himself. So technically this is a game plan that Joshua can rely on, which is just to win by deck out. Obviously Zidane is also attacking at the same time, so he's pitching damage, which means even more cards being drawn out from the deck. So this is not looking good for Damien at the moment until he has a way to remove the Zidane. We're going to look into options of switching things a bit on the layout. We'll discuss it. If we can find something that is manageable, we will do it. We'll see. But not during the rounds. It will be between rounds, obviously. So Rosa being played. Rosa, again, a very strong card against water, because any ability that could target her you can render useless by paying 1 measly win CP. Can still be targeted by summons, but obviously also the most attractive ability that she has is her auto ability at cast 3 and 5. You can respectively reactivate all your backups, and at 5 just reveal the top card of your deck and play the character for free if it is playable. We're gonna pass to Damien. We're gonna play Lightning. So Lightning most likely is going to remove Zidane, because to be honest, targeting the Rosa is a bit risky. I do not believe a single second that Joshua does not have a win card in his hand. There we go. Zidane number 1 out of 3 is gone. I think Damien just checked the break zone to see if there was any copies already there. I believe none were present, so 2 more can still be played by Joshua. Let's see if we're going to see some Rosa stuff being done. Joshua sitting with, I believe there was a Rydia in his hand. I saw an Asura in there as well. We're going to pay 2 wind. Oh, maybe not 2 wind. 4 Chocobo. Decide to bounce the Shalinka. Obviously, I think we want to get rid of the Sahigin Chief, which is the last annoying monster that is on the field. So did not declare his effect yet. Did target the chief. And he's just going to use it, because why not, on his own realm. And use the 1 CP with Tyro, probably to cast the Asura. No, we're not going to do so. Just play Lulu. So Lulu, reactivate everything. Obviously, I forgot the Rosa was there. So reactivate everything with Lulu. We get the Mist Dragon. And this Mist Dragon is going to be pretty devastating for Damien. As he did not have the Lena. He did not get to really dig into his break zone yet. So that's a lot of cards that he's discarded. That are just going to be removed by Mist Dragon, one of the most iconic summons since its release back in Opus 9. And we're going to draw a card on top of that. So JFB, again, very comfortable leading position here in this match. Again, this is matchup dependent, but obviously having access to Mist Dragon against Mono Water is a very strong tool. We're trying to do the Lightning Special before the end of the turn, so that Damien can just remove her from the game. She comes back at the end of the turn, and we're going to remove an additional character, forward. We ensure that Rosa will not be able to be targeted, so that means that Lulu or Shilinka is going to die. And we're going to use Asura to most likely get the Zidane back. There we go. And then we have the Rosa trigger, so we're going to reveal the top card of their decks. It's another copy of Rosa, so she does not get played on the field, sorry, and just sits on the top of the deck. And there we are. So it's just going to remove the Lulu, of course, being the bigger threat here with the 5k power setting ability that she has. So we're going on the offense again for Damien, just swinging with the Blue Worm, because we do have the Realm that is going to be played on this turn. Joshua is more than comfortable, of course, to take the damage, because we do know it's a Rosa, so it's not really a card that we need at this moment. Shalinka is going to block for 6k on the Lightning. We want to keep all the other cards that we don't know safely in the deck. So we're going to update those damages. 2-2 at the moment. Back to Damien in main phase 2. For free, he's going to play the Realm to put back the Blue Worm that just attacked to prevent him from dying at the end of the turn. We get a Crystal. And most likely going to play the Blue Worm again. So again, Damien in this line of play is technically killing himself at the moment in game because of the milling and self-milling, let's say, from the draws and all the Zidane steals that have been going on. We do need to keep track of all the cards that Zidane has stolen so far. We can see, though, 1 copy of Oracle, 1 copy of the 60p Leviathan, and I do not see what the third one is, but 3 copies of cards minus everything that he's drawn so far. His deck must be at least twice as small as the one of Joshua at the moment. So he's on a very, very limited timer to finish this game. So we have I believe this is a cast counter now, meaning Joshua is most likely going to do a big turn. So he recovered a Shilinka with the Asura. Just gonna... Damien says okay, go ahead and do it. Then it's just gonna dull 2, play the Shilinka again. We have 3 blue worms and 2 tomberries to choose from. Just kills him blue worm. So this is the second cast. We're going to get the third cast with the 2 remaining backups, I believe, in order to profit fully from the Rosa reactivation. So for 2, we're going to play the Zidane, that this time is going to have haste and steal a card. So what are we going to steal? Another Oracle. We don't really care, but thank you very much. -1 card in your deck. Reactivate everything with Rosa. At this point, it's pretty safe to just go fully for the 5th cast and just play something for free. Play the Lulu. At this point, I believe he's most likely going to get a Chocobo back. I think it's the safest option. There we are. Chocobo, Opus 10. Choose a forward, bounce it. You control. Choose a forward, bounce it in back to your hand, and you draw 1. He's just going to go ahead and do it on the Shilinka. Just going to get rid of all those forwards one by one. Uses a crystal to do the Atomos in order to kill the Shilinka, and we're going to lose our target. And this was the 5th cast, so we do check. It's a Tilika. The 1 copy of Tilika that he plays, we do not get to play it, but we do get to draw it as we bounce the Shilinka. We just chose to lose our Lulu. She doesn't really care. And here is Luso, 7th cast, 8k to every forward. Draw a card and bye-bye Lightning. Pretty strong Storm deck. So if you never saw a Storm deck outside of Ice and Wind doing cast 7 Luso, here you are. You've seen it now with Earth Wind. And we're just gonna swing. Still more cards. Oh, we stole Elena. This is a huge hit. No X-Burst. Also some unlucky moments here for Damien. At this moment, I think he's roughly 10 cards left in his deck. It's really, really rough. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the scoop coming pretty soon, to be honest with you. He does still have, I believe, 1 copy of Leviathan in his deck that could be played, but we don't know if he has it yet. So we play the Ash, and that is all. So again, defensive turn. Joshua can try and finish this here. Obviously, we got rid of the Zidane once again, but if we drew a Lulu again. Ooh, Beldat. So Beldat is very strong as well. He just chose to play it and remove a card from the field and steal it so he can play it whenever he wants. Remove the Leviathan, ensuring that he has Lone Lena play. This is also a card that he plays ×2 from Opus 20. You can warp her, but obviously the warp is just for more milling. Here, the stealing part is more important. And we're going to play Kryl, that is going to enable us to cast any summon that we'd like. He casts the Asura, gets back the Zidane, there we go, reactivates everything, and the Nightmare just goes on and on for Damien. This Zidane, it's the same copy from the beginning, mind you, that is going to still go through this deck. He's even playing the Leviathan for 9. So time has been called for the streaming table, I've been told. So that means that Joshua is on turn 0, and then we go to 1, 2, and 3. Damien is going to have the last turn. It's currently sitting at 1-1. So, which means if we do not have a winner by the time of this 3 additional turns, obviously it's going to be a double loss. But as we can see, the handshake, Joshua validating both decks. Congratulations to him. So very strong first game from Damien with the Mono Fire. But in the end, Joshua's ability to search through his decks and set himself up faster than Mono Water proved crucial. So very nicely done at this moment. We will be back shortly, the time that we go for the next round. We're going to look into the several feedbacks that you've given us, specifically more one for the camera on the stream. We're going to try and see also for the playmat camera, so stick around. We're going to be back in a few minutes with round 2, perhaps also an interview with Joshua if we have the time. So I'll catch you guys in just a few seconds.
All right, everybody, we're back. So based on your feedback, I'm bigger. The camera is also a bit bigger. So hopefully this is satisfying enough for everyone. And we do have another good matchup that I found with good players. So Toby Henriette, obviously our first world champion of Final Fantasy trading card game, against Fabien Petit-Demange, so a French player that is very, very known to do tops at every single event he goes to. So it's going to be an interesting game to see. I unfortunately did not have the time to get the deck lists this time, but I will try and get them for the next one. I'm very sorry. I do believe that Fabian is playing, I think, at least an Ice Lightning and probably a Mono Fire deck, but that needs to be verified. And for Toby, I actually have no idea. I believe he's playing at least one Mono Water, but I might be wrong. And we're going to discover together the second deck, that he's playing. So they've just revealed each deck that they would be starting with. Obviously, I did not have time to check, and nor do I know which decks they're playing A and B in their deck list. So this is going to be a full discovery from myself with you guys. And in this case, we're going to launch the time pretty soon. As I've just been informed that this Bookaboo, or whatever his name is, has no reason to be on the stream, so we should actually ask it to be removed, because we don't want any other cards to be there. There we are. Get bounced. I did not check if there was a dice toss as well. This is table 5, by the way, which means that both players are indeed 1-0 and won their first games. And the time is going to start now, so 1 hour and 10. The dice is being thrown right now, so 1, and I believe another 1. Another 1. This die is what is this? This is not a good die. All right, Fabian, I believe, is going to choose to start. Mulligan's being made, and let's discover both decks together. Yes, the sound has also been improved, by the way. So again, if this is better, please let us know. It is always good to know. So Maxos, as I've been saying, they are both 1-0. They both won their first game. And as I was saying, Toby is indeed playing Mono Water. Pitches 2 for the Waka and directly goes and gets... What is this? Is this Tidus? Okay, this is a light Tidus. So again, Toby known to play some very, very spicy cards. Very much like Joshua. I believe that was a starter, the Tidus. So the one that costs 1 less for each... I believe it's a Final Fantasy X character that you control. Here we see the Auron, so obviously Auron FF10 as well. So in this case, we can only discard 1 card to pay for the Tidus, and we're going to go search, I believe, either for a Yuna or a Guardian, and we go get the Yuna. So the Yuna card backup, a staple of water since Opus 1, very, very strong card, reduces every single summoned water cost by 1. They cannot become 0, however, this is very important. And on the other side, we're just going to play a buddy. No, this is not buddy, this is Shujie. So Shujie and pass. So then 2 attacks, and a Kentucky and a Tordan. So Tordan. So what is this? If there's a Shujie, this means that Fabian is playing Cloud Pod. Most likely. Or is it perhaps 4 elements Warrior of Light deck, which is probably the case as we do see a Chaos now. Fabian has been playing 4-color Warrior of Light with Braskas for a long time now, so I believe this is the deck he's playing at the moment, is the deck he's most comfortable with, so it would make sense he's choosing to go first with it. Tordan, obviously, always a good expert to check. So we would like also to remind you the announcement has been made by Kageyama-san at the beginning of the tournament.
Effective since the North American Championship, a ruling has been made regarding Shinryu and also cards like Mughal 11 or let's say Tordan. Any card that says search for a card, no specifics. If you do initiate the action of searching, you cannot fail to search. You have to go and get a card. Only on the cards that say one card name anything, which is very specific, on those can you fail to search. So now all players should be aware of it. If they do initiate a search on a Tordan and they refuse to go get a card, they will get a warning. So we just played a Chaos. Nothing too complicated here. We're just setting up on both sides. Play the Princess Sarah. Obviously going to be water and pass. So pretty slow games for now. They don't search as fast as the previous round that we've seen, but they will aptly do so. So Elf being played. We don't do the effect. We don't really care. So that's already 3 elements down on the field. We just need one more. Discard the Leviathan. What are we going to do with those 2 CP? Play the Gordon. Most likely going to play the additional cost. There we are. To go and draw 2 and discard 1. Feeding this break zone, which once again we're playing against 4 colors. No doubt that Miss Dragon is in this deck list of Fabian, so Toby has to be aware of this. Have to be extremely careful. We play Garnet, so warping her. Warp, the new mechanic, of course, and we have not talked about it yet. I mentioned it, but did not explain it. The warp mechanic allows you to remove a card from your hand for a set amount of turns that is specified after the warp. And each main phase, you remove a counter of warp, and when it reaches 0, you play the card directly on the field. And Garnet allows you to go get 2 summons when she's played this way, 1 from the entry of field and 1 from the entry from the warp. We play Arc. We do want to try and get more colors. We are getting this Warrior of Light. We also saw a Shantoto here that obviously is not going to be super handy in this matchup for now. We still don't have our third color, so we're just really trying to take something. I believe the wall, the Warrior of Light, excuse me if I do say wall, but I'm really used to it. The wall choice from the Arc is most likely to ensure that he has it. Probably he did not. And all the other card choices were not good enough. There was no backup, so I believe this is why he took the wall. So we removed the counter from the Garnet on Toby's side. Taking his time to choose what to do. He does have to take care of the Arc, unless he wants to take damage. One thing that I did not specify regarding the stream setup, please let me know if the audio balance between my voice and the music is good enough. I should be above the game, the music audio obviously, but if you do want the music to be slightly louder or myself a bit louder, do not hesitate. Once again, we would like to do the balance correctly. So Toby still choosing what to do. Finally plays a Tross. Unfortunately, as I do not have access to their deck list, once again, I do not know how many copies of these he is running, opposed to the one-off of Damien earlier. Tross, of course, being a very strong monster, allowing you at the damage free to turn him into a forward that when he attacks you can bounce a forward of cost 4 or less from your opponent, and every time a forward gets bounced you get to draw a card. So very nice. Once per turn. The balance is great. Thank you Dan for the feedback. We're going to keep things that way. The Arc is going to get Leviathan. We don't really want to deal with him right now, in order to draw a card from Tross before getting destroyed by Shalinka. Always make good use of the cards that you're about to lose. Kate Sif, 11, a very good card also for CP generation. He only does the CP starting damage free, I believe, but at this moment we don't really care because Earth is one of the elements we're missing. So we now have the Warrior of Light enabled in our hand. Is going to drop 100% sure on the next turn. So let's see what Toby is going to set up in answer for this. So we're going to discard 2. It's not discard. Just checking. Oh no, it's the summons is getting back from the Garnet. Excuse me. So he got back the 4 CP Leviathan from Opus 16 and a Kuchulain. With the Garnet, she's also has a considerable body. She has a 8k body for a free CP, so that's pretty good. Oh yeah, there's shaky cameras. Players are being not careful with the streaming setup. This should be given a warning, but I cannot do so at the moment, unfortunately. Fortunately, it's still shook back in place, so we're good to go. Any Chelinka card art enjoyer. It is true that this Chelinka artwork is pretty unique compared to the others that we've seen from the FFCC titles so far, but it's quite enjoyable. At least in this one, you know she's really a girl. So we're playing Princess Sarah. That is going to go get us another Sarah. Sorry, that is probably going to go get us another Sarah that we're just going to pitch. At this point, we already have the Princess Sarah on the field, so we don't really care. And we're going to play Echidna, which is another key monster, water monster that is played. Allows us to get back a summon when she enters the field, and every time she is going to attack or block after being transformed as a forward by discarding a summon, you get to draw a card. We still have stuff to play on Toby's side. We are going to use Kuchulain to just draw a card off the Chelinka. I believe he's trying to do a stronger board on his turn, whereas he could have used the Kuchulain on the opposing turn to ensure that Wall would have not been able to attack. And we're just going to play Elena. So Lena, as I've explained in the previous round, trying to set up for this Leviathan, ensuring that we cannot do a Mist Dragon on the break zone anymore. And so yeah, if he would have reactivated all his backups from the Warrior of Light, he could have had a Mist Dragon currently still in his hand, and then remove the break. So this is a safe move from Toby. So reactivate every element, every backups with Warrior of Light. Warrior of Light, I've not explained. It's the only quad element card in the game at the moment, so has all 4 major crystal elements from the main game, which are fire, water, earth, and wind. You can only pay him by paying with backups, so this is why it's crucial to have 4 different colors backups in your backup rows. When he enters the field that way, you get to reactivate all your backups and draw a card, and he has every single field ability you can name. He has haste, he has first strike, and he can also dull himself to inflict 5k to a forward, and he has brave. So very, very strong forward. And often paired with him, as you can see, we have the Opus 20 or 19, I believe. Opus 19 Zidane. So Zidane, the fired and wind one, which on entry, as you could see, allows you to check the hand of your opponent. You choose one of their cards and you remove it from the game, and they get to draw 1. And he does the exact same thing when he attacks. A very devastating card where you're trying to set up a combo or any kind of play. Zidane is just going to tell you, nope, I don't want to. So Cuchulainn is going to make us draw a card. So I believe this is the third Cuchulainn, unless he recovered one with the Echidna. I did not see what he recovered from the Echidna. So potentially no more Cuchulainns available for Toby. Here are the Braskas. So Braska is a staple card for Fabian's deck. He always runs free. He loves the card. Being played Satched for Phoenix. So Phoenix is a monster that can be turned into a forward of 9k. He also inflicts 9k when he enters the field. And you can then remove, I believe, the first three. You can remove 3 cards from your break zone or 5 cards from your break zone to turn him for a forward. He has target Lena, so he's checking if there is anything he can do. He chose to just bounce her back in order to save her, because obviously he did not have enough cards to remove, nor targets, I believe, to cast the Leviathan on this turn, so he really, really wanted to save her from death. Leviathan should be banned. I believe this is not in the plans at the moment, because reminding that Leviathan is the next upcoming Opus 21 Legacy card, one of the 3 with Porum and Palom, so no bans there. You're going to enjoy your full art Leviathan in their decks and against you pretty soon. So on Toby's turn, we're most likely going to see, at least he's thinking about it, because obviously the Zidane is here, so we have to either get rid of the Zidane or play the Lena that has been bounced into her hand, otherwise we're going to lose her again. He does put the Warrior of Light at the bottom of the deck, thanks to the 4 CP Leviathan. And let's see if he chooses to then play the Lena, which he should. He chooses to pass, so I guess he has given up on the Lena game plan. Probably one of the first thing, unless he has another Warrior of Light that he just drew, is going to be the swing attack from Zidane. Well, I was proven right. The Warrior of Light has been drawn. So another card drawn. Another full reactivation of your backups. And we have Furion as well, so another very good forward to play in this deck. It has haste, and every time you attack, if you control a certain number of... you can draw, and then you can just pitch cards, and depending on the element of the card, you can either reactivate him and give him power, or give him Brave and give him more power. Zidane here shows a Yuna, a Leviathan, and 2 Lenas, so this is why he chose not to play the Lena. He had 2 copies, he knew he was safe even if the Zidane would have attacked. So we just decide to remove the Leviathan, which is more annoying to us in this case, and the 9 CP Leviathan is going into the break zone. Obviously we can attack with Shilinka, even if she's weaker than everybody else here, because we have the Warrior of Light to ensure that we're going to finish off any blocker. We have this is a card that is a bit 50-50 in the community. I do not remember its English name. I believe it's Sorcerer or Mind Flayer. So that allows you to steal the 2 cards of your opponent's deck and remove them, and you can cast one of them for free only during this turn. So Toby chose to play it, and also an Auron. So we're going to update the damages. Toby currently sitting at 5 damage. Mist Dragon finally being casted, so no more break zone. This is looking more and more favorable in the side of Fabian for this game. Mono Water too slow to set up, and Fabian's deck having too many answers to the matchup. We finally added the 4 then to the backup row. That was on the previous turn, I believe. and just pass. So we're gonna play Une. So Une, also Opus 19, legendary, 6 CP, water and earth. You can remove 2 earth or and water summons from your break zone to reduce her cost by 2, and then you can bounce a backup and a forward back to your opponent's hand, and she has the action ability of just dulling herself to recover any summon from your break zone. Here we see free cards being removed, so it was indeed free for the Phoenix to become forward. And in response, we're going to use 6 CP Leviathan in order to bounce it back to the hand in order to not take damage. So you're new to the card games in general and you want to know how to get into FFTCG. So there is a lovely website. I don't believe we have a command or someone can just link it to you. There is a lovely tutorial that is available on the official website. The official website itself has all the categories that you would like, as this game is being scooped by Toby. I'm just going to update the scores very quickly and continue on with this lovely conversation about the game. There we are. So the official website has every source of information you might need, that being the card browser, so the database of every single card that's been released. You have the store locator to find all the shops near you. There's the tutorial, there's the ban list, the FAQs. Everything is available on the official website that has been just linked in the chat. If you want to find out about here, please do so. There's obviously some communities that exist on either on Facebook, on Discord. We have a lovely community that will be very helpful to you no matter where you are, in order to set you up, recommend you products as well in order to get you started. If you have any specific Final Fantasy that you like, or if you would just like to go on and be meta immediately, everything is available to you. We love the internet, everything accessible by your fingertips or your mouse. As Fabian validates his deck 1, so let's see what the second deck is going to be. I don't think it's going to be Mono Fire, because obviously he does play copies of Amaterasu, and I don't see a Mono Fire without Amaterasu, so my guess is that he's playing Ice Lightning as his secondary deck. We're going to see if I'm right. And also we need to check, is Toby going to stay on the Mono Water, or if he chooses to think that from the deck lists, once again, he has a poor matchup against the other deck of Fabian and chooses to change decks. So the empty message, if you do not see it, the FFTCG website is FFTCG.square-enix.com. So square-enix-game.com. So everything related to the CCG is there. If we need to perhaps put it later on, or if someone wants to copy paste it, feel free to do so. So Toby does decide to stay on Mono Water. This time it's a bit better on the opener, as he does have the Sarah to go search for the Princess Sarah. Obviously, we have not talking about it at the beginning during the introduction, but in case you're not aware, the European Championship 2023 currently taking place in London in the UK. Familiar venue that we've used several times in the past, 4 years ago for a Summer Cup, and a very good local place from the London community. I'm proven wrong, so Fabian is playing FF6. Let's see which version of FF6 is he playing. Is it a 3-color or a 2-color one? But almost has the perfect opener with already the Interceptor, just missing the Setter as a backup, but should be following pretty quickly. We'll see what kind of deck list he has. This deck list, this deck can really have a vast variety of plays depending on what you want. There's the Stooges with the 3 colors. There's also the Tribal, where you can also play a bit of water, or just the pure ice fire version. It's really up to your tastes. So we play a Tidus to go get, I believe it was a Yuna, and then we just play the Waka in order to get ourselves a nice little Lena and pass. So Fabian here has to answer again to the strong start of Toby. It's completely different. I don't know what's the best angle he could look for. So as we can see, he does play the water as well. So we're going to see some realms, not realms, sorry. We're going to see some Gaus. We're going to see Strago, and we're going to see the Fiend. Very strong water FF6 cards. It remains a fully, entirely FF6 card, let's say, category deck. So obviously, we're going to play the 5CP log. Here we're going to pitch 2. We already have the Edgar, so we don't really care on the forwards that we're going to discard, as Edgar is going to allow us to get 2 forwards of our choice when he enters the field. Here, most likely, is going to go get the 5CP lock. There we go. And just do a big turn on the next one. So the 5CP lock, I should explain it now before he hits the field, because it's really a key card of the deck. It costs 1 less if you have 2 or more FF6 characters. So obviously here it only costs 4. And every time you play a FF6 character, you get to reveal the first card of your deck. And if it's FF6 category, you get to draw it. And obviously in a 100% FF6 category, that ensures a draw every single time. So as long as you have stuff to play from what you draw, you can potentially reach 5 backups just this lock if you just happen to draw your 2CP backups. The other legendary lock, new from Opus 20, that you have on the lovely playmat and artwork of the stream, is Expert ability, or allows you to check the first 4 cards of your deck and you add a FF6 to your hand. I have no time to see which one was picked. And we're going to end Toby's turn. Discarded a poo-poo. Probably one of the few cards that has a different name in every single language of the game. Koyoka in French, Koyo in Japanese, poo-poo in Japanese, the Chinese I forgot. Everything is different in every single language. So no, nothing else. We're just going to play the Gordon. We choose not to activate the effect and pass turn. So discard 2 to play the lock, and then we're just going to roll with it. So let's see how many 2CPs cards Fabian is going to play and or draw. Obviously here a Setzer would be nice. Moogle to start off, as he costs 0, is very good. We're just going to... Wow, Fabian is very fast under his reveals. I do not have the time to see. Obviously we know that it's full FF6, but still. He discarded a Kefka, so he does run the Kefka. Another card that is 50-50. Some people like to play it, others don't like it. Up to taste. Two CP Celis, that is going to give luck haste and gain haste from the fact that luck is here. And we're going to play a Terra backup in order to kill off the Titus. So that is going to be a swing with both forwards. Auron and an Auron. So 2 Aurons already gone. And we're also going to swing with Strago. We get a Titus X-Burst, so we're going to go get, most likely again, another card, another Yuna. There we are. So yeah, 3 forwards and 1 backup in 1 turn, pretty good. And we still have a comfortable hand size on Fabian's side. Sorry. And just going to pass, I believe. Yep, there we are. Going to update the damage. Let's see, so we have the Tross coming out after the Yuna had been played, finally eating 5 backups on the Mono War side. Tross also being able to be turned into a forward now that we're hit damage free. Yeah, Sunly Shantoto would be pretty... Oh wait, this is not Mono Water, this is Earth Water. So he does have access to Shantoto. I did not notice that there was the Garnet earlier. Never mind. That does change some stuff. But yeah, Shantoto obviously here out of the question as we already have 5 backups. He's bounced the Luck and the Interceptor. Obviously we only had him as a fire backup, so it makes sense. But to be honest, we could just go back onto the Luck and do everything over and over again. So let's just see, depending on the draws that Fabian's going to do. I forgot to mention that maybe not this version of Earth Water, but Earth Water is also a very popular deck this weekend. In the LCQ with at least 10 of them. So being the deck that plays 3 of each Cecil's legendary, including the new one of Opus 20, the Dark Knight, and the Opus 16 one for the Paladin. Along cards like Rydia, Riku from the starter deck of FF10. And Garnet to ensure the summer package and just feed off the fact that Rydia and getting counters from the Cecil plays ensures you to have advantage with the free cast that you get to do. And obviously you have some pretty nasty threats like Une and Shantoto, etc. and access to a lot of good summons as well. So this is also a deck that should be expected to see play a bit later on the feature matches. So we did discard the Fiend and all our backups to play the Lock, and we're just going to go ahead and play the Interceptor again and going to reveal our card if the trigger has not been missed. In response, we're going to do Leviathan, so that means that Lock go back to the hand. We don't want to see further draws, but we still get the draws. And we finally have the Setzer. So Setzer, also an Opus 20 card. Opus 20 was very generous for FF6 in general. Setzer is a 2 CP ice backup that says every time your forwards FF6 characters do a party attack, and he also enables them to do party attacks with any element between themselves, you get to dull freeze a character. So this is why we will always see Moogle or Mog, depending on your country, attack first to give first strike to every single forward and do a party attack, ensuring that the dull freeze is being made. So dull freeze on the Tross, we don't want to get bounced, and another crucial Leviathan on the X-Burst. This is not stuff that you want to see on Toby's side, as the Leviathan would be pretty nice right now. And pass turn, so little by little, damage by damage. We're working our way on the 2-0 for Fabian. We're going to play... This is Hauser, I believe. No, this is Octomorph. Octomorph being played. We're going to bounce both the Strago and I believe it was the Celis. Yes, correct. Back to the hand. This is once again, unfortunately, going to be a very juicy turn for Fabian, as he's very happy to get back some card in his hand in order to ensure he has more luck plays, or even worse, playing the legendary Luck and doing an OTK with the second ability. So the second ability of Luck, the legendary, is that when FF6 characters do party attacks, they inflict a point of damage directly just from doing a party attack. So this is pretty huge, and even more devastating, as we stated earlier, if you do have a Setzer on the field, as you dull freeze something at the same time. You can go even further into those plays if you do a party attack with the Opus 15 Celis that also has effects when she does a party attack or sees a party attack, so it can go his ways. Let's see the lock that is going to be played. Is it going to be the 5 CP one again, or is it going to be the 3 CP one? I believe he has it in his hand, so I think this 3 CP is going to be the play here. But he's still taking his time. He does have a Nune to take care of. Oh, he's playing Edgar. So Edgar is going to get us 2 forwards FF6 from the break zone back to our hands. There's a Sabin that's been pitched very, very early, which apparently is going to be chosen. And the second card is, I believe it's another Sabin for the S, obviously. This is the remainder of the FF6 package of the deck. Edgar allows you to target an FF6 character that has an acid ability once per turn for 0, only on your turns, and this S ability can be used for free without paying the S, but you still need to pay the additional costs afterwards. So Sabin here, Opus 17 Legend, Heroic, sorry, has 2 special abilities, both only costing S. The first one is deal 8k to a forward, so very devastating. And the second one is to reactivate every single forward except Sabin and give them 2k, which allows you to just go full swing with Moogle that give first strike to everybody and then just safely untap everything with Sabin. So he just did the free cast call on Sabin. Octomammoth has been destroyed in answer. As Octomammoth does not have a condition, he instantly becomes a forward when the condition is met. You do not have to pay for it. And we get a 6 CP Leviathan X Burst. This is the third one in this match already. We're going to choose apparently to get back Garnet and bounce the Sabin. I forgot to mention that Sabin costs 1 less for each card FF6 that you control characters, so the minimum it can cost is 1. It can not go down to 0, but obviously here at this situation, Fabian could still choose to discard a fire card just to play the Sabin again if he would like, but apparently it's more of a Strago angle. Strago again, reveal, and we add a card to our hands. There's the Demon, ×2. No, ×1. There's also the Luck. The Luck, as we said earlier, could be a very good option because he already has a lot of forwards, and at 4 attacks, you get to destroy every single card forwards that your opponent controls, but he still opted to go get the Demon. The Demon, of course, new Opus 20 Legendary as well, has several abilities that you can do when he enters the field or attacks. 3 of them. So one of them is to remove the break zone of your opponent to target a forward and to deal 1,000 times the card removed from the break zone to that forward. You can also name an element and do 7k to all the forwards of that element that your opponent controls. And the last one is to name a job, and you do 8k to all the cards with this job that your opponent controls. Obviously here I think we're more looking forward to the remove the break zone type of thing. Yeah, Strago 4, Luck 4. There's no Look 5 in this deck. If I said 5, I apologize, but yeah, 4 of them. So Tross being unfrozen, finally being able to attack. We get to draw, inflict a point of damage, and Edgar being sent to the damage zone. So 2 damage being inflicted by Toby already. And we're going to pitch the Cuchulain to transform the Echidna, just draw and inflict another point of damage out of that. Oron is on the field now, so obviously this board is very sticky and hard to take care of, as Oron makes himself targetable if possible, so everything has to target Oron. And then we get to play a backup, and we're going to just play the Garnet straight out of the hand and get back one of those Kuchu lanes we just ditched in order to answer to the possible Leviathans or Leviathans, what I'm saying, Sabin or Edgars that are going to be played again. The demon doesn't seem too good at the moment, even though he could kill at least the, let's say, the Garnet or just the Oron if you do the AoE, but that does not seem very good at the moment. Perhaps removing the break zone is still good, but that's still 7 CP for something that doesn't do very much afterwards. And the Une is a big threat, so removing the Une here should be more of the priority. So Strago back once again, check the first 4. We do see a Gao, but here the lock, let's see if Fabian is going to try and finish this game. I believe he still has access to the Celis in his hand, so he could try and do it. Oh, okay, I understand. I will review this and check directly with the player and give him the warning afterwards. Because he has been constantly doing 4 afterwards, so... So we're just missing Celis at this moment. Even though Strago cannot attack. Meanwhile, we have effect of Une being done. Getting back those crucial cards, summons from the break. And we're just gonna play the Shadow and just call it a turn. Oh no, we still swing with Moogle. Okay, I did not see the Waka. I'm still trying to check the whole situation with the Strago, because I'm checking each single Strago, but so far there are still only 4 cards being revealed so far, so I have to find a specific Strago that reveal 5. Okay, I do have it. You're correct. On the one where he got the demon. The card that he took is still not the 5th one, so let's say that it didn't affect his decision, but it could have, so I'm still going to go and give him a sanction for this. Meanwhile, we can go back to the commentary. So thank you very much, guys, for checking this matter and having a keen eye, as I cannot have an eye on everything, unfortunately, but this went over my head as he's been doing for the whole time. I didn't even check that it was 5. Toby is looking pretty good in this situation at the moment. With Lena finally hitting the field, this Ornn really protected him very well. I agree with the demon play because since the interceptor was there, he had the option to do 2 effects, but that was risky because if a single Kuchulain was there, he would have lost the haste, and then the turn would have been for nothing, unfortunately. So the Leviathan play by Elena being done. All of your board is gone. Thank you very much. And now I can start swinging myself to the victory very safely. So another point of damage for Toby, 6 and 4. And this is going to be very hard now for Fabian to come back from because he's still not dealing with this Une. And this Une is going to keep getting some Leviathans back. And yeah, I'm just going to scoop. So congratulations to Toby for equalizing this game. And we're now going to be able to see the following match. I'm just going to be right back as we take care of the ruling thing. And I will be right back, just a moment. Oh, they're taking care of it, so I don't need to move. So he's being informed at the moment by Yo, our head judge of the sanction, not the sanction, but let's say the offense. Sorry, I'm trying to find my words. The offense has been done. I did not hear if the sanction was a warning or a simple caution, but I believe this should be a warning. Of course, if we do see it happen again, it would be an instant game loss. So we'll have to check this, as obviously he's going to stay on an FF6 deck. We did get to see, 2 of us got to check back the replay, which is one of the good things of YouTube. And we both saw the effectively revealing 5, so now he's been aware of it, so we'll be careful with it. The judge being called once again. Ooh. This is another matter. So from what I understand, so there's a claim being done by one player that he's able to, that his cards are being seen by his opponent somehow. At least that's the claim that's being done. So I don't know if they're joking about it or if he's actually being serious about it, but they're calling the judge for this. Yes, WoW TCG. Toby has a past in this game. I think they were joking about it, basically saying that he had the correct answers every single time that he was doing something, so that was just a joke between them. Nothing serious to take. Offense off. Fabian obviously is going to choose to go first, and we're going to finally see what is Toby's second deck. So again, Interceptor, turn 0, so pretty nice. And this seems like FF13, guys, or at least Monofire, perhaps the same list as Damien. We will see. So we discarded Dash to play the Saz, and we're just going to get a second copy of Dash off the Saz, and most likely going to play it this turn and call it a turn. Unless we do have the Lightning, if we really want to go aggressive. But I don't think that was going to be the case. Playing a Fang is actually better. Toby is considering playing an additional card at least. So he just paid for the Dash, and he's going to also play Xande. So does have two backups, sitting comfortably. Can just pay his lightnings for free, his fangs for free. We play a Gestalian Empire Sid on the other side, go get the lock and pass turn. So let's see what kind of forwards does Toby have now in his hand. Sabin as the first damage. Goblin Mayhem begins, so we're just gonna play a Goblin. There's gonna get another Goblin that we're going to play. I believe he's just going to go for free of the same one to begin with, and then slowly make his way into the 4 CP ones, if he does play them, which more likely he is. And just call it a turn. Are we going to see another Lock 5 coming out of Fabian's hand? We do, so let's see how many cards is he going to be able to draw. Seems like Edgar angle right now. Oh no, it's Trago, so let's count together. He can choose in which way he wants to do the effects. Does he want to reveal first or draw first? So I believe he's choosing the stack at the moment. Then leaving Toby the ability to respond. Is going to use the Ifrit to just blast for 10k the lock. So we're just going to reveal a Moogle. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, he stopped. We're good. So we get a Cyan, there's an Edgar, there's a Numaro, and there's a Demon. He decides to go with the Umaro. So Umaro, a very good defensive tool. Umaro costs 4 CP. It can be played from the break zone by discarding 2 FF6 characters and playing him on the field Doll, and has Brave. You can put him in the break zone from the field to just deal his power, so 8k, to another forward. So effectively stopping a lightning attack. Instead, we're going to play an Edgar and just get back the lock in the Sabin. So we do have the setup for next turn to kill some stuff if Toby decides to play some forwards. We're going to go and get the third Goblin onto the field and search for this haste Goblin. Continue to set up ourselves for some big swing turns. Could potentially see the Goblin being played. We could also see a Vanille being played. Could also see a Fang reducing Vanille to 1 and then playing the Vanille for 1, but instead we go for a Mont Blanc. So Mont Blanc is going to kill the Edgar. No Sabin shenanigans, and we're just going to use our last remaining CP to play the Goblin. So again, back to the top deck. Toby has no cards in hand. Fabian knows that he can just safely enjoy his turns unless some Goblins are going to get blasted into his forwards, which I don't believe is going to be the case. The Goblins are more of a finisher card. Strago inflicts a point of damage, just an ace, so nothing too fancy experts wise, even though he does have a lot of them. in the fire deck, so managed to dodge that one. We're going to play the lock, most likely. Yes, there we are. Do we have a 2 CP backup? No, we have Moogle, even better, so we're just gonna draw one off. The lock. And we're just gonna blast all 3 bombs, goblins, sorry, 3k each onto the lock to destroy him and prevent any further shenanigans once again. We did get a Setzer back onto the field, so we're going to have the options to dull freeze those backups now, which is pretty nice. And also the lightning if she eventually comes down. Or maybe, to be honest, Toby doesn't not play lightning, which could be an option. Just because Saz is there does not mean that you necessarily play the lightning, but there we are. So, Phoenix to kill the Moogle for 9k. Ensuring a nice and clean damage with Saz. Even though he could still play tomorrow if he wanted to, but that would be only during his turn, so we're going to see this later. So Saz should swing pretty soon, unless we do another thing. So we do play just a goblin. Edgar. Oh, this is the third one. That's savage. So there's no more Edgars. Only the... I believe he only has 2 in the break zone and 1 in damage. Or at least he would have liked to draw this one. But for sure, at least 2 Edgars are gone. So this is a pretty good hit from Toby. Sal is being played. Decides to go and search for a lock. Interestingly, the free CP legendary lock. So most likely means he's going to just play it right now. There we are. Reveal 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Please don't reveal another one. Thank you. Toby counting with his fingers now. They're joking about it. It's nice. They have a good attitude about it. So there's 2 Stragos. There's another Celis, and the other one is irrelevant. He just goes straight for the Strago, allowing him to have a special. Saz is a pretty small forward, so actually I think he already dies from the damage that Strago could inflict. Or let's say, hey, if you do damage me once more, I'm going to start dealing more and more damage with the Strago, as Strago inflicts, I believe, 2,000 power reduction for each damage that you took. If I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I am. So he'll be taking his time to think about his next move. This Celis could go a long way because, as I mentioned before, when she or sees party attacks from FX6 characters, forwards at least, she does great things. She can either dull freeze 2 characters, which would be free with Setzer, or allow you to get a FF6 forward back from your break zone. So it allowing him to get back those Edgars, for example. The demon entering the field. So we're just gonna call did he call it job or did he call the element? Okay, so Fabian is just considering that he's going to kill both because he's gonna use the goblin on the demon to ensure that he can attack, and he's just going to call ice twice, I believe. That would most likely be the call. So 7k twice. Celis does have 8k and would survive the first blast, so here we are. Draw a card, give haste, attack, call ice again, I actually know everything, so interesting. Does Celis and Locke share a... I don't believe they share a job. I'm a bit confused as to why both of them died, to be honest, unless Celis has only 7k, which I don't remember, but... Oh, Daj is immune. Yes, you're correct. Saz is immune due to Daj. I'm still a bit confused as to why both forwards die from the entry of the demon. But you guys will probably correct myself and explain it to me. Nonetheless, that's 5 damage taken. So Toby looking pretty good right now. Salis is 7k, so that's the reason why. Thank you very much. I don't know why I thought she was at 8k. So yeah, calling ice, killing both, and then you call water and you kill the Strago. Or you could just name his element. Doesn't really matter. I'm pretty sure he's only 7k himself. And we just go for the demon. We're gonna call the demon or the break zone. 1, 2, 3, 4. In response, he's gonna remove from the break zone to turn Phoenix into a forward, or yeah. So that means that he cannot kill it, and the demon is gonna seal the victory for Toby, putting himself ahead 2-1 and being 2-0 in this tournament. So congratulations to Toby. At the moment, we're going to switch. I'm going to try and get Toby to get into the interview. I know he's not very fond of those, but I'm going to try and get him back on the stream right now. So just hang on tight, and I'll be right back with Toby, hopefully, or something else or any other announcement. We did announce that the lunch break would be after round 3, so not this one, the one afterwards, and should be a 30 minutes lunch break. So stick around, and we'll keep you updated.
And we're back, so with this this round winner, Iver Toby. So how did you feel about the matchup? We did not have the deck list, unfortunately, so obviously you had the information. Could you tell me, for example, to begin with, what do you think of this format where you get the open deck list before the beginning of the round? What are your thoughts on it?
I'm not the biggest fan, but I'm also not totally against it. I think it's okay. I think it's very fair because you don't have to go to Instagram and Facebook, like, oh, what is this guy playing? He wasn't stream, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like the most important thing is that things are fair, right? But I think there's like a missed opportunity with like deck building. You can't do the sneaky stuff anymore. I mean, you still can because you only have 3 minutes for 2 deck lists, which is another thing I don't really like about. But all in all, I think it's interesting.
Yes.
Exciting. Yeah.
Did you make choices, for example, in this specific match or perhaps on round 1, where knowing what your opponent was playing, you were like, oh, maybe I should play this deck first because I have more chances of winning, etc. Like, does it affect your strategy actually?
Yes.
Yeah, so was the intended, let's say, one of the intended outcomes. So in this specific matchup, the first game obviously was rough for you. Like,
oh, you've noticed?
took a while for you to set up with the mono water, but the second one went pretty smoothly. We could tell already from the first turn, having the Sarah Princess Sarah, and then just rolling from there quite fast.
Yeah.
But on this one, it was a bit 50-50 until you just swinged everything in your favor afterwards. Obviously the Leviathan was pretty brutal, as we expect.
Yeah.
Why? Can you explain to us why did you do those deck choices, for example?
Okay. I can tell you some aspects of the choices because there is still a strategy.
Of course.
But I really liked the fire deck. I thought it was I don't know if you noticed, but my water deck has the Tidus starter deck.
Yes.
And the fire deck has the lightning starter deck. And I feel like the starter decks are just so good right now.
Yeah.
Like it's like they just to push, you give it a little bit of edge, they give it a little bit of extra power. And I don't know why, but they ended up like finding my way into the list. Like for the fire deck, I just like it a lot in general. Like 13 was really strong, but I didn't just want to throw my cards on the board and hope for the best. So I figured, why don't I just take the strong attacking elements of it and try to play like a mid to early controlled game, you know?
Really?
And 13 does that really well because you can just play Saz on 2, Lightning on 2. They become 1 with the Fang, like there's a 1 Fang. I think the fire deck is really strong.
I understand. Very well. And so for the water, why not pure water but still just earth?
Yunai is busted.
Fair enough.
Yeah. That's also the reason why I don't want to play / can't play, maybe should play Ashe, because Ashe is such a really good forward, right? But because of the Princess Sarah, my backup becomes Earth, and it's not water, and you need water for Ashe.
Oh, of course. Very well. I did notice the name switch, so that is my mistake. We'll fix it for next one. So what did you face, or what did you see, what do you expect to see on the upcoming rounds? What do you think are like the most represented decks?
Oh, I think mono water.
Yes.
There's probably a lot of 6 as well. Definitely not my fire 13.
I did see some people play it or something similar at least, but yesterday the LCQ, so two of them made top 8.
Oh,
so actually
wait, with 13 in it? Mono fire with 13?
Not with 13, but still pretty similar. But there was also some 13 in the deck list, but they did not make top. So yeah, like hope you're going to enjoy the remaining 4. Hopefully you get a good results. So thank you for coming.
Thanks,
and see you next time. Hopefully, and thank you. So for the next, we're now going to take a break, and we're going back to maybe some updates on the rest of the round, as I believe it's not finished yet. So 2 minutes left. Okay, so I can maybe give you some updates of the matches that are going on, and we'll come back with round 3. So thank you. See you soon. All right, everybody. So more changes to the setup. As you can see, I am once again still a bit small but centered. Now I'm not being cut. I can widely spread my wings. We did make the camera a bit bigger, everything, so it should still be improving. I also have better vision on you guys right in front of me. So we're all set for this round 3. I've selected a good matchup. I thought that we just saw Toby and Fabian. We did have Joshua, so what better way than to have Alex and Cox, so our second world champion of FFTCG, along with Callum, a very well-known player of the UK community as well. And I do have the deck list this time, so let's see. I did not see, but I think they both revealed red, so that means they're both going to be on deck A. So Alex and Cox is currently playing a mono water deck, so again with the 3 copies of Shinryu, and his secondary deck is Storm. So this is a pretty standard lineup that we see usually from the English community. Lewis Bennett, Burton Bennett also plays this deck list, I believe. And for the other side of Callum, we have FF6. Let's see, it does run 3 colors, so there is the Fiend over there as well as the Strago. And for deck B, it will be, let's see, it will be what seems to be a very similar deck to it's mono water. Yes, so mono water and FF6 for Callum. Interesting matchups once again. 2 very control decks for Alex. Obviously, Storm is a very good deck to validate second because you need the most, let's say, rounds, matches to try and fully validate it. It's not a very safe bet to do first, so I'm not surprised that he decided to take his deck A to begin with, so the mono water. It's a repairing. Oh. Well, you heard it live, folks. We're gonna repair. Sadly, it has to happen. Otherwise, it's not an FFTCG event. So I'm going to cut back shortly, coming back to you with all the information. I can also give you that somebody is currently working on the deck breakdown for the official Final Fantasy TCG Japanese Twitter, so I will also get access to this information. I will come back as soon as I have the information regarding the new repairing, so thank you very much for your patience in this matter, and see you soon. Thank you everyone for waiting. So the wait is over. The repairing took less time than we estimated. So Callum is going to be staying on the stream. And now his new opponent is going to be a Spanish player, Jordi Costal. So you already know Callum's decks. I'm going to remind you. So A is FF6 with water and fire and ice, and then mono water for the deck B. And Jordi's decks are going to be, let's see, that looks like Ice Lightning. Yes, this is, not Ice Lightning, sorry. Ice Earth, so very controlled deck once again. And the secondary would be also FF6, 3 elements with water, fire, and ice. So we could potentially see a mirror match. It wouldn't be surprising that they actually chose to both take this deck as the first game and just put it out of the way, because mirror matches are never fun to validate. But let's see, we'll see. They actually already selected the deck, so I did not see the information on the stream. Yes, of course, repairings at the Worlds would be something, but like we said, any event, we have to have a repairing. So let's see. Judging from their hands, I think I saw some fire cards, so I think we're indeed seeing our mirror match of FF6. Yes, correct for the left, and let's see for the right. This looks more watery. No, this is the, I think he's playing the Ice Earth. Yeah, Ice Earth. So Ice Earth against FF6. In the end, they're both playing their deck A's. Already Nero going to search for the Vice. Vice, of course, very strong card released recently for the Ice element. Why are they replacing some card game at this repairing tournament? We try to hide it, but apparently it's not... it's too obvious. You got us. So, again, the same play that we saw in the previous round. Interceptor into Sid. Sid goes search for luck. We're going to try and enable our draw engine directly on the next turn. We did pitch a Mog, so hopefully we still have one available in our hand in order to pay for free stuff. There's a Fizzless and a Redia being discarded. Redia is obviously a very turn 2 card, so I do hope he has a second copy of it. Which he does, there we go. So Redia allows you to go search for a summon and a job summoner that don't share the same element. So he's going to go and get Yunalesca as the summoner, and the summon is obviously going to be Earth. I wouldn't be surprised if you go get Ekatonkair. There we are. Ekatonkair is a very good card for AoE removal, and as all the every single forward except I believe the Demon and Mog are less than 8k, so they all die to the 8k AoE. So obviously good choice here for Jordi. He must know the matchup. Obviously he plays the deck himself. They know what's weak against it, or like, let's say strong against it, and weak too. Just passes after playing the Yunalesca. So Yunalesca, another key card to play, especially when you have the Vice Nero engine, allowing you to make both player discard at any point during your turn for just dulling her and discarding a card yourself. Here's the lock for 4. We're going to play apparently a 4... oh, you just paid it with the backup. So now we're going to play a Shadow, Reveal. We're revealing a Fiend. This is a water card. I don't believe this is the kind of card that he expected to see. So he just passes. Let me check on the deck list. Does Jordi play Robel Agbel? He does, but he does not have any, unfortunately does not have any crystal at the moment, which would have been the best possible play right here to just kill this luck with Robel. Instead plays a Scale Toad. So Scale Toad, very old, Opus 8 monster that recently came back onto the spotlight thanks to this deck. Whenever your opponent has 2 or more cards in their hand, they have to discard a card at the end of their turn. So it's a very annoying card that forces you to use more resources than you want to, and in order for you to commit, and then you get punished by the
ice forwards. Speaking of which, here is Nero. So again, allowing you to go search for a vice. So we know that he at least has 2 vices and another X-Burst. So this is an X-Burst factory right here. Kusit allowing you to get back a character from your break zone. I did not have this time to see what he chose. Okay, did not chose yet. He does get the Robo. He discarded it earlier. Still needs the crystal, as we said, but probably he has or is expecting to draw those crystal backups. Let's see. Nonetheless, pretty nice turn so far. Another lock trigger. Reveals a Gao, so back attack, not very surpriseful anymore, but still, it's there. And the Scale Toad is going to trigger and discard a Sabin, end of turn. FF6 likes to have cards in hand, but as he already has some kind of board set up with lock, I believe the Scale Toad is not that bothering him. You will rely more on Edgar draws and then be able to be a big turn on one swoop. Shantoto otherwise is saying, I don't want to see you, please get out. Opus 1 Shantoto, one of the most broken cards and still being used to this day. Color fixes, rafts, everything's removed. Thank you very much. We are now at 4 backups and our opponent has to answer with a fewer hands. So this is all getting together for Jordi right now, and he seems to going even further with Biblos. So now we have the full discard capabilities enabled. We have Vice with Nero, we have the Yunalesca, and we have the Biblos. So we're going to start pretty soon to see some crazy dull freeze going on. Well, maybe it's related. We don't know. This is technically the final countdown to decide who's going to go to the World Championship. So, could be related. But other than that, the final countdown is an awesome song. So, that's fine. Probably because the band is European also. The algorithm of YouTube is doing some crazy things in the search. So, Callum has not yet played anything yet on his turn. Rereading the Scale Toad, making sure how many cards it is that he has to discard. 4, so 2 max. So this is where it gets tricky. Like, you have to choose wisely which cards you want to play because you only can play so few with the Scale Toad on play. So this seems like an Edgar. There we are. Most likely is going to retrieve at least 1 Sabin, and I believe at least perhaps a Luck. But the Luck is not going to do much because he doesn't have enough CP to pay him. So in this situation, oh, okay, never mind. You're not getting anything. Just Miss Dragon. This looks very rough for Callum now. The Scale Toad and no breaks. It's just going to be atrocious. He does get the Sabin. He had another one in hand, fortunately, so he does have a removal of AK on his turns. But if Jordi somehow drew another Ekantonkair, I would not be surprised to see a, like, not scoop right now, but still it's going to be impossible to come back from. Yes, that's what I meant, actually. I didn't mean they were from Europe. I meant their name is Europe. Sorry. So for 2, we're playing the Arcanist. A very strong card against certain decks. You just call for an element. What am I saying? You call for a number, and every forward of that cost cannot attack. Here we're doing Yunalesca. So Yunalesca is gonna make you discard. Biblos triggers. Sabin is dull. Of course, you're not gonna dull the Edgar because Edgar would just get reactivated by the Sabin. I am reading. I have the time to do so. I'm pretty multitasking, so don't hesitate to ask, of course, FFTCG related questions, not everything. Mog for free, just because we can. And we're going to swing with Edgar. Another X-Burst. Okay, this is this is looking very favorable to Jordy. He has the EX gods in his favor. This is the third Vice, mind you. I don't think he has discarded a single one of the ones he searched for yet. So, yeah, Callum knows that he has to deal with 3 Vices already. Okay, no X-Burst this time. What is this? Let me check. I do not recognize this card. Is that Krista? Oh, it's Krista, okay. In this angle, it's a bit weird. So this is Krista, another Opus 18 monster that makes you randomly discard. Not too many cards make you randomly discard nowadays. Always appreciated, though. And the Akadonkire, oh my god, yeah, this is rough. This is really rough. I mean, he's still 0 forwards, so if he top decks Celis and Locke, or at least Locke that reveals Celis, he could finish him right now. But did he do it? Okay, Locke is one thing. Make you discard. I believe after the Akadonkire, he should not have that many cards left in his hand. Attack with the Mog. Obviously, we're going to give a haste to Locke. Here we are. Do we have an answer? We don't, so we're going to discard an additional card due to the damage. And I believe that leaves him with 0 cards in hand. No, he does have one still. Okay, so Jordy needs to really answer now. We already seen him use 2 Akadonkires. I don't believe he has a third one. If he does, that would be scandalous, but still the Moogle would survive. He needs to start playing those Vices. We saw him discard 1, perhaps 2 actually, from this Locke play. And reminding you that Vice now at damage 5 is not targetable anymore and has 9k, so should be the time to do it. Biblos, no cards in hand, so no Dull Freeze. X-Burst, though, that is something. Is he going to choose to do it? Yes, there is seagulls in background. I'm surprised you heard that, but yeah. Oh, Physalis. So obviously he has no card in hand, so we're just gonna Dull Freeze both. Dull Freeze and draw, sorry. So it's both of the effects. So Dull Freeze Mog, obviously, is the biggest forward. And Rufus is going to Dull Freeze the second one. So there we are. So we're finally a bit safer. And now with the Biblos enabled, we're going to ensure that every single turn, if this Biblos and this Rufus survive, 2 forwards are going to get a Dull Frozen. But that is if Callum keeps a card in hand, obviously. Now he needs to just play everything he has in his hand. Yeah, I believe Callum would have vastly preferred to draw the legendary free CP lock from Opus 20 rather than Opus 4-1. But still. Back to Jordy. The Dull Freeze has begun, as I said. This is really looking hard now. So again, this is already Dull Frozen, so you can maybe just Dull Freeze something else, or maybe do you want to draw? Drawing doesn't seem too bad here, to be honest. But no, he's going to start on the backups. Interceptor, of course. We don't want to give haste to anything. 3 damage. So far, we're dodging pretty good stuff. Not like FF6 has a lot of forwards, experts, rather, excuse me. But still, all the ones that exist would be annoying, as either Luck would make him draw, or Terra would kill the Rufus right here, or worse, the Biblos. We're gonna pay 3. play Shinryu. Oh, so it was 5. I probably discarded. We're gonna go get a card. I would not be surprised if you went to get the tech monster here. He does still have 2 CP available. Jordy's still thinking about a search. He went to get another copy of Physalis to ensure the special, which is also a very good valid point. At this point, the tech doesn't do much. Like, you don't want to kill those. You want them to stick on the board. This is actually true. You can just dull freeze them in every single turn. Perhaps he actually has Shinryu on hand. We don't know. So he has a board wipe. For sure, there won't be any haste on this turn anyway. So he can freely wait for his turn to come back and reactivate everything to pay for it. Umaro right now can only kill Rufus, which is also not ideal. Yes, you're correct also. If he does have the CP to pay for it in his hand, Arcanist can prevent any hastened forward from attacking, so this is a very good thing. He does have the Hess. There we are. Still does the Umaro to kill the Rufus, but once again, like we said, he could just play a new one and dull freeze the Interceptor once again. But I think the Arcanist angle, like you guys said, regarding the saving yourself from a haste is still the best. And anyway, we dull freeze with Biblos, not Biblos, with Physalis. And I think this is going to be game 1, to be honest with you. Jordy at 6 damage with... Still with 3 good X-Bursts that helped him set up at the beginning of the game, let's not lie. Is going to probably, yes, there we are, the scoop, take game 1. So congratulations to him for the first game. Stayed confident and cold-headed against the aggression of FF6. And we're now going to move on to the next deck. Well, let's see if Callum decides to stay on FF6 against the FF6 of Jordy. Are we going to see a mirror match? Or does he favor the mono water odds against FF6? It's up to him to choose. Control decks are always appreciated to see, but unfortunately now there's a bit too many aggro options that don't let them live or being played out the way they're meant to be played. So it's always nice to see when a deck manages to do so. It took him a bit longer. There should have been a bit more. We didn't see a single Vice being played. We didn't see a single Robolag been played, but still he got there. The 2 good Ikatankair managed to clear the board, and the Shinryu as well. So everything he went for his deck with the X bursts, and then ensured that every single card he drew was crucial and ensured him the win. Players are provided with the opponent deck list. They get them at the beginning of the round for 2 minutes only, so that's 1 minute per deck list, and then they announce which deck do they want to play. So they do play knowing very well, or at least they should, what each player is playing. So we're going to feed the FF6 matchup. Kind of makes sense, I guess. We already have the Moogle, so I don't believe this is this is a Moogle that makes fire as well. So we have both colors already enabled. Callum is doing the exact same start as game 1. Interceptor into Sid, into Lock, standard play, and passes. Are we going to get at least 1 fire backup for Jordy? It doesn't seem so. I think he only has a fire forward, if I'm not mistaken. That would not be very good. We do want to set up ourselves. I hope at least he has another backup, but let's see. Yes, he has Sid. Yeah, it is true, but this is part of the fun. Maybe people with photographic memory or just good text memory have an advantage of remember every single card. But in this kind of situation, I believe at least what I would do would be to just look for the key cards that are either uncommon or very strong against my decks, and just remember those, as you usually know at this level of play. Reminding you, this is the European Championship. These players have all been through a lot of major events, so they should know the in and outs of most decks already. So if you know the major game plan, just try and remember the little special things that give them an edge and might beat you. So just try and remember those. Any one-offs, etc., etc. So we do see a Locke being played, and then an Edgar that is trying to get back a Celis from Opus 15, and I believe that is a Sabin from Opus 19. Then we just play the Sabin for 1, and we're gonna play this Shadow, reveal again, and we get another Edgar. So already Jordi here knows that he has to deal with another copy of Edgar if he does get rid of it. So obviously an FF6, unless there's some kind of interceptor haste shenanigans with the demon, whoever gets out Edgar and Sabin first is in a major winning situation. Because you can either kill the Edgar before he gets the Sabin back from the break zone, or just answering to the Edgar. But anyway, you have the first strike, so this is very crucial. Notes, unfortunately, are not allowed in this CCG. You're not allowed to take any kind of notes on a paper. So, no, you cannot say, oh, he already played this one from the deck list, so I know he doesn't have any more, etc., etc. So yeah, Callum looking pretty good now. He has 4 free cards in hand? 3 forwards, 3 backups. Jordi has to take his time here to think, because obviously it's not a very comfortable position, especially because he only has 1 fire CP available for him. He does use it. So there's a monk, there's a treasure hunter, and there's a king. 7, 8, and 9k. He still chooses to call the job monk to kill the Sabin. And yeah, so basically if now just Callum's top decks another Sabin, this is going to be a very rough match, because Jordi just discarded 3 cards to just kill a Sabin. That's going to cost 1, so not ideal. From the looks of it, he didn't. So let's see what Callum is going to decide to do. I think I just saw a Celis Opus 15. That could be a play. You could just play her. You make your opponent discard, and then you just dull freeze 2. Oh, so we have a Celis revealed out of the Setzer that we just played. So this changed things. You can just party attack with Locke and Edgar and just dull freeze the demon. That is perfectly fine. You don't need to overcommit. But he's still going for the discard, I believe, with Celis. Yes, easy going to give haste. Perhaps he was hoping for a fire card to give haste to Celis. But here we are. He didn't draw it. So dull freeze, dull freeze. It doesn't matter, because obviously Celis can do it even if she's not party attacking. So dull freeze the demon with Setzer. Dull freeze 2 backups with Celis. And you take a point of damage. Pretty solid right now from Callum's side. Luck, please, only 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is gonna be a meme now. You gotta get used to it. So we have an Interceptor, we have a Celis Opus 15, we have a Celis Opus 20, and a Sabin. Nothing's really helping right now. I guess the best choice would be the Interceptor, but now you're not really in a good position to set up. So perhaps the Celis is the best. Or if you do have the Edgar, etc., you try and go for the Sabin. But this is tough. This is tough. Okay, this is valid. Yeah. There we are. Shuffles everything back on the bottom. And we just go for the Umaro. The Umaro is most likely going to kill the Celis before we enter, or like when we enter battle phase, because otherwise the Celis is going to be very troublesome. The worst that could happen right now is if Callum has a Sabin and Callum is able to boost this Celis to 9k and that she doesn't die on Umaro. Has he done the trigger for... I don't think he is done the trigger for luck for this Umaro. I'm gonna go... Yeah, there's a trigger missed for the Setzer, not Setzers, for the luck. We didn't reveal from Umaro. I'm just gonna quickly go and tell the players and be right back. There we are. Quickly enough. This is just a caution, it's not intentional. I don't see why you would not want to draw a free card. So we have another log being played? Or no, okay, Strago X Bursts, reveal, we pick another copy of Strago. I did not update the damage while all this was happening. So the situation has not changed. We keep this Demon Doll frozen because obviously he's going to kill us if we don't. The Mog comes down though. This is going to Doll freeze the Moogle, removing the first strike. We also get to draw a card. This is starting at damage free. And we doll free to play the Strago, reveal 4. Oh, the Edgar seems like a nice pick. Yeah, there you go, pick it. Everything back at the bottom, so we ensure that next turn we have the Sabin Edgar play. But once again, we are leaving another additional turn to our opponent to play more stuff and dig through their deck to get their own Sabin, which would pretty much kill the whole thing. So let's see what happens. It's a very one-sided matchup when you think about it. It's like once Callum had the head, was ahead, it's really just him being in a responsive state. Whatever his opponent does, he's just going to answer and deny him and stay ahead. And this is basically what it is. Celis now giving haste to Luck trigger. And she's gonna doll a lot of characters. And this looks like lethal. He just needs to parry attack twice and we're done here. Oh no, sorry, it's not this Luck. You just attack with everybody. He still even has the Interceptor if he wants to give haste to something. DD, yeah, he did do the log trigger this time. Yeah, he has too many cards in hand. For sure he did it. At this point, Callum is thinking, should I overcommit? I have lethal on board. I know this deck does not play summon. What could happen? Let's just swing. I believe this is the best thing to do. Still chooses to play an additional card because why not? Just to ensure if something dies, we never know. Maybe a Strago special could come down from a Lock X-Burst or from a... Actually, no, only from a Lock X-Burst. If there's a Lock X-Burst, he could get a copy of Strago, which would enable him to do the special. So I believe this is why he played the Sabin. But if there's no Strago here... No, you're done. Congratulations to Callum for making it 1-1. So both FF6 decks clashing against each other. And in the end, we're going to finish this game, this match with both deck Bs. So the Mono Water against FF6 that we just saw on stream. That was a fast one, to be honest. Like I said, everything was one-sided until the end of the game. So Callum just... Oh, judge call. Being on. Yeah, extra damage. Well, you know now, speaking of 8 damage, did you know that with the new Garnet promo that is available in stores near you that qualify for World Championship, you can now go up to infinite damage because you don't lose the game? We'll perhaps show the card later if you have not seen it, but the promotional card for the World Championship this year is a Garnet that has been drawn by Maitsuda-san and has a special ability that says if you control, I believe, 7 FF9 forwards, you cannot lose the game. So technically you could go to infinite damage. But still, irrelevant to the 8 damage situation. Just a funny note to comment on. If this card sees play, I would be very surprised, but I will also be very pleased because I think it's a very nice card to begin with for the artwork. And for the old players, everyone knows for a long time that we've seen some cards that go against the rules technically, or at least suggest stuff that go against the rules. So to finally have some kind of card that go this way is pretty nice to enjoy. Like there's stuff that says when you take 6 damage or more. So like, but if I take more than 6 damage, I'm dead. Like no, now I'm not dead anymore. So Skyen starts, not the best thing you want to see from Jordy. Let's see how Callum fares. So Callum for the backup. So of course has the same lineup as everybody: Geomancers, Oracle, Garden, Alchemists, and Sarah. Does not play Princess Sarah, so only Sarah that goes search for other princesses. And oh, he does run a Hilda, so yeah, he has several targets for the Sarah. So here we are. Sarah goes and get Gordon. Probably not play it now unless you have a 4 CP. Yep, he's just gonna play it next turn and draw 2. Way better. Sitting comfortably at 5 cards in hand. Oh, this is really a weak... Like, this is a sign of weakness. When you play Terra backup, just because you need a backup, you're in a terrible shape when you play FF6. Because you do not profit from anything of her enter the field abilities. She can either get back a summon from your break zone, which you don't play any summons in this deck, or she can kill... deal up to 8k, deal 8k rather, not up to 8k to a dull forward. So you're not doing either of those things right here. Laporte, so draw 2, put 1 under the deck, pretty solid. And apparently Gordon. And we're just going to do the draw 1, not the draw 2 and discard 1. So still pretty solid play from Callum. Setting up slowly. He can take the time to do so. We discard. His opponent's deck is not going out as fast as it should be, so he can take all the time he wants for now. I mean, even now the worst that could happen is another Sid or something that goes get finally for the forwards he's looking for, but even the Sid is pretty slow. Oh, he's playing Shadow. Okay, so this is a card that not everyone plays. So Shadow reveals 5. You can get to play a backup of cost 2. No, you can add a backup to your hand from those 5, and then you have the possibility to play a 2-cost backup. So he did add the Sid. Unfortunately, it's cost 3, so we're still going to pay for it. And apparently, Callum has a... No, okay, he was just thinking. No answer to the activation of Sid. We do not have Interceptor, so this Shadow does not have plus 1k and haste. So just not really menacing right now. Kageyama-san in his Gunslinger deck, well, one of his Gunslinger decks also plays FF6 and does play this Shadow as well. I was surprised because usually in Gunslinger decks he likes to bring future Opus cards. I'm surprised he didn't bring the Opus 21 Shadow, but we'll take it. Which is also a very sick card. So let's see now, what is Callum going to do to answer this? Another Loporit. This looks like Ash is gonna be dropped on this Shadow pretty soon. At least this is what it looks like. Yep, there we are. Always nice to guess the plays. And just pass, so we got rid of the big bad boy. Ooh, free CP lock. Let's reveal 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not one more, please. What is the top card? Oh, that's Unicorn. So the Unicorn, another Empire Gestalian Empire Sid, Celis Opus 15, and finally a 2 CP Interceptor that we're going to happily add to our hand. Do we have the Fire CP to pay for it? No, we don't yet, but we can discard the Moogle to produce water and play the Moogle. This Ash is just gonna swing, isn't it? Yep, there we are. The Fiend. That's a good card, actually, that you want to see in the damage, because at some point you're going to have to deal with it, especially because you actually played that many summons. And he always cancels the first summons in your turn. Graziella being played, adding a little crystal. We now have, how many characters is this? We have 6, so she can deal 12k. Very solid. Let's make this 14. With a blue worm, draw 1. And pass. Draw 2. I would not be surprised to see the Interceptor being played now, unless he really wants to get rid of the Graziella right now before she starts getting and ramping up more crystals. But that is only if he has Edgar or Sabin in hand, as I believe he does not have a single one in the break zone. Yep, he does not. 4 cost. What are we playing for 4 cost? Is that Celis? No, it's the Fiend. He did have another copy in hand. And just pass. So now the first summon every turn is going to be denied. But he's just going to say, hey, I'm just going to special you. Thank you. So that's 2 demons taken care of. Let's see if he still has copies of... I'll check if he has copies of Leviathan to go get them back. What am I saying? There's no Leviathans. Of course he cannot. The only option he has to retrieve this, the Fiend, would be the Celis Opus 15. I don't know why. I see a water card. I just assume they play water. I'm not used to see water in FF6. Oracle, another crystal. So, yep, another feeding tool for Graziella. And we play a Tomberry to just draw an additional card and pass. So we're just going to slowly eat Jordy up while we remove all of his resources that he's direly playing for. Keep in mind, we did not play the Interceptor yet, so we're still at 4 backups. Strago, 1, 2, 3, 4. Setzer, another copy of Strago, which looks very promising. The Moogle is also very nice. Yep. So he decides to take the Moogle. We're just gonna dull freeze. I believe it will be Ash. No other reason to freeze anything else. And draw a card. Ooh, he's considering. I mean, come on. Why would you target Graciela? Yep, there we go. Ash, draw one. And we do have the Sabin. Not doing much right now. It's just like he's there to smash stuff, suplex stuff on the next turn and attack. We could still see an Edgar being dropped on the next turn, so why not? I just realized I put the damage wrong. There we are. I think there's some confusion on how the Sabin got paid for, but it's because Callum did not know it was the Moogle that could produce fire, because the cards are most likely in Spanish. What is going on? We have a Lightning being dropped, 3 forwards to 4, so we get to remove, and I believe Strago has been targeted. Oh, Amaterasu being played. Never mind, he does play some summons. He plays 2 Amaterasus and 1 Unicorn. So the Lightning effectively dead. We did not have another copy in hand, unfortunately, for the special. And we're gonna play a 3rd monster, second Blue Worm. I do not quite understand your question, Amaganif, but like, are you trying to fuse Parasite Eve and FF7 together? Is that what you're going for? So Celis is doing a massive 4 forwards doll here. I don't think you want to target the Titus though. That would be bad. So we're showing him a copy of the card just to make sure he can read it. I think he wants to know if it's choose the maximum amount or up to. So it's just been confirmed it's up to. So obviously we're not going to target the Titus. And now we have a sweet little party attack with 4 to get rid of all these forwards available for us. Two cards in hand being asked. Most probably that means that he has an answer. Let's see what it is. A Kuchulain would not be too surprising. Just Kuchulain the Salis here. And he just goes for 4. Why is he saying no, 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 no? Oh yeah, he does not have Setzer. That is correct. Setzer is not here. He cannot party attack. Callum, quick on the call. I just assumed Setzer is always here. And I believe Jordy also did. So, no board wipe here. Only 3 characters can party attack together. Not 4. You could still do 2 party attacks with Strago and Mog and then Celis and Locke to inflict 2 damage and go over everything, but still. Sag in Chief, not very experty. And we're just going to main phase 2 and just play Umaro and pass. A Leviathan here would be pretty bad, but so is a Shinryu. Does he have a Materasu? I don't believe he does. Even if he did, I don't think he has the card in hand to pay for it. So this is going to be a board wipe, folks. Yep. Just going to happily discard 3 and kill all 6 forwards. And this is most likely going to be game because he still has a card in hand to discard for the Tomberry to transform it into a forward. He does kill the Graziella first, so we have 5 attackers still. Let's see the experts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. 1, 2, 3. This is over, folks. Congratulations to Callum. You're also right, but no, Shinryu is up to 3 more than the opponent. I think that they had the same cost, didn't they? Perhaps he had 3 and 6, so actually you're right. He should have only cost 2. I'm going to tell Callum about it. But nonetheless, Callum goes safely 2-1. I believe he's now 3-0 before the lunch break, so congratulations to him. I'm going to go get... that's for the results. So we're just going to go get the guest, as you can read here, in a few seconds with Callum. And it's for the interview and summarize a bit of this matchup that was pretty hard on game 2. So see you in a few seconds. We'll be right back for an interview. And we are back with this round's winner, Callum. Congratulations. So now 3-0.
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to pretty much ask the same questions I've asked to Toby on the previous interview. Can you give me your thoughts, for example, for starters, on the format of this Europeans, as it's quite a unique one and the first time we've done it, so on the both open deck list thing?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the open deck list thing, because obviously a lot of the times people, when they innovate for when they come to events, obviously I haven't, but I know a lot of people that have, the element of surprise is such a big factor when it comes to good deck building and catching people off guard. So obviously with open deck lists, like you know what I've got already.
The surprise is gone.
Yeah. So even though you might not know what the cards like together do. You know what the cards are, so you can be like, well, that card wants to do that. You can just work it out based on what the list is.
So this is the malice, let's say. What are the good perks of it? Obviously.
I mean, obviously, it's helpful information knowing what two decks I'm going to be playing against. But again, I would rather focus on the fact that I know what my two decks do, and I just want to beat your two decks.
Does it still affect what you're choosing first in some matches?
Oh yeah, definitely. So in round 2, my opponent was playing Earth, Lightning, Chaos. So I figured, well,
no FF6.
No FF6. So if I lead mono water, which is a very good matchup because these Chaos 9 times out of 10 will cost 9.
Yeah.
So in regards to that, like it definitely impacts on what decks you're going to choose.
Of course.
But then obviously sometimes when you look at two decks and you think, I have no idea what my two decks do against those, you just go with what your deck you think is strongest anyway, which blind pick you would do.
Sure. So what do you think are the decks that are the most represented today at this event?
I've seen
for the weekend.
a lot of FF6, not just the 50 card, but also the regular version, free color version. Like FF6 is everywhere.
Yeah.
Mono Water, very popular. Obviously, NA, they had their nationals last week.
Gary didn't help.
FF6 and Mono Water were quite well represented there.
Correct.
I've actually seen quite a few FF13. I know there was 2 in top cut at American nationals, but normally with European players, we don't tend to
we don't go aggro.
Go full on aggro. We tend to play more control games,
Mid-range,
or mid-range. Yeah, so it's a bit of a surprise seeing as much aggro as I have seen.
Speaking of control, what did you think of the Ice Lightning matchup? He did quite a comeback on you, didn't he?
Well, it helped. Damage
The
1 Nero,
experts, of
damage 2
course.
Kusif, damage 3 Nero. Without them,
I think he would have lost. I agree.
like even if he only hit 2, like he's still like 1 card down. Where the fact that he hit 3 experts and they were
6
all in a
CP
row,
is too much.
when I didn't purposely put him down to 0, but I felt I was in a really good position before the EX bursts. But then again, that's the game, innit? You got.
Yeah.
I could not attack, but I chose to think, I'm in a good position. If I attack and he doesn't hit an X burst, I'm like 2 to 3 turns, I can just kill him. But sometimes that's just not how it works out.
The funny thing was that even though he technically searched for free vices, he didn't play a single one in the end.
I was like, eventually I clocked that I have to have 0 in hand. Whereas at the beginning I was keeping, I was like, I'll scale 2, I'll just go down to 1, I'm fine. And then obviously Unileska, Vice, Rufus, they just punish you for that. So I misplayed quite a lot at the beginning, keeping 1 card in hand. And then I hit a lock on the X-Burst and I just didn't activate it. So then I was like,
I saw that. Yeah.
He will just get extra value off me for absolutely no reason. And then the minute that was sort of happening, I already knew the game was a bust.
There's the kind of matchups. It's like yesterday when we were playing in the pub. Like I play Storm, you're playing against Ice Lightning.
Yeah.
As soon as you have your Zidane, you're just empty your hand every single turn, and you cannot do a single thing. So it's pretty much some matchup specifics. You need to know the ins and outs, like we were saying. So obviously, having access to the deck list is a huge plus.
Yeah, definitely.
So far, I think Toby gave the same answer. There's things he likes about it. There's things he doesn't like about it. He mentioned the exact same thing of the element of surprise and tech cards.
Yeah.
So I agree for this, but still, even though like you have the lists, even if you know the cards, I think sometimes the tech cards can still surprise you.
Well, that was sort of what I was saying earlier.
And also, like, you don't assume they're gonna draw it. You forget about it, and then you just forget. People were saying that 2 minutes, 1 minute per deck list, supposedly, is too short, so that you cannot remember everything. So you're just bound to miss one card that's gonna bite you in the back later on. But yeah, so we'll see. So now it's going to be a lunch break. We're going to see for how long. Once I have the information, we'll put the timer on the screen. So good luck for the rest of the 3 rounds remaining. So a good start for the first half, and hope to see you in the top cut tomorrow.
Fingers crossed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cal. And see you soon for the rest. Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome back after this lunch break for the fourth round out of 6 of the European Championships 2023. We have an international matchup here with a French player with Clément Ned of his nickname Soisson against Raphael Klein from Germany, both sporting very unique decks. At least one of the two is unique. We have for deck A of Raphael a Cloud Pod. So this is a deck that we have not seen yet. Working around the Opus 11 starter deck Cloud. Perhaps you have already seen this deck work out, but it's pretty interesting to see the plays that you're able to do with this deck. And his deck B would be a standard mono water deck that we've seen already on stream several times. And Ned, which was top 2 yesterday of the LCQ, only lost to Marco Grammatica in the finals, is sporting on his deck A a mono fire deck, no FF13 shenanigans like we saw with Toby, purely fire. And for his second deck, an Ice Lightning. So this is going to be our first Ice Lightning deck featured on stream. Will the deck list be posted anywhere? There will be a post made on FF Decks and also on the official report, but I think it will be mostly for the top 32 or top 16, so you can expect this to be posted sometime later, but not at the moment. We do have a deck breakdown that perhaps is finished. I will try and see if it is done by the end of this round and just give you a little preview of all the number of decks that are most present and see if the interviewed people were right and myself about the most popular decks that are present during this weekend. So once again, people making sure that they have the correct colors for the decks. We're gonna be going into this game pretty soon. Expect a lot of French people to be happy to see Clément after the performance that he did yesterday on stream. It's currently 2-1, so this is a 2-1 and 2-1, I believe. This is still table 5, mind you, so even being 2-1, they're still on pretty high tables, being in the top 16. So all hopes are not dead to go into the top. And they've initiated their 2 minutes review of the deck lists. In order to make this unified, of course, we asked every player to write their deck list in English so that everyone can have access to the same language when they read, so that they don't waste time having to translate the deck list in German or English or Spanish, so everyone knows what they're looking at the first glance. And of course, they can share any thoughts that they have while talking to each other during the deck list check. What to say? So for the monofire, it's monofire good stuff, GS as we call it. So really only valuable forwards that bring a lot of pressure with the fire. So we have the rain that costs less every time you have more backups. You have the Ilua, that the more backups you have, the more damage he does. The Lunaf, the more forwards you have, the more fearsome he is. And then obviously only backups that either blast stuff or go search for more stuff, like the Princess Goblin that enables you to go search for the Goblin package that we saw in Toby's deck already. And of course the everlasting Ifrit Amaterasu combo in the summons. So that is for the deck A of Ned. The Ice Lightning, so the deck we have not seen yet. Very popular in France, a bit also in the UK. Not very popular at all in the NA, we did not see it too much. So you combine the strengths of Lightning for the Dull Freeze and also the tools that you have with XDef, the Alcid also, and obviously Sephiroth, the multi-element Sephiroth Legendary for Opus 18, to completely overwhelm your opponent by denying them their resources with the discard package that we saw earlier in the Ice Earth deck from Jordi. So it will be interesting to see. And of course the Mono Water that we already seen in 2 separate occasions already out of the 3 rounds, so we don't need to go over that one anymore. Obviously here I think Raphael has a very tough choice to do because Mono Water is very favored against Mono Fire but is extremely weak against Ice Lightning. even though it's not a 9 out of 10 matchup for Ice Lightning because there are still experts existing. But I don't expect that we're going to see the Mono Water gamble on his side for the first game. I expect him more to play the Cloud Pod, as it is the hardest out of the 2 decks, I think, to validate. I think Ned is going to confidently take Monofire as his first deck because it's very good against Cloud Pod, having access to the Brynhilder and Overblast that will kill the Cloud Pod before he gets to do his effects. And he's not too shabby against Mono Water as well. So let's see. Deck A and Deck A, which makes it Pod against Mono Fire. So there we go. The guess is correct on both ends. The Cloud Pod is going to face the Mono Fire. Yes, exactly. It was popular in the deck breakdown, but they didn't make Tub Cut, which is understandable because against Mono Water and at least the version that was being played with the Shinryu, and the Storm decks and any other decks, you're not really favored. So Mono Fire against Cloud Pod. So for Cloud Pod, the deck, I'm going to use the feature because I think this card is really one of the ones that we should talk about. So just a second. All right, so the game is ongoing. I tried to look for the card, but to no avail. First off, we have an Aerith, so just gonna pay it by removing and getting back an FF7 character. Then she just gets punished by Mont Blanc. We answer by just putting Chidier, and we go on. So the point of Cloud Pod, it's a 2 CP Earth forward with 5k power. For a doll and putting an FF7 forward in the break zone, you're able to go and search in your deck for a forward of cost 1 more than the one that you put in the break zone and play it into the field. And the way the deck is built, you're able to do this effect multiple times, which eventually floods the board of they're very powerful forwards. Like there's Warrior of Light, there's Yuffie. There's also, I believe, some deck lists were playing Fina, but I don't see Fina in this deck list. And you can abuse the Barret starter that costs whose ability costs 0 if a forward has been put into the break zone this turn, and you can just kill stuff over and over again. But here it's going to be a bit hard for him to do so against Fire, which has a lot of answers to the Cloud, and kill it before he gets to get the haste. I did not get to see which card you'd get back from Terra, but I believe it should have been ever in a Materia or an Ifrit. Then we have, I forgot the name of this one. It's Polk. Polk getting back a Jessie, apparently. No, it's a wedge, sorry. From the break zone. We throw the wedge again and play the Cloud Pod. There he is. He's on the table. On his motorbike. Amaterasu back from Terra. Okay, so basically here, either Ned as Brynhilder or Ifrit, or some nasty stuff are going to happen next turn. So he really needs to hope that he had an answer. Ilua is also something, but he needs another backup. So she has haste, and whenever she attacks, you get to inflict 3,000 plus 2. So 3,000 plus 1,000 for each backup you have. So it's exactly 5, which means that we have the first 2 damage for Ned, and we secured the kill on this first Cloud Pod. And I believe this is the second one that we see here in the damage zone, so not really looking good for Raphael right now. You can do stuff without a Cloud Pod, but it's obviously better if you can abuse of it. But yeah, right now he's not in a good position. We do see the Barret here in his hand on the top card. So this is the Opus 11 Barret starter. We're gonna pitch it again with another card to play the Cecil. Cecil is gonna allow us to play a cost 4 less. It's most likely going to be an Aerith, I think, that we see here. And we're gonna get back the Cloud Pod from our break zone. And just hope that this time he doesn't die. Oh, perhaps we're going for the Barret? Okay, this is still an... Okay, he prefers to take 2 other cards rather than the Cloud and the Barret. I thought it would be Barret and Cloud, but I think he's just understood that now the Cloud is not an option anymore. Let's see how he goes. Of course, now Cecil making it a bit harder to be targeted by the fires, summons, and abilities, requiring you to pay 2 additional CPs every time you target something. Always a good card to have against those type of decks. Actually a winning card by itself in certain specific matchups. Most likely Ice Lightning, for example. So this is a card that we should look for in the next matchup if the Mono Fire manages to validate its win on this game. Party attack. Ilua still triggers, but he can just choose to not target anything, and even if he does have to, he can just choose not to pay. He's going to obviously kill the Ilua, which is the threat here, but we got rid of the Aerith. Aerith is also a good card to get rid of because obviously you can activate her effect afterwards to go and get even more FF7 cards, but we don't want our opponent to do so. We play a selfie. We're going to get back a forward from the break zone. We do not get to see on the camera, unfortunately, which one it is. It's Ilua. There it is. And just pass. There will be deck lists, do not worry. Perhaps they won't be advertised here during the live stream on this channel, but do not hesitate to follow any other official social media of the FFTCG. That is on Twitter or the official groups on Facebook. You have the Final Fantasy Trading Card Game Europe group, as well the FFTCG Twitter account that tweets in both English and Japanese. So we did point of damage with Cecil, and then we attack with Yuffie to reactivate everything. Yuffie is now untargetable. And no damage, just Fire Hedgehog. I don't remember this card's name in English, I'm very sorry. I can just check it directly here. It's the Hedgehog Pie. Yes, I do have visibility on the chat, so do not hesitate to interact with me as I do interact with you. Very more pleased than to do so. So we have a Geomancer being dropped along with another Geomancer. So Geomancer Factory here just to reach 5 backups. So we're on a very stable state of board now. 5 backups to 2. We still need to get rid of this Cecil. This Yuffie is also going to be a real pain to get rid of. If you don't get rid of her on the first turn before she gets to attack, she's basically impossible to kill afterwards for fire, because she's just going to get untargetable every single time. He is a bit greedy in the fact that he attacks first with Cecil and then wants to activate it with Yuffie, meaning that Yuffie is still targetable right now. And I believe that he has far more than enough resources to just do an Ifrit for 1 and then discard a card in order to do the 10k for Yuffie, but not for now as we don't seem to have the Ifrit. So 2 more damage in the favor of Raphael. Barrett's being played for 1 as we already have an Avalanche operative, so he only costs 1. There you are. So the link to the official FFTCG Facebook group has been posted, and you can be sure that the deck list will be posted later on tomorrow at the latest, or maybe after the event over there if you want to check anything else, or if you just want to browse to have all the informations for the game. Yes, that would have been also a solution. I mean, an eventuality. If he Amaterasu'd the fact that Yuffie wants to reactivate and makes your Sandfront targetable, and then you inflict 2k with Terra. That would have been a thing. Well, do not hesitate. So I believe this is French, so Enjolras le Chimiste. The deck plays very similarly to this card game, as the producer of the card game is an ex-pro player, and you would have no problem at all stepping into FFTCG. So if you need any valuable assets or resources, this is where you can find them, and on the official website as well. So here we see a demon being played. They have a discussion, I think, about what does the demon do. Here, obviously, I think you're just going to call Paladin. There you are, and just kill it. 8k to Cecil. We've happily discarded the card, so that's one less annoying card we have to deal with, and we're just going to pass. If this card now is able to survive for a turn, most probably we're just going to call Earth, kill the Barrett, and just go forward by forward. Yes, very, very good. Naming a job rather than naming a forward is superb. The problem is here, obviously, Yuffie has 9k, even 10k if she attacks, so saying ninja is not gonna cut it. He does have to add a little extra layer of spice with his mono fire deck in order to be able to kill her. Or to just ignore her and try and push more damage than she does, but at this point it doesn't look like it's the game plan. Yes, I am French, so that's why I guessed that you had that you were French judged on your nickname. But what Seraph said could technically be a double-edged sword, and making fun of my, let's say, the good comment that I had about my English accent, saying it's also because I'm French, but I don't think it works that way. Seeing as you're French, there's plenty of groups, area located or nationwide. You should have no problem to even get reached at. You don't reach to them, they reach to you, and they will tell you all you need to know about the FFTCG community in France, so don't worry about it. The demon is killed by Barrett for free, because that's how he rolls. And oh, there we are, 10k, and boom bada boom goes the Yuffie. Oh, okay, so I was wrong. My apologies. So of course Barrett again gets to do his effect for free. We get rid of the Terra. There's no more forwards, which leaves a good turn for free for Raphael to try and develop his board a bit further. We do see a Jesse backup. That will help for the Barrett. There you are. So Jesse reduces the cost of the cards Cloud and Barrett by 1. This card is banned in title because obviously that would be too broken in title, but it does make this Barrett cost 0. As there is no restriction on its cost, it can be reduced to 0. But we do see an Ilua that's just going to get rid of the Barrett. Just all the backups, boom, no Barrett, and a point of damage. No X-Burst. We don't really care about the Mist Dragon as there's no Phonics right now on the field. So wouldn't do much. Little break, zone check. Probably to check how many summons are gone, how many Amaterasus are gone. We know that he discarded 1, got it back in his hand, has not used it yet actually, unless he discarded it. I did not pay attention. And there is 1 that we see here in the damage zone, so that's a critical card already. That could be used, for example, for a Cecil. That could still be available. So we are on a 2 days event. There was a last chance qualifier that happened yesterday, but for the main event of the European Championship, it will be today until we reach a top 16 at the end of the 6th round, and we'll do the top 16 tomorrow at the same time around 10-11, we'll see, until we get our European champion. So more searches. We go get a Barrett. At this point, the Barrett costs 0, so we really want to capitalize on him. Keep in mind that I do see the chat and answer instantly to what I see, but there is a 25 to 30 seconds delay, so you might get my response delayed, but I do answer everything as soon as I read it. So Chidier is going to be on the field. So Chidier is the Wind new Avalanche operative from the Intergrade DLC from FF Remake. I don't really remember what he does as a card, but just an additional backup is always nice. Ilua still damaging. Another Yuffie, that's a good damage there. And are we finally going to see a Goblin? There we are. The Goblin is on the roll. We're just going to play the second one, so that's already a 6k blast on the ready, which means a Cloud is not going to see the world. Now we go for 9k. I wouldn't be surprised if he just plays all 5 Goblins with all his backups, to be honest, and just cycle through his deck. It removes non-experts cards. It ensures that you draw what you want. He instead preferred to go get the Princess Goblin. Understandable. I bet he wants CP. But it also probably means that he also already has the third Goblin in hand. Instead, we go for 2 and play the Hedgehog Pie. Hedgehog Pie having a similar effect. I believe it's 4,000 damage. And we're just going to discard the Goblin to go get another one. So that's a lot of firepower, pun intended, present on the field to blast anything that is going to be played. Raphael is not happy to see this. It's basically like facing a loaded cannon, ready to destroy any forward he's about to play on this turn. So when we talk about resources here, obviously we can play cards either with the backups or by discarding a card. So obviously, resource intensive means that you get no real, let's say, return on an investment when you play something. Something just pays 4 and doesn't give you anything back. Here, everything that Ned is playing has value added eventually in the future by removing something else, which makes those stuff even more costly for the player that is going to lose them. So this is why Raphael is currently in a situation that he's not really happy to be in, because everything he's going to play is just going to be negated for stuff that basically costs 1. So yeah. No, no, no. I'm allowed to do the puns. I do not call judge on myself. So this is an Ignis. So Ignis is going to sacrifice a backup. In exchange, we're going to target a forward and destroy it. He is trying to make him understand that he does need to sacrifice the backup first, which generates a second part of the auto ability. I don't even need to hear to know what's going on at the moment. He asks him, please, before targeting my forward, please put your backup in the graveyard. But first, Ned is telling him, you don't put it yet. I want you to first let me answer to the fact that you want to put one, Amaterasu, and you don't get to put it in the break zone. Because obviously here, if Biggs goes to the Wedge, sorry, if Wedge goes to the break zone, and if he has a Barret, which he does because we do see it, the Barret is going to enter for 0, and he's just going to be able to just kill something, so we don't want that. This is a personal matter, Seraph. Please do not bring it up. But yes, I did several times call judge on myself as a player. Yeah, the Ignis called just being denied. And just finishes it off, nonetheless. And go search for a Barret with the GGA that's been put to the break zone. So Jesse reducing the Barret to 0. Ned just realizing this. I think they want a judge call. There's some contention about Jesse and Barret, so let's see if... yes. Does Barret cost 0? Yes, there's no restriction. He can be reduced to 0. So they're still resolving the cost of Barret. This obviously is going to add time to the timer as we're discussing those judges' issues. Obviously the deck lists are in English, but the cards are not, so this is German. The head judge is currently on the table, so there should be no problem resolving this matter. Meanwhile, let's take a look at our lovely chat. It is indeed the very first card that got banned in title, and I believe it's still one of the few ones, the others being Neo X-Def. But yeah, it's in a format where you can play as many Clouds and Barret as you want. Reducing their cost by 1 is obviously very broken. We do have a ban list, yes. We have a ban list even with specific sections for the different types of games. We have a standard ban list, we have a title ban list, and we also have an L3 and L6 ban list. So Hedgehog Pie finishing off with one of the goblins to deal 7k to the Barret. And we go get an Ifrit. I did not see... Oh, yeah, okay. He played Terra, so get an Ifrit. So even more removal. Here you have the ban list with the errata and FAQ section of the game if you want to look at it. Very useful to know which cards are banned. We switched from seagulls to goose, I think. We have a variety of environment birds here, making some background noises. I hope you appreciate. As Titan, is that Titan? Or no, this is Noctis. Yeah, this is the multi-element Noctis currently being played. We ditched an Asura to play for the wind. So this Noctis, obviously very good if you're able to do the setup, although I think it's a bit greedy in this kind of deck list. As soon as you play a forward Earth, you get to inflict the damage of the forward to another forward, but it's just gonna get a nice 10k Efrit blast to the throne. When Noctis is put in the break zone, we do get to get a retainer, so we're gonna get Prompto, which is another backup. Is he going to play it to reach back to 4? Let's check it out. I don't think he has a win card in hand at the moment, so I think it's more of an Aerith play that we're about to see. Or unless he has a... Does he have a Cecil? Oh, he has a Yuffie, sorry. So 5 CP for Yuffie. Because he just saw an Ifrit, so I guess this is pretty nice, right? There should be nothing, so we go into battle, don't be too hasty. Ned might have some answers. Apparently not, so she gets to get reactivated, cannot be targeted, and we have Kushaspell. Yes, speaking of the languages, the same link that has been sent is useful for the errata section because sometimes there's some discrepancies between language and lost in translation text, so it's always nice to know what is the definitive ability and text that a card has in order to not make illegal or incorrect plays. So this is Moro that I'm seeing being played right now. And we're using the tokens to indicate the warp, I believe, because people still don't have dice. Ah, never mind, there we are. So warp 2 on Moro. Gonna be a very hasty boy when he reaches the field. We top deck the Tifa, Wind, Earth. And we still have the Prompto, we still have the Aerith from like, I don't know how many turns ago because she's light. Part of the Cloud Pod combo. Most likely we're going to see the Prompto being discarded for the Tifa, right? Yeah, there we are. So Tifa, when she enters the field, there's going to be damage getting inflicted. And we also have the ability of playing the S, when she attacks, rather. And we also have the S ability that she can use in order to kill stuff. With her Dolphin, I think it's the Dolphin Blow for this one, the S ability. Do we know how Mr. Hancock's is doing? Well, thank you for asking, Ryan Chen, and congratulations on your win in the North America. At the moment, I do not have any standings. I will ask if it's possible to print me a standing at the end of this round, so I can communicate it to you guys and give you like the first top 16, top 32 players at the moment. And I'll try and pair this with the deck breakdown at the same time. So just give you a lot of information right now as possible. but I'll keep it in mind. At the moment, I do not know how is Alex doing. The last I knew, he was 2-0. So there's a salamander being played. I think they're trying to see on who is the hedgehog pie going to go on. But yeah, he's doing an AoE. Combined with the Terra, this is a very nice board clear. I think they're trying to decide, does the Tifa effect still proc? But because she's dead, she cannot get to inflict her damage anymore because she's not present on the field. So this is going to be more translation shenanigans, I believe. Yep, I think we need one again. Translations needing to be given. I will be right back as I'm the closest one. Oh, sorry. You can go. Yes. Yes, I'll go. Alright, so the situation has been cleared. What has happened is Tifa reads, I'm going to read it specifically for anyone that doesn't know it, but it says, when Tifa enters the field, you may pay 2. When you do so, choose one forward opponent controls. Tifa and the chosen forward deal damage equal to their respective power to the other. So this is a situation where even if Tifa dies, we're going to check for the last known power, which is 8k, which means that she still kills the forward that has been targeted. So everything is resolved. There have been added extra time to the round, and both forwards died. I do not know how much more minutes is left in this round, but effectively, yeah, I think this has been going on for quite a while, isn't it? So I have Lunef being played. Lunef has always been a controversial card ruling-wise, ever since we knew the ruling from Hobby Japan saying that you could choose the first effect to fizzle. Not very, let's say, how do you say, intuitive. Yes, Tifa is not the one, it's not combat damage. It says Tifa and deal damage each to each other. So it's not combat, so it's still going. I'm not really. I lost the thought of process. So we have an Arif. I did not see at all what he picked. Seems like a Barrett and the bigs. Okay, so we're playing the bigs for 1, then we play the Barrett for 0, and we have a lovely board once again. This would be a lovely salamander once again. Moro is going to enter the field. Boom, haste, makes you draw 2 cards. There's an extra point of damage that I missed here on the side of Raphael. That's a very big hand for a fire player, let me tell you that. When you reach those 5 backups and you get to get draws or experts, you're very happy. Here's the first rain. So rain costs 1 less for each backup that you control, fire backup, so he's right now 1 CP. And whenever he attacks, he inflicts damage based on the number of fire backups that you have as well. So right now he's very strong, this rain. It's the other way around. If it was combat damage, then it would fizzle because Tifa is not there to do the combat anymore. But the way it's worded, Tifa is actually inflicting damage and the other forward as well, equal to their power, which means that there is a ruling saying that we use the last known source of information for the power even if the forward is not longer present. So this is why Tifa was still able to kill and 7 damage, well, while I was doing the explanation. But anyway, this is not going to really matter on this game anymore, perhaps on the next game, we don't know, but this is Clément Ned validating his mono fire deck as we predicted during the deck lists A and B check. They have a lot to discuss. I think matchup specific, it's always nice to share. Your opponent could benefit from it in the future games. He will know, okay, this works that way, I did not know, etc. But yeah, now we're going to switch to Ice Lightning. Raphael is still shuffling his Cloud Pod, so I think he's really wants to actually validate it. But Ice Lightning is not really good favorable matchup again. If you get your Cloud Dull Frozen once, unless there's a Yuffie in the mix, there's a pretty high chance that this Cloud is going to stay Dull Frozen for the entirety of the game. You also run some Asuras, so that's something, but it fully depends on Ned's play style. Is he going to go aggressive right from the go, like 2 backups Vice kind of stuff, or just maybe play it a bit slower, but getting the risk of getting killed by the Cloud Pod? We'll see. He still has 2 games to validate this deck, so shouldn't be too worried about it. Raphael, on the other hand, now really wants to get this complicated deck to validate out of the way and just move to his mono water. Asura and Yuffie. Yuffie can also reactivate Cloud. And I believe Aerith also. Yes, Nolan did the good call though. He quickly realized that Cloud Pod was not an option against Mono Fire. He just dropped the idea and played on Yuffie instead, which was a very good play. Ned only came back after the Yuffie plus the Cecil were dealt with, and only then could he start breathing, but it still was pretty hard. So we got the restrictor. We're searching directly for Vice. No, okay, we're just doing the usual thing. Mutual agreement. We just searched for the second card that we're going to search because he instantly played a Nero. So as I said, the 2 elements backups are set and we already have the Vice set up. So even if he does play a Cloud right now, it's not a very viable option. Instead, we opt to play the Polk. Polk gets us back the Jessie. We discard the Cloud because we know there's no use in playing it, and we play the Jessie instead. And this looks like another angle where we're going to rely more on Yuffie that you see here in the hand than on Cloud. Yuffie being untargetable is a very big deal against Ice Lightning. So I think this is the correct play that you should be doing. Ooh, the punish is about to come. Kate Sif is going to reveal. Oh no, he goes for Vincent. Okay, never mind. I thought he was going for the Kate Sith and just see the Yuffie, discard it immediately, but we're not going for that. He's just preparing to dull freeze the backup, so everything's dull frozen, all free. You have an empty turn. Perhaps this is actually even better. The Kate Sith is just a big gamble on do you have something that I want you to discard or not. This is better. So we got a free attack with Vincent. We could also dull freeze stuff if we want and just play Vice instead, but the damage is too tempting. Shantotto, this is a good one against Ice Lightning. You're happy to see that go into the damage zone. And we're going to most likely still play the Vice, unless we have another backup to play, like Unalaska, but I don't think so. We can see that he did have the Kusit, choose to not discard it instead, and discards in Shantotto. And we're going to most likely dull freeze the wind backup. Yeah, there we are. So denying more options of paying for the Tifa or for the Noctis. Most likely the Tifa, because Tifa could kill the Vice. And yeah, there we are, gentlemen and ladies. Now we have the Ice Lightning is set up. I have Vice on the field. Every single turn can be a discard fiesta with followed by a dull freeze. Especially if there's Vincent already here. Vincent can dull himself to dull freeze a character. Hey, who would have guessed? Here's the Tifa again. So the advantage of Tifa is that she reduces the damage she takes by 2k. So in a trade of 8k power that we have right here, she does not die. Only Vice does. Skeltoad, this is a big one against Cloudpod. You want to have as many cards as possible as a Cloudpod player, but this is going to deny you that. And he's still further dulling the wind to deny even more plays. So the more light characters, obviously there's only Aerith, but the more Aeriths Raphael is going to have in the hand, the more he needs to play them immediately, which I think he's going to do so right now. So there's a Wedge being played. I'm gonna go search for a Barret. Still shuffling. And we just attack with Tifa to equalize the damage 1-1. No X burst. A Lightning, which is also a card that you don't really like to see in your damage zone, as it could be a key card to finish games off. Now he's asking him, hey, you have 2 cards, so you need to discard 1, please. Obviously, I don't think he wants to discard the Yuffie, so it's most likely going to be the other card. So Skeletoad removed one of the 2 cards. He's still deciding on which one. Oh no, he did it already. Never mind. So the Brotherhood place, yes, the store itself physically exists. We're one of the venues that is used by the Brotherhood games for several years for their events. So this is in central London directly. I can also tell you now, as I have gotten the information, among all the informations that I'm going to give you, including the deck list breakdown and also the standings, we will be apparently giving a spoiler away at the end of this round as well. So stick around for that, you don't want to miss it, for Opus 21. Well, takebacks are always nice. Like if the players both agree to it, there is no trouble to do it. If the opposing player is fine with your opponent, I mean, if player A is fine with player B taking something back, there is no discussion that we can do. We cannot force someone to just go against their will. No, Worlds will be taking place in Tokyo. Here's Yuffie. So Yuffie, going to be a big problem for Ice Lightning. Untargetable, there we are. Reactivate everything. 2-0 missile. Those damages are whew, heartbreaking for Ice Lightning. Unaleska, it's the field. A bit late, to be honest. And we just discard one, and that's all. For the Scale Toad? Oh, actually, no, the Unaleska was already here, it's just I didn't see it. The format of World, yes, is going to be crazy as there is a Opus releasing just a couple of weeks before. That will be legal. We have the dual element lightning. Most likely here we're going to make the most out of the discard, so one discard going up and probably going to make another discard with the lightning. Yep, there we are. So no more cards in your hand. You're on top deck against 2 forwards, 4 backups, and a monstrous toad in front of you. So basically, if you're not able to play whatever you're drawing, you're going to discard it. So they're rechecking that the effect of lightning is understood by both players. Little check of the break zone. We see 1 Cloud Pod and 2 Asuras already. I think Asura is being the key card here. Oh yeah, also this XDEF is pretty juicy already. Let's see how many cards that will be. So any character, so no summons, is being reduced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, I didn't have time to count. I believe the 20 is not enabled yet. I think he's 1 or 2 short, but I'm not sure. Oh no. He's clarifying the full effect, so I believe he's at 20, so he's just going to have to sacrifice and remove from the game. It is removed from the game, right? Yeah, so he's in this pile. So now you can consider that the 2 Asuras that you see on the top right corner of your screen, or let's say camera, is going to be the break zone of Raphael. And measly Ramu on the bottom left is Neds. Japan does have his own circuit, meaning that the Japanese Championship goes directly to Worlds, but there is also an Asian qualifying circuit. There's the Southeast Asian one, and I believe that's where everyone from China, etc. also goes from. Then we have North America, and we have Europe. So total, it's 4 people coming from everywhere, which makes the top 16 that goes to Worlds. Alright, so we passed turn. Biggs was sacrificed. What are we going to do? We managed to find something that we get to play by discarding. So I don't think he's allowed to do it though, because this costs 1. By discarding a card, he's effectively playing 2 CP more, which I think is what Clément is explaining to him. We have so many situations rolling wise in this game. Raphael seems to have understood, but basically he cannot discard this card. He has to keep the card in his hand, even though he doesn't obviously want to, because it's just going to get discarded and triggering more effects afterwards. Let's see if a judge needs to be called once again. I'll be on the lookout. I think they're discussing with the judge at the table, so should be okay. Yeah, they moved on. We play a little vice to ensure that the card is going to be discarded. And we're gonna dull freeze, most likely the Chifa. Yep, there we are. Oh, so I just got the information. Thank you. So for the overall qualified players for Worlds, we'll have 4 players from EU. One of them is already known from 2020, which is Evan. 3 more will come out from this event. We have the 4 North American players that already decided from the last championship. 4 players from Japan, 1 from Southeast Asia, and 1 from Australia, New Zealand, and 2 from China. So this is the total breakdown, thankfully given to me by a staff member regarding the whole world circuit. So now you have all the information. I somehow forgot Australia existed. I apologize to any Australian viewers and New Zealand. Meanwhile, on the field, we have Vincent that I believe attacked. We have a lot of damage to put up to date, because this is not up to date at all. So let's keep in mind that XDEF is pretty much making him win little by little, because the more XDEF is staying, the more cards Raphael needs to get rid of. At the moment, we have an incredibly huge XDEF at 10k, but obviously cannot beat the 10k first strike of Yuffie. And we have a nice beefy 9k Vice that cannot be targeted. So thank you for keeping me up to date. So we lost a win backup and we froze a win backup. Well, the other way around, but yeah, I get it. So we're just going to block for 9k with Vice. It's still not going to kill the Tifa, but we also don't die either. So this is a good block. And we're going to use Pulse effect to just further boost the Tifa and finish off the Vice. And at the end of the turn, when we discard, we don't get another dull frozen character. So we're 3 characters away from getting rid of the Yuffie thanks to XDEF, but we're at 6 damage, so we might want to do something now. So he's going to make him discard. Oh no, just dull. And pay the additional to break Tifa. Okay, so we're in attack phase. We're in attack phase. Lightning can only use those abilities while she's attacking. Obviously can be blocked by Tifa. But apparently... Let's see... Yep, damage being inflicted, so that's another Barret. Very nice. Was Vice buffed? Vice was 9k, yes, but the further damage was enough. He's still dead. And we just do 1 point of damage. We're just going to slowly get there. The point, Ned's game plan is to just wait out the X-Def, eventually full voidage of the opponent's board. Oh, he has the Ramu. This is huge. Ensure that you get no attacks this turn. You're going to lose your last backup. And now next are your forwards. And also, this ensures that Yuffie cannot get her untargeted effect, sorry. Which means she's going to die from lightning next turn. This is huge. All in all, in the end, unfortunately, we get an Asura, so that means that Yuffie is still going to be able to attack and get untargetable. We're going to block it with Vincent. We could technically even... Oh, she died because, yeah, she took 5k from Ramu. That's another way of getting rid of her. So now he has no backups. And lightning is just going to get to work, baby. So we're gonna dull with 1 CP, then play 2 CPs by attacking with the ice and lightning. Just kill off that Polk, that's big, sorry. Leave the field empty. Or we could just dull freeze. If we have Vice, why not? He has Rufus. We see Rufus being ready to be dropped. This is not game free. This is going to be 2-0 for Ned. 0 cards in hands, 0 characters. He still gets to get 1 and the fist bump. Very nicely played by Ned, playing around this X-Def and ensuring his way to victory. 2-0. Very impressive. That was... I think it's the first time I see a game being decided by X-Def like clock, like ticking bomb. This is very nice to see. So as I was saying, I'm going to try and bring a lot of information to you guys. I'm going to try and bring you the deck breakdown. I'm going to try and bring you the standings. As I've said, we should have a spoiler going around at the end of this round as well, and I'm going to see if Ned, our winner of this round, Clément, wants to come to the interview. I already know the answer, but I still need to ask anyway. So see you in a few seconds with Clément on my side.
All right, everyone, we're back with this round's winner, Clément Net. Congratulations.
Thank
so,
you.
as I said, this is the first time that I see live or even offline a win decided by XDEF effect. So, quite exciting to see. Must be a bit stressful to wait for it to
Yeah.
happen, though, right?
It's the longest game ever because I had no answers to Yuffie at all. I got the Ramu, I finally drew the one at the end, I still had Azra.
Yeah.
I was like, do I do the 5k damage? And was, let's do it just in case. And it was quite good to
It
do
paid
it.
off, indeed.
And yeah, no Sephiroth, so no Ramu at all. So it was a hard one, but I felt pretty confident. Was like, maybe I will chum block with every forwards but XDEF, but at some point I will win this one. There's no way you can come back
Yeah.
just by Yuffie.
So I'm gonna ask you the same questions I've asked everybody so far. What do you think of the format of the event, specifically the open deck list part of it?
I know lots of people don't like it, to be honest. And I don't really care because I think I'm playing the two worst deck I could have brought. So it doesn't matter. I usually start with Monofire and then try to get my way through with Ice Lightning. Because there is water and water and water, any from water. I just lose to any water deck, to be honest.
Yes.
So I'm okay with the format. I know what to expect. It's really easy for me to guess which
Decks
deck
are gonna play first.
they're gonna play first. And I know I will start with Monofire anyway, so I can adjust my game plan.
I was thinking that actually, I was commenting that both decks are fairly good against Cloud Pod, and to me, Cloud Pod was going to be definitely the deck that he wants to validate first because it's the riskiest one, let's say.
yeah.
At least that's how I would do it. So I knew for sure you would take Monofire because it has the best odds of beating it. So I was correcting this as well. So regardless, as you did say, you did bring some very specific, unique deck lists. But what do you think are the decks that are the most present at the moment and the most dominant in the format? Well, two decks format.
In my opinion, Earth Water is probably the best because it has a good matchup spread all around.
Is
Like-
it the version with or without Chaos?
No, without.
Without, so the summoner one.
Yeah, the second one.
Alright.
The reasoning behind this is you may face some angry gamers playing Final Fantasy 13 or Ice Lightning
Right.
or some Monofire that can and are able to be the aggressor, and Chaos Arc can and will probably lose to this deck.
Yes.
The second version will probably not, so it's the safest best, and there is no hard lose game with this deck, so you can always play off water and say I'm gonna play a game today,
Yeah.
unless sometimes you just lose to Final Fantasy 13, but we,
Yeah,
we all do. So.
All do, yeah. Pretty
But
much like.
that's the same for Monofire. You always get to play the game. Sometimes it's just not the game you want to play, but you still have the right to play.
Right. So.
The same goes with Mono Water, but which is probably the second best deck in my opinion.
You're now 3-1, correct?
Yes, 3-1,
So
yeah.
technically, one more game could secure you the top 16. Well, top. I gotta say top 10.
Top 10.
Obviously, yes. So, how do you feel for the next coming 2 rounds? Still relaxed or?
I'm absolutely relaxed because I qualified yesterday on the last chance qualifier, got
Yep.
second place,
Yep.
and I had no intention of going this far, to be honest. I wanted to get a 3-3 at the end of the day. So being 3-1 is like exceeding my own expectations.
Right.
So maybe
to see where it goes from there.
Yeah, I'm just playing, and I know when my opponents show water, I'm gonna draw now. And if they are not playing water like Raphael just did, I'm gonna probably be fine. So.
Right. Okay. So since after the spoilers, because you're the lucky one to be part of showing the spoilers, I'll leave you to have a few French words because I know people are dying to hear from you. So have your little time.
Merci à tous.
Okay. No. More than that.
Voilà. Toujours un plaisir de participer. C'était une année compétitive, mais pas pour moi, vu que j'ai commenté, bossé pour l'assaut. Et du coup, je suis content de me dire que je perf encore, je sens encore jouer au jeu. And for anyone wondering what I was just saying, I never played the game in 2023 because I was just commentating and working on the fresh session, building the community, and like 15 hours per week. And just in August, I feel like, okay, maybe I'll try to play and go to the European Championship. And I'm quite amazed at my own results because I don't expect to go this far. So Let's say the president of First Association still has
Some
still-
tricks up his sleeve. All right, so without further ado, we're going to show you Opus 21 spoiler. So I'm going to discover it at the same time as you. We're not going to be on the frame, so you can enjoy it in full screen fashion. So here you have Merilith, so one of the 4 fiends in FF1. But this is specifically a Stranger of Paradise card. So Chaos job forward, when Merilith enters the field, choose 1 forward your opponent controls, you deal it 8k damage. And when she enters the field, you can also choose up to 2 forwards. If you control 7 or more fire characters, they can haste until the end of the turn. So this is a card that actually could go pretty
Really
well
well
in your
played.
deck,
If I-
oddly enough.
If I want to be the aggressor, I might want to play Maris. To be honest, like you can defend yourself with the burst, with the AK damage, and you can say, okay, time to go to face. So quite amazing to be honest to see this one.
So this is a rare, so 4 CP, 5k. I could see this being played in mono fire with no problem at all. Maybe 1-offs
Yeah.
or 2-offs. but
7 is
yeah.
not that much, especially when you are playing goblins
Yeah,
or
yeah,
the Hedgehog pile like I do. I'm probably like the one of the 2 only person to play this deck, but whatever. But yeah, great spoiler to be honest.
Yes, so obviously with Stranger of Paradise, we can expect to probably see the other fiends later, but
We had Tiamat already.
we are Tiamat already,
So-
correct, in the NA, so there's
To-
still Kraken and the Leash going left, so we'll see that about that later. In any case, thank you very much for coming. We're going to go back through the end of the round 4. The deck breakdown will be later on, so hopefully for another good games on the stream. And thank you very much for sticking around, and see you soonish. Thank you. Ned.
Thank you everybody. Thank you Romy for having me.
Yep.
And we're back for round 5, as you can see, featuring Michael Stewart on the left-hand side against everyone's favorite, Alex Hancox, Mr. Cool himself. Was supposed to be on the stream a bit earlier, but due to repairing was not kept. So both players currently sitting at a comfortable 4-0. I do have everything that I said I would give you earlier, so I do have the deck breakdown, but we'll talk about this at the end of the round. And I have the standings. So I'm going to give you mostly the names of the top 10, as the top 6, the 6 remaining for the top 16 are the players already qualified for game 2, so only top 10 matters. It has been confirmed that at least 3 players, being X2, will be able to move on to day 2, so it's still really important to keep playing those games. So currently sitting at first place, we have Joshua Freeman Birch with 4-0 and with the least damage received on the TB. Second, we have Jérémy Anselm, so Jeremy, French player that we have not seen yet on stream as well. And then we have this match right now, so Mr. Cool, Alex Hancox against Michael Stewart. So this is the list of the 4-0 players. Then we move on to 3-1, sorry. So we have Mark X. I do not know who that is. Perhaps I think could be... No, this is another Mark, I don't know. So Callum, that we saw earlier on stream, is also sitting at a 6th place. Then we have Marco Grammatica at 7th place. We have Marco from the Netherlands, not to be mistaken with Marco from Italy, also on 8th place. We have Supreme and Snake completing this top 10. And then very shortly followed, we have other players like Fabian, Jamco, and Evan, and Ned following on until 14th place. So this top 10 is being very, very fought for. So every game is going to be extremely important for all those players. And of course, any player currently at 4-0, so that would be Joshua Freeman Birch on the other side, and Michael and Alex here on stream. Any winner of those games is guaranteed to be in the top 10, so for tomorrow. As we can see, they both chose to take deck A, so we're going to go through Alex's decks once more times. Deck A is Mono Water for Alex, so standard Mono Water. And his second deck is Storm, so this is a reminder. Now we're going to go for Michael's decks, which is the decks that we don't know yet. He's playing Soirée with the Cecils, so just a Soirée deck. There's nothing too... oh, he does play Lulu. He plays Lulu in Soirée, which is a very interesting choice. Plays a bunch of forwards for summons like Cuchulain. Brynhilder also, that is not a very common card in this deck, so only 14 backups, so not that many. Would be an interesting matchup to see. And then his second deck is Ice Lightning, with a bit difference in cards being played from the list of Clément that we just saw in round 4. Handshake has been given, time called, so they're just gonna go.
Stream your time
Yep.
starts now.
There we are. Time is called. What is a more typical backup number? A good backup number, let's say comfortable one, is usually 16. So 14 is a bit fewer than you're expecting. There's decks that even have fewer backups, but depending on the quality of the backups, you really don't need more, let's say. Usually you go for a more backup heavy oriented decks when you want to ensure that you go to 5 backups very quickly. Here we see Alex opening directly with 2 Alchemists, which is usually a backup that you prefer to have later on when it costs 0, but of course 2 CP backups are never something to pass on, as it eases the next rest of the game very smoothly for you. And we're gonna see how Soirée is gonna open. So we have an Ember being played by discarding a Fiend, and I don't quite see what this Earth card is. I believe it is another copy of Ember. We're probably gonna go get Lexa or Elvis, just any 2 CP backup that we want. I don't think the Shinju being too important here. That we already have the Earth, so here is Lexa being picked. Meanwhile, Alex has been given the go to initiate his turn. Keep in mind that those players know each other very well, so if there's some things happening while the other one is still shuffling, etc., it's because they feel comfortable with each other. Obviously here we have Alex who's going to draw a card and just passed after the Tomari. Did we get the win to pay for the Lexa? I believe that we have not. So we're just going to go ahead and play a Cecil, I believe. Yep, there we are. So Cecil, this is the first time we see this card. This card is insane, play-wise. So what it does is you can pay it with an alternative cost of 1 water and 1 earth CP, which has been done here by paying the CP earth with the backup and discarding a Rosa. And then you take a point of damage if you summon him, let's say, onto the field this way. Otherwise, you can just pay the 5 CP of his cost. And when you do, you take the point of damage. Here it's a Leviathan, allow this to take back a Rosa, and you can just sacrifice him anytime you want, even during your opponent's turn, to go and search for a Paladin Cecil and play it from your deck. So you're just going to play the Winds Cecil that we saw on the previous game and in other games, the Paladin, and allow you to play another 4 cost forward, usually either the Warrior of Light or we can play also Madame Adele and just make more and more things. So just creating a bunch of value here. This is what is currently going to happen. And of course, against Wind and Water, once again, having the Cecil that prevents you from having to pay, rather, 2 extra CPs for targeting, you don't really like it. So I did not see that he has a third one in hand, but this is really devastating if it's the case. He's going to just fully pay those Alchemists. I hope that he draws another backup other than Alchemist to be at least able to play 1. Meanwhile, the Lex has been played and we dulled the rest to just play the Tordan. We're just going to get probably a Madame Adele. I don't think you really need... oh, Zidane, yes, of course. Zidane is a very strong card to get right now. So all the colors enabled for the wall. We already seen this a bit earlier. We're just going to do... wall, reactivate, draw 1, and hopefully no Kuchulain is going to prevent us from attacking either with the Zidane as well. Otherwise, it would be pretty devastating for the Zidane to be able to look into Alex, which seems already terrible, and make it even more miserable. Meanwhile, let's see what Alex drew. One, 2, and plays the blue worm, and effectively does play the third Alchemist by paying 2 CP. So yeah, he's probably not very happy about this. Now we have the wall, slam it, boom, reactivate, draw 1. We just saw the Mist Dragon being drawn, so that is also not a good card for Alex. Is the Zidane going to be played, or does he consider playing the Cecil to do it? I think that's what Michael is currently contemplating and doing. Both moves are legit, but of course having the option of putting Cecil in the mix would make the Zidane being targeted 2 more. But rather than this, we just see Alex discard 1 card to play the Kuchulain and just say that Zidane is not going to get the haste, leaving him with only 0 cards in hand and effectively not doing anything. We attack with Warrior of Light, effectively putting the Leviathan in the break zone, and that is all. So, pass to Alex pretty soon. Alex Oh, we have a situation apparently on the Kuchu lane. I do not quite understand what is going on at the moment. Alright, so the damage has been dealt. 2 damage. Oh, so the Leviathan on top of your screens is a removed card. It's not the damage zone. I need to be careful with this. The damage zone is effectively at the bottom. That was a Loperit and a Graziella. So yeah, Zidane did not attack, did not scout at the hand. Just discarded, removed the Leviathan that was there that he drew from the Kuchu lane most likely. Shinryu, effectively costing 2. Obviously here Cecil is not really gonna want to sacrifice himself. Not really a good use of your Cecil to do. Could he have another Amaterasu answer in his hand? That is a possibility. Let me check. Michael does not run Amaterasu actually. So has no answers to enter the field abilities. Zidane could not attack because he got Kuchu laned. He lost haste. So we searched. Should see the 3 cards being slammed pretty soon. There we are. So just accept the death of the Cecil. You're still going to inflict 5k to Shinryu because why not? He does run Brynhilder, so if he does have the CP to play for it, that would be nice. Instead, goes for a 6 CP Leviathan, is going to effectively get his Warrior of Light back and just bounce the Shinryu back to the hand. No, actually, since Shinryu is a light forward, you're just going to break it. Sorry, I forgot about the third effect that you don't really do very often. So you put it at the bottom of the deck. Not break it. It's the third line of text I never use. So yeah, good use of the 6 CP Leviathan here. Is just going to slam the wall back into the field, draw a card, and here we go again. Merry-go-round. Atomos, do you want to lose your Zidane or do you want to lose your... whoops, that's unfortunate, but it's just wanted to pay, denying, further putting Alex back down. So this is going to be, again, a no discard angle. So instead opts to that first attack with the Cecil to see if an expert triggers and forcing him to draw, and then he would have to discard, but neither is going to do it. And this is a minus 9k Ash. I'm a 6k, so not killing anything, unfortunately. Alex really needs something to come back right now, but we already seen one Leviathan being gone. The break zone has been removed. This, not yet, but still, it's not very loaded. So unfortunately, there's not much to do at the moment. Play as a realm against a crystal. Bounce back the blue worm. Probably gonna see the blue worm being played again to search. Not even. He cannot afford the CP to do so. Lulu has been drawn. That is a very nice card to get. You can just play it, leave the Tyro open, and get a nice beefy Mist Dragon once again. But the play is a bit telegraphed, so maybe opts to not do it quite now. Blue worm. First, we get to the effect of Zidane and Mr. Cool. Show us your hand. Blue worm and Tomberry. Do you want to get rid of the Tomberry actually? Or do you just want him to play? I guess as long as you have wall, you don't really care about the Tomberry, to be honest. You can just kill it with the ping. So that puts Alex at 5 damage. the other way around, excuse me. There we are. So the Lulu has been played. Did not get the... It just played the Amaterasu immediately afterward. Just opts to remove the break zone immediately. The Lana chances are gone, Mr. Frost, because of this Lulu, unfortunately. I do not really see how does Alex come back in this game. Yeah, just scoops it. So that is 1-0 for Michael here. Very unfortunate mulligan and draws from Mr. Cool, unfortunately. So this is gonna seal the the deck A, rather. So we're now going to switch to Ice Lightning, which is also not, like we mentioned, a very good matchup for Mono Water. We're going to see if instead Alex just switches, which he does, as we can tell from the sleeves. We're going to have a Storm against Ice Lightning matchup, which is a very interesting matchup to do. I've mentioned it a bit earlier when we had Callum on the stream. One line of play you can do is abuse Zidane against Ice Lightning and ensuring you always end your turn with 0 cards in hand. But that has to be done with a Sid Haze also on the field, so it's kind of a bit trickery to do, but if you have the right cards in your mulligan, you could do it. And there's pretty much nothing that Ice Lightning can do unless they have a way to kill the Zidane. Sorry. So, obviously, Alex is going to choose to go first. Did mulligan though, both of them. So Storm, opening with Moogle 11, perfect, we love to see it. And that is a pass, so he discarded, is that I think that's an Alexander. Meanwhile, we see there's already a Vice in the hand of Michael. So perhaps something you can already discard if you know you're going to play Nero or Restrictor. There's some cards, keep in mind, that are not very common in Ice Lightning deck lists. I see Orphan. This is a card that not everyone plays. And we can also see an Arania that he plays as well ×1. And he also plays the Lightning promo, the light one. So this is also interesting to see. So there we are, Restrictor into Nero. The usual thing. And we also played a Sisney. So Sisney is also a new card from Opus 20. When she enters the field, she gets a Shuriken counter, and she can just use a Shuriken counter from any character that has some, so it technically works in ninjas. And just dull freeze something. So we have a free dull freeze we can use at any point of the game to ensure us that we could finish off our opponent, or just get rid of a pesky menace that is bothering us, specifically if you want to shut down a heavy storm turn, that could be done with Sisney as well. So here we're going to just discard 2 for Northtalon, most likely going to get Yuke. Here we are, Yuke. Do we have the Ice CP to play it? That would put us at 3 backups, which is pretty sweet to sit at as a Storm. And it seems, unfortunately, we do not. The problem with Storm is you really want to draw at least 2 ice cards, because all of your ice cards are key cards, but you have the Sid Haze, you have the Locks, you have the Yuke, and you have, if he does play it, let's check. Could also have the Moogle backup. He does. So those, and Nagmolada. So those are the only ice target that he has, but if you do not have them, unfortunately, you cannot play anything. So we're just going to play Nero, and Vice, sorry, making our opponent discard, and we're just going to dull freeze, most likely the Moogle afterwards. hoping that he doesn't have an S that he could make the use of before that happens. Oh, well, we're just doing it now, so there we are. Please discard a card. And are we going to target the Moogle 11? Oh, we're just going to... Yeah, it's been called, so it's dull frozen, but we're just going to use the CP to just immediately go and get the copy of Mog before we lose the chance to get this ice card. And then we'll be next turn able to play our Yuk with no trouble at all. So this is probably going to be a pass from Michael. Northtalon gets reactivated. We draw 2. Did he draw? I don't think Alex drew. I did not see it. I guess it was fast enough. They really trust each other a lot. I guess he drew. I didn't pay attention. Lock being inflicted as a damage. That is a pretty nice hit once again. And Zeromus is going to dull freeze the only ice backup that we have, ensuring that we cannot play any Sid or any other locks. Locks that we drew. He did draw, thank you. It's always funny because if I react to something, then you guys take 25 to 30 seconds to react to, and then I react to it, but then you only see it, so it's like a 1 minute delay if we do back and forth between us and chat. But yes, they are playing fast. As I said, they know each other very well, so they just go ahead. Rosa being played. Very strong card against Lightning. Atomos, we're going to reactivate 2. We're going to use Alexander, and in the response, we're also going to use another Alexander, so we're going to effectively draw 4 cards and reactivate all of our backups. And we even have the opportunity to use this ice backup with Yuk to eventually do something else before. Apparently not, so we still draw, and there we are. So 1 cast away from playing a character. We do know he has the lock in hand, so this is most likely going to be slammed into the floor. Dull freeze the Zeromus, and going to make him discard. Let's see if this is what Alex is going for here. Instead opts for Lulu. Trigger of Rosa. It's another Rosa, unfortunate. We get back an Alexander. Oh, I think he's going for a Luso play. So we can just play Alexander, draw 2, and hopefully we have Luso in our hand and we're just going to board wipe. Let's see it. 1, 2. Did we draw it? I don't think we did. Otherwise, we would have already played it. We do have Zidane, though. So we're going to steal a card. Let's see what we hit. Orphan. Orphan is not bad. That is pretty nice. We can just dull something every attack phase. We steal another one. Physalis. This is a big one. This is a nice card to steal. It's going to add this card and dull freeze rather in a draw for Alex. So this is pretty nice. So it is normal to draw on the 4 because the cards being cast was the 4th card, and then there was a 5th on top of it. We were already at 4 cast, so there's no problem here. The Rosa trigger was already done, and he revealed another Rosa. This is why nothing was played from the deck. And we put a Shantoto in the damage, but no Sid Hayes, unfortunately. If he had Sid Hayes, that would have been an insane turn where you just dull freeze both forwards and you can just go at it again. What is Michael going to do here? Here, obviously, you want to play more discards. So we're going to play Reeve. Check the first 3 cards of our deck and just add one to our hand. Apparently, I think he picked... I'm not sure. I think it's the Aronia. Zerom is attacking. We are going to dull freeze Zidane to ensure no further stealing. Here's the Sid Haze. Would have been better on the field. Vice attacking Nagmolada. We don't really need it anymore. Unless we go for Evray, but we already have the best of the 2 monsters here. I don't think Typhoon is also doing anything in this game for now. What do we need? We still need the Luso angle. So are we going to see Alex potentially try to go and to 5 casts? Evray is definitely going to help, as we can now reactivate a backup whenever we need to pay for something. So many things are potentially possible here. We have the fact that we still have 2 copies of Moogle 11. He just reactivated and gonna play 3. Are we going to see the Sid Haze finally? No, 5. What is going to be played for 5? Oh, he's going to play the Orphan. There we are. So Orphan, at the beginning of every attack phase, you're going to get to dull an opponent's forward. I believe there is a second part to the ability, but I'm sure chat is going to tell me what it is. I do not remember. So we reactivate 2 with Atomos. What is going to be the next card being cast? I believe I just saw a Chocobo, so we could Chocobo the Zidane. That would be nice. Digging further into the Luso. Atomos is also a forward potentially now. He could reactivate every backup. On this card, Doll, thank you. So Atomos is a forward. We just asked him to attack. But in response, we did Sisney, and Sisney ensures that Atomos is not going to attack. Instead, we're just going to attack with Rosa. Odin, oh my god, that's a big one. You just go for the Rosa here, don't you? No? Okay, he wants his Orphan back. He doesn't want to deal with it. Confident enough that he can take care of the Rosa, I believe. Interesting. So now we have Lulu attacking. And we get to do a lovely little damaging Dryad. We're checking if we have 10 cards to remove in order to draw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I'm too early. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. There we are. So we're going to effectively draw on this Dryad. He's still looking for the Luso. And point of damage taken from the Lulu attack. Oh my god, another Odin. Jesus. Lulu or Zidane. This is pretty much depending on what's gone, but I believe that Rosa is the best target, as it should have been already on a previous attack. So there you are. Yep. Devastating X-Bursts. But this is the Ice Lightning special. It's always hard to stay like neutral when you see those kind of events, because obviously the odds, let's say the fortune favors the one with the most X bursts. But if you see the quality of the X burst differential here, obviously this is pretty devastating to see. Alex really struggled to get the board to the point where it was at, and just lost his Rosa and discarded another Rosa, which actually is only 2 copies, so he does not have any other copies of Rosa anymore. So it's going to be very hard for him to reach cost 7 now if he does want to play a Luso. But the game is not over yet. We got rid of the Zeromus. I cannot tell how much card Michael still has in hand, but we still have a favorable, like a fair amount of cards in Alex's hands. He's just going to play the Physalis and decide to draw to have a big forward in order to block the Vice. And let's see if he passes turn. He's still checking his break zone. Make sure everything he's done is correct, and we pass turn. So there's 3 or 4 cards in Michael's hand now. It's pretty tough here. I guess Lightning could do something, but still very costly. The fact that we have only 4 backups, not 5. Could kill the Zidane and dull the Physalis, ensuring that Vice would also inflict a point of damage. Instead, I think this is going to be another Orphan. Oh no, this is Man in Black. So this is another card that is not in every list. Man in Black. So Man in Black removes a summon from your break zone when he enters the field. You can cast it anytime you want, even when Man in Black is not on the field anymore. And whenever you cast a summon, you can choose a forward. It cannot block or attack this turn. So he's just going to cast the Ramu, give himself haste and deal 5k to Zidane, kill it. Probably going to say that, of course, Physalis cannot block. And we're just going to go and attack now. So 9k body coming through. We're going to remove another summon because he also does it when he attacks. And attack with Vice for the 5th point of damage. Still no X burst. And we just ensured the destruction of Atomos with this Ramu, because this Ramu is a very old, let's check, it's Opus 4 Ramu, which allows you to break a forward or a monster of cost 2 or less, so which means Atomos. Sid Hayes finally hitting the field after so much time. For just a free CP, we're probably going to reactivate something with F-Ray and then just do everything, but this is not going to happen yet, as we're going to cast the Ramu, destroy the Atomos, and prevent our Physalis from attacking. So in response, he could reactivate with F-Ray and do the cast, so that he could still get the reactivation from Atomos before he dies. So let's see if this is what Alex is going for. Oh, he decided to kill the F-Ray instead. Interesting. I guess he doesn't really care about the Atomos for this turn because it's all frozen. So this is why he chose to kill the F-Ray instead. I did not consider the dull freeze, so that's probably why. So we reactivated the Moogle 11 before Evray died, and then we're going to just continue our turn. We're going to do a Chocobo on Lulu, so for the nice and easy loops. Reactivate 2 backups with Earth Almost, and gonna go afterwards. Obviously Chocobo here was for free because Sid Hayes makes the next card you play cost 2 less with no restrictions. Everything can be 0 if you want to. We're going to discard a Lulu for a Lulu, effectively probably going to get back another copy of Chocobo. There we are. So we're now at 3 casts, and we play Luso. Luso, 4 casts, 5th cast. We're gonna get the board clear this time. So this is an effective board clear with Luso. 5th cast on the Chocobo, put him back to the hand, and just play it for 1 once again with the remaining backup, and deal 8k to all the forwards. And of course, they've been reduced to 5. With the help of Lulu after every single casts. And we're now going to Dull Freeze most likely the both ice backups? No, both lightning backups, sorry. And switches games. So Alex effectively managed without Rosa to reach 7 casts thanks to the Lulu loop with Chocobo, and cleared the board with Luso, and is now in a very strong position to secure this game. Michael, however, is not looking too good. I guess XDEF is still a thing, but Alex has so many cards right now that I don't think it matters. Actually, Michael does not play XDEF, so we're not going to see a repeat of the previous one. Oh, I have to check this because if it is very serious. So I'm going to double check this. Just a moment. Because we have a specific ruling for this. So I'm just going to backtrack to this turn. If you allow me, I will pause the commentary for now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You are correct. I'm going to intervene on this because this is not... yeah. Yeah, I'll be right back. I think this is exactly what KP just said and Evray is cast. I'll be right back. thank you for your patience. So what has been happened here is we were only one turn later, so we rewinded to the actual board state before after the Luso has been dropped. I believe. So we're just trying to go back to how it was. He put it both on cast 4 because he trusted that it was cast 7, so it was a misunderstanding on both parts. It's technically not only Alex's fault, of course, but still. Those 2 forwards should have not died, for sure. There was one cast missing. So I'm still a bit. I mean, our head judge, of course, chose to the point, up to the point where we rewind. I think they're still trying to recount. Was it actually 6? But we for sure saw it. I even checked on the VOD. So he's trying to maybe prove he can still do it. Or they're just actually replaying it up to the point, but technically it was a valid move, so I guess, yeah, like they're just recounting everything. Yeah. So this is going to be, this is cast 4, then the Chocobo is cast 5, and then Luso is cast 6. So we're going to see if there's anything going on, but to me, we should rewind up to the point where the Luso cast 6 was played, and nothing else needs to be done. So it is not impossible, guys, that I might have to go outside again to intervene on the table and check with the head judge as well to check everything is smooth. But this is most certainly a rewindable situation, as it was only one turn later. So hopefully everyone here understood. We're all very happy that this can be rewinded and checked. But of course, never something that we like to see. Yes, I believe they should still. We rewind. They are not forced to pass the turn after the cast 6. If they do have something to do, it's a rewind, so they can play back to the point where we rewind the game. So. Yes, exactly as KP said. The head judge is discussing this with them, so even if someone says, oh, I could have done cast 7 anyway if I did it another way, blah, 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 this is not the turns of actions that have been taken, so we need to be strict on this and ensure that the plays that have been done were legal, so they need to be done, and just rewind from there. So what has been done on stream is not correct compared to the events that occurred, so... I don't know why they're still really discussing about we clearly see the die. That says 4. Chocobo 5 and then Luso 6. So let's see if we have more feedback about this. Meanwhile, excuse me. much. So this discussion is still ongoing for some reason. Meanwhile, I don't know. What can we talk about? I mean, that is true. It did take the liberty of doing it to 0.4. The head judge is going to come. You can come on stream and just talk about it with me if you'd like. Alright, so we're just gonna come back after we discuss this matter. Just a moment, please. Thank you very much for waiting. So we did discuss and check the VOD a bit further in detail. I can now tell you for sure what is happening. We have confirmed the cards that were in hand in Alex. This is shaky. We have confirmed the cards that Alex had in hand after he casted the 6th cast Luso. being an Asura, a Mughal 11, and a Chocolate, as you can see currently on the field. He is going to get a warning for the illegal cast play count, let's say, and his opponent is also going to get a warning for preemptively and also wrongly counting the cast and putting those two forwards in the break zone a bit too early. As we said, they both know each other, they play a bit fast, they trust each other, so they both thought it was correct for the 7th cast, and also it's now 7 p.m. 20. They've been playing for 5 rounds, so that's more than 7 hours. Of course, they're a bit tired, and there's errors. They're bound to happen, so hope you understand the situation. But everything has been cleared, so at least now we're going to resume the game back from this point. And everything has been rewounded correctly. So the warning is a sanction, so to speak, that we use in tournaments, no matter the level of tournament, where if someone does something that is against the rules, we just give them a warning for telling that they did something that is illegal, and if they continue to make a secondary offense of the same type, unfortunately we have to escalate the sanction, which would result in a game loss and worse, match loss or a disqualification, depending on the sanction that we're talking about. So in the end, as we see, he did get a 7th cast off by playing differently, but using more resources. So now the 2 forwards being removed is actually valid. So no worries about this. And then Michael doesn't get anything from his turn, and we're just going to pass. Intent does favor, but intent is always something that is really hard to take into consideration, because especially from a camera, it's always hard to know if did the person intentionally did this illegal play, etc. Is it more towards cheating? But in this case, it was not. It's clear because they just both know each other and play fast, and just perhaps a bit too fast for a Storm matchup. Nonetheless, pretty solid board now. Shantotto also hitting the field. So this is probably going to be the last turn. Alex is still going wide and getting as many casts as he can to ensure even more attackers. Stealing a card with Zidane. And has now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 forwards that can attack. So this is going to be pretty... enough, I believe, in order to ensure that we can finish Michael. So attack with Dane first, stealing a card. Another Sid Reeves. Or is that President Shinra? No, this is President Shinra. Vice has damage. We could attack with Physalis. Obviously, we're going to keep Atomos last, because why would we attack with the monster now? Never mind, he proves me wrong and attacks with Atomos. Reactivate everything. Decides to take damage, so that's 5th point of damage. That will be a Rufus. Who's going to go next? Sid Hayes. Let's go. So at this point, this is looking dire. I mean, even if there's an owning expert, it's not going to do much. Instead, we get a President Shinra. We're going to go get a Turk member. Or Rufus. So Rufus is selected. And we still have Lulu plus Luso plus Physalis being able to attack. I don't see anything stopping them from doing so. Let's see. He's going to discard 4 and play Sephiroth. So to have an effective blocker, never mind. I forgot this was a card. So Sephiroth back attack. Effectively, he just plays Mughal attacks and games. So Lulu effectively winning the game for Alex. Did not care if he had a search target for Mughal or not. Just wanted to cast something to reduce Sephiroth to 5k, ensuring that the correct order of attacks would just seal the deal. So in the end, even despite all the rewinds, Alex is still able to equalize and go 1-1. So we're going to now have the Ice Lightning against the returning Mono Water. Hopefully this time Alex will draw a bit better. And we'll see who will come out of this 5-0 and securing ourselves a spot in the day 2 of European Championships. There is a 1 hour and 10 minutes time limit on the break, on the round, and then 3 additional turns. But obviously here, as we had a lot of issues with this particular match, time gets added every time a judge or a staff member has to intervene on any table, not only the stream table. So I believe here we can easily add at least 5 to 6 minutes. 10 minutes, apparently I've been told 10 minutes have been added to their match. So no worries about this, we keep track. Alright, so obviously Michael is going to choose to go first. We already see he has a Vice, he has the Rufus Surge. Here we're going to get for a Turk member or Rufus, always a Rufus. We could go search for Sisney to be honest, but apparently not. I believe that this card is more important against Mono Water than you might think, especially in the early game, so this is probably why. So he has a Vice, he has an Orphan, and he has the Sisney already, which is why he did not go and search for her. So already 2 elements activated, ready to go on the next turn. So this is good for Ice Lightning. Let's see the drawing situation of Alex, if it's not comparable to the first game of this round. So they're effectively writing the damage, just keeping a little track of everything. Oh my god, is this a repeat? Alchemist Pass. Wow, this is really not what you want to see. This is sad. Oh yes, for lunch breaks, we also have lunch breaks. Yesterday for the LCQ, we did it after round 4 out of 6, and today we did it in the middle after round 3. So here's Rufus, gonna effectively ask you to discard a card. Blue Worm has been discarded and just pass. Now there is the menace of having to discard after every single attack of Rufus. We play Waka, so we're gonna reveal Titus, and 6 CP Leviathan. I guess here you just take the Titus. Might as well respond with aggressivity, with more aggressivity. But obviously we're not gonna ditch 2 cards to play this Titus just yet, leaving more space for Michael to attack and asking him to discard. So we just discarded Titus, we just fetched, and here's for a 4 CP Leviathan, but we don't have a forward on our side, so we cannot target it. What is Michael going to do with this Lightning CP, free CP? This is probably going to be the restrictor. There you are. So we're going to go get Nero. Most probably going to also play the Nero right away, ensuring ourselves 4 backups and the Vice play in the next turn. He already asked Alex to go next, so I guess it will not be played. It will be next turn. As I saw a Zeromus in his hand, so probably wants to keep that there. Meanwhile, we have Alfino that is going to take care of Rufus, finally. 2 discard is already a bit too much. Michael is still busy shuffling. There we are. Cut, cut. And Rufus goes to the break zone. Alex still thinking, just passing apparently. So we're probably going to see the Nero being played. Maybe not more than that, to be honest, especially after we saw Ramu being drawn. We could just keep that nice little lightning CP up to do something later on. So just Nero to search for Vice would be enough. Oh, he does play a Matthias. I did not see that earlier. Yeah, there's 2 copies of Matthias. Opus 20. Also a card that is not played in every Ice Lightning deck. So you can choose to either freeze every backup your opponent controls or freeze every forward your opponent controls. But Matthias gets removed from the game after casting it. So potential secure locking ability. We do go get the Vice. We chose to use both Ice backups, so we're keeping the Sisney to protect ourselves. Is he going to play the Vice? I mean, surely it couldn't be that bad. It is potentially nice. It depends mostly on what he has. Unfortunately, I do not have a clear vision on the other cards. Instead, prefers to play the Zeromus. And is going to Dull Freeze. Apparently one of the 2 backups, so we're just going to leave the Alchemist Dull. Meanwhile, Oracle for Gordon. We're going to pay the additional CP, draw 2 and discard 1. Discard Geomancer. We're now at 3 CP, so any Alchemist would be free. Checking the break zone of our opponent to know what is still coming. Zeromus going to attack, dull the Gordon. Sahagin Chief is a good hit on Michael's side. We're gonna keep this Alfino dull frozen, I believe, if we can, because obviously we don't want our Zeromus to get put into the break zone as well. Vice ensuring us the discard. We're probably going to dull freeze another additional backup. We're going to discard Kuchulain. And he chose to indeed dull freeze the other Alchemist. Not Alchemist, sorry, it's Waka. So draw 2. We're now under pressure by this Ice Lightning deck. What is Alex going to do? Ash could kill the Vice, could kill the Zeromus, both are valid plays. Did we draw the Ash though? That is the question. Some serious thinking going on here. Obviously, it's not a pleasurable situation to be in. We judges count damage inflicted as counting towards a 7 that makes you a winner. So this is why I put 2-0 on the side of Michael. People are already gotten used to it. I did not have to repeat it yet, so obviously because you just came here, I have to explain it again, but so far so good, so we're gonna keep it that way. No worries. So we discard an Oracle to play a free CP. No, never mind. We're going back. No, yes. We're checking how many cards we have for Lena. Is that it? No, we're just going to try and see if we have monsters. And then we just play and discard. Okay. Oh, we have further investigation. I see. We already established the fact, and I agree with what has been said on the chat, that I think he counted the Every as a cast to reactivate, which is an action ability, not a cast. So I believe this is where the mistake come from. I don't think this was intentional. But yes, this dice element is going to be reported as well, just to ensure a good follow-up on the situation. So we enter battle phase. We are going to dull freeze the realm and then also dull the Alfino, thanks to the discard being made. And we're just going to pass after this damage being inflicted, being a lightning. Not much going on for the rest of Alex's turn so far. So we draw from the Tomberry. Some animation going on in the street. We do have an open aired space, let's say, for this, at least the space where I'm in. So if you do hear background noises, this is why. We have 2 windows open on each side, so apologies for the extra layer of noises that you hear. Anyway, the Tonberry apparently being dull frozen once again. And we're just going to pass. Reactivate this. There we are. So obviously going into battle phase, this lovely little Alfino is gonna get dulled again. The reason the Tomberry is dulled is because it made him discard at the end of the turn, I believe, with the Orphan, and then be advice just made him dull freeze. 6 EP Leviathan being played when trying to enter, before I guess, attempting to enter battle phase. Most likely going to bounce the Orphan, I believe. Or no, no, it's just a discard. Okay, I thought it was not, I thought he was trying to cast it, so never mind. Effectively doing everything. So what is going on? Alex needing to read the Vice. Okay, so just dull froze a backup. Attack with Vice, take the damage. Still no X bursts. This looks like a one-sided game again, sadly. Asura going to be used, most likely to dull freeze every backup. Or it could be forwards, to be honest, at this point. Let's see what he chooses. I believe it should be forwards if you're trying to go for the win, specifically if you have a lightning in your hand at the moment. And we're going to play President... No, this is Rufus, sorry. Reeve. There's a Rufus, there's I think another copy of Reeve, and then we have, I do not quite see what that is, unfortunately. It is not an Ixion, it could be an Odin. So we did choose to dull the forwards, we just need a haste. Perhaps we already have Ramu in hand, perhaps we have lightning, so lethal is present. It's a Shantoto, thank you. My screen is way smaller than what you guys are probably seeing, so I appreciate the input. Shantoto is also a pretty good card to have right now because Alex is always ending his cards with not that many. He does have to play stuff and then the discard happens anyway, so this Shantoto is probably going to cost 1 anyway. And could potentially make him recover. Oh, never mind, we're going for... Do we have enough? 1. He's going to play Graziella, and we're still going to count. I cannot count myself, but apparently 12 is exactly the count. And play a Graziella, earn ourselves a crystal, and just switch back to Michael. So now Graziella is going to be able to effectively kill an attacker. Michael needing now 2 haste forwards in order to win. So I don't think this is going to happen this turn. So we just need to get rid of the Graziella and see what happens next. There's no more break zone for Alex, so no more threats of Lena's at the moment. Just making the correct play. He has a Sephiroth that we see as well. Decides to try and enter combat. Before entering combat, Orphan is going to get killed, so we don't get a dull forward. Obviously, we would have liked that to play the Sephiroth, but it is not the case. We're still in main phase 1. So Michael could potentially play a character here if he wanted to. Plays the lightning that I said that he had. Trying to ensure the kill on the next turn. Let's see if she survives that far though. That's a pretty big board that he has to take care of now. Obviously, Alex probably does not have that many cards left in his deck either, because he already has 5 damage taken. He did at least 1 Tomberry, 1 Gordon, where he drew 2. That's a lot of draws already made. The Waka is also one of them. So that's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cards minus and another 6. So there's 11 cards already differential, at least. that is going on right now. So his deck must not be that big. Yeah, he has like 15, 16 cards. So he's on a time bomb once again to try and secure the win. At this point, as he already did the Lena effect to ensure his survival, he's pretty much relying on top decking the 9 CP Leviathan, which even in this current board state is not going to be played, obviously. You don't need it. There's only one forward, it's not going to do much. Here, I guess a Truss would be nice. Kuchulain would be nice. Plenty of things that could be happening. Let's see. I do not have the time to see what he has in his hand. Let's check. Discard a Sarah to make the Tomberry forward to ensure the point of damage. So the first one. Here's a Lightning. That would have been nice to deal with some threats. Still has all 4 backups available if he wants to. Is going to opt for a party attack. Yes, Lena and Graziella are going to go together, inflicting a second point of damage. At this point, Michael is just going to, should just accept any damage that he's going to take, because that's that many less forwards that he needs to take care of for the block. But he should also take it as a hint that Alex does have some kind of answer if he does play an haste forward. So he's considering, but yeah, second damage, hits the Reeve, gets to get 3 cards. We do see a very crucial Ramu right here. I believe Reeve allows you to get any card out of the 3, so he could take the summon. Instead, chooses to opt for the Arenea, the one off Arenea. And then we have the Ash finishing off the Lightning. So Arenea, if I remember correctly, has different abilities depending on if she's damage 3 or 6. Eventually she gets to kill 2 different stuff, I believe. And also has hasten first strike. You can remind my memory, I do not remember. I could check myself, to be honest, so let's do it. So it's the Opus 18 Arenea. So yeah, damage 5, she can kill a 5 or less, and when she enters the field already as it's a 3 or less. So could potentially soonish kill 2 different forwards. We do see a Shinryu here. Is he playing Shinryu in this Ice Lightning deck? No, that's not Shinryu. I probably mistook it with Shintoto once again because they're both full arts. My eye gets attracted by full arts way too much. We still have the Sephiroth from earlier. Not so easy to get through the wall of all those forwards and monsters at the moment. So we have 1, 2, 3. This seems like a Zeromus. It's going to be 5, so it's going to be a Physalis. We get to either draw or to dull freeze, so we're going to dull freeze the Ash. And then we're going to use, finally, I think, the Zeromus. Yes, there we are. Probably going to use it on... I believe either the Tomberry or the Blue Worm. I believe that would be best if you want to try and set up Lethal next turn. There you are. on Tomberry and probably just gonna pass. I believe he still has the Ramu in hand to get rid of the blue worm. So he's just gonna hope that the Zeromus sticks. If he does, this looks like a winning plan. So another Sarah being sacked. For 5, we're going to play Shinryu. I think that Alex is going to very happily discard his entire hand to ensure his survival. Let's see. Michael does not have any answer to this, obviously. Does Alex have any crystals? I believe he does have the only one he got from Realm and from Gardziela, so it should still have one, I believe. I'm fairly sure Realm did bounce something, so should have a crystal from her. He could just go get a copy of Garzelia, to be honest, as well, but I think wiping the board with Shinryu is good as well. Unless he already has the copy in hand. In this case, you just go and get anything. He's still searching. Has not decided on the target yet. It is going to be a Kuchulain. Most likely going to use it later on. So here we have an Atomos being used. So just showing off that he still has the Kuchulain. Most likely going to use it on the Zeromus before the end of the turn to ensure that his forwards are not going to be all dulled. Gets to attack with Urdziela if he wants to. So that's going to be a 3rd point of damage. That is Ramu not doing anything. Lana is also going to attack. And I think this is where he should just say, alright, I don't want to do any more. Oh, he's going for a 5th one with Alfino. Very well. Is this very safe? He does take it. And gets a Nero. Gonna check how much vices are already gone. I believe he still has none. I think we've all seen them. Even Realm is swinging. Wow, Alex looking really confident here. Oh no, sorry, Realm just didn't attack. That was just the generation of the action ability. The field ability, I'm gonna do it. The auto ability, sorry, of Zeromus at the end of the turn. So we did keep the Kuchulain to prevent from a haste of happening. That's why Alex happily put Michael to 5 because he trusts enough in the Kuchulain to stop the only forward that would be Lightning, I believe, that could come from out of Michael's hand with haste. The crystal, the second one, I believe, there was one that was used for the first Graziella special, and the second one I think he paid for Atomos. But if you guys are saying that he did it, so yeah. But he has no crystals now for sure at the moment. So Rufus coming down, gonna ask for I believe Dull Freeze apparently. Now he has to consider, does he want to attack? I believe the answer is always yes. What do you Dull Freeze though? Oh wait, we're doing a rewind, is that okay? They're perhaps discussing that no matter what happens. Yeah, so 2 6 CP Leviathan. And then reactivate everything, and I believe Alex is going to take this game because he has way too many attackers. It could be even worse if he top deck I believe his third copy of Leviathan. No, he only runs 2. There are no more Leviathans available, as they're both happily sitting in the damage zone together. Still, Rufus is only a 7k, so we're just gonna take 1 damage, hope for an X burst. We do get it, but it only kills Graziella. You could also get back a summon, but at this point it doesn't matter because you're gonna block. Cool. I still have a card I can discard from Tomberry, attack, and that's 7 points of damage. So congratulations to Alex for coming back from this very tough matchup and securing his 5-0 result after this round. So before we switch to the interview, I'm going to do the deck breakdown that has been given to me by Seki-san from Obi Japan. So there's some non-surprises as we discussed, and some others that are way more present than I thought. So the non-surprises to begin with: 22 mono water decks, 18 Ice Lightning decks, and 17 FF6 decks, no matter the categories. Then we have 14 Mono Fire. This is where I'm very impressed. There's way more than I thought. 14 Mono Fires is a huge number. Then we have 13 Earth Water, so the deck we mentioned earlier of the Summoner perhaps also includes the Chaos decks. We also have 10 decks that run Warrior of Light. We have 8 Storm decks and 7 Wind Earth or Earth Lightning. So that is pretty interesting. And then it's a bit scattered everywhere. So still Mono Water the most represented, Ice Lightning and FF6, then followed by Mono Fire out of 140 decks. So very interesting to see. I'm going to see if we can get Alex to the interview, so sit tight. I will be back in a few seconds, either alone to announce you that we're just going to wait for round 6, the final round. I'm going to try and get the standings once again, and hopefully with Alex, so see you in a few seconds.
Thank you everyone to wait. So we're live directly in round 6, and as you can see, I'm not alone anymore. Freshly off dropping, being 1 and 4, we have
1-4.
Damien.
No. Oh, yeah,
1-4, yeah.
1-4, yeah.
Damien Zoe, the banana man, yellow man, call it however you want.
Multiple names I go by, but
Yeah.
they like to call me Yellow Man.
Thank you for joining me for commentary. So
No
it's going to
worries.
be a bit more spicy to have someone to interact more than the chat. People are not wasting any moment.
Right
Tom
away.
Berry, Blue Worm.
Right away.
We don't have the deck list, but as we can see already, a mono water matchup on
Ooh.
Connor's side, followed by Merle Whip. This is going super fast. I hope everything's going to go well.
We might see a turn 2 Lena.
Of
knows?
course, who knows? Of
I don't
course.
think that's possible, but he really is
No.
going for it.
So just so you know, for the matchups, both 5 and O's are JFB against Alex Hancock. So
Yeah.
it's like, UK locals. What's new?
Just a
Then-
Brotherhood event.
Yeah. So we have a bunch of people at 4 and 1 that we're currently fighting because only 3, 4, and 2s are insured to go to round day 2. So a lot of crucial matches going on.
Ooh.
So we
And
have
actually-
yeah.
Right now he's playing the Redians, going straight for the Mist Dragon.
Yep.
So he's not letting him go for that turn 3 Lena.
No, we saw it earlier in another match with the Ice Lightning and the Ice Earth, matchup control
Yeah.
against the Mono Water. The Mist Rank is always crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. It favors Ice Lightning, right? I'm not very sure because I've never played
Ice Earth, yes.
Ice Earth. Yeah,
yes,
sorry,
yes.
Ice Earth. It favors Ice Earth, I think.
The thing is, the more turns you give to Ice Earth to set up, the more
Exactly.
stuff it's going to do to you. And of
Yeah.
course, but perhaps this is why, knowing what it is going against, he's going into a more aggressive option.
Yeah, absolutely.
Playing the Tidus.
Just straight ahead, go
yeah,
for the damage.
This is really aggressive. So
Because he cannot just go for the Mist Dragon and have a passive turn, because he'll be... Well, he does have the Tomberries, so
Mhm.
he cannot just freely keep attacking.
of course,
There's no cards on hand, I
At s-
believe.
At some point, he's not going to have resources to do it anymore. But still, now that the Tidus has been drawn, a viable option,
Yeah.
especially after we saw him discard an Encantokai, I believe.
Is it?
Yeah, he discarded an Encantokai to play the Radiant.
Perfect.
So-
I don't have the data, so I don't know how many he plays.
Shantoro,
Um,
for one. Let's go.
Yeah, that's
Get
a
back the
good way.
Figgies.
Because do you... Yeah, okay, but this probably means he doesn't have the backup Shantoto, so Hackathon Cheer is the only answer yes against Tidus,
Yes.
other than just forcing it.
Fizzle is gonna dull freeze the Merle Whip and draw 1, and we're just gonna happily pass. Obviously, the Tidus here can still go through.
This is not looking good for the water. Of course, he's breaking in the early, but having that Fissilis, probably not being able to get rid of it, and that's just going to generate value.
Of course, drawing cards every single turn.
Let's see how far Tidus will bring this. Maybe some EX Leviathans
Vice.
can bring back. Yeah.
Not really doing much.
'Cause what does he have in hand? We know he has the Mist Dragon, right? Because he
I
did not toss it yet.
I think I just saw Geomancer. I think that's 2 copies of Geomancer and a Truss. So that's not really helping right now.
If he draws
just
that,
passed.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Mhm.
If he draws that Robo Aquel, then if he draws that Robo Aquel, it's not gonna look good. Yeah. Have you seen a lot of Mono Water on the stream so far?
I think this is the out of 6 round. This is the 4th one.
Fourth one, yeah.
I believe. I might be mistaken.
Kind of like the NA Nationals, where we also saw a lot of Mono Water on
But
the stream.
each and every single one had different deck lists, so
Really?
it's pretty
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 3 different ways you can play it. I saw someone play it with the 5 CP round. It was
Mhm.
really interesting. What's he playing there? I don't see it through the glare. Oh, it was a Mist Dragon. Oh, no, what's
No, it's.
I cannot tell,
I cannot tell.
unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah, the glare is too strong. He's probably
Let's-
gonna move it at some point.
Oh, yeah.
He
okay,
did
nice.
have to throw a dice, so I believe it's a Krista.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a Krista.
Okay. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why
yeah.
it's a random discard.
Just a random discard.
Yeah.
This is gonna be.
Fizalis going to dull freeze the Merle Whip. Another Tomber in the damage zone.
Yeah.
Going to keep updated.
Krista, yeah. Thank you, Maxime. Yeah, and what can you do other than just going for those experts?
You can, yeah, hope that you don't get experts. The second
Yeah,
vice.
Because the
still
Tidus
good.
is doing its work, but at some point the Ice Earth player is gonna force that Tidus. You're gonna draw 3 cards, and then there might be an option, but not on one backup. You really need to just accept this. hit with the Tidus, build backups.
I mean, at this point, it's pretty safe. I mean, only the Ekentakair, well, of course, anything that targets for sure, but he does not have any crystals yet, so no Robo Agbil as well.
Yeah. And he also needs to watch out, of course, because those Thornberries are going to block when the Physalis is going to attack.
So he's doing the discard with Unalaska. I guess he's going to happily discard one of the Geomancers that you are.
Yeah. Spicy. All 3 Thornberries out of the deck straight away. That's the Physalis.
Yeah, Physalis going to Dull Freeze.
Now
This is admitting that he is actually scared of them. So,
exactly, yeah. I really wonder what's going to happen now. Maybe, I think he just wants to force the last card gone. So he might sacrifice the Physalis.
I understand. Leviathan.
Just to keep it at 0.
That would have been helpful, to be honest.
Yeah.
Even attacks with the Shantoto as well.
Yeah. So, ooh, yeah.
Shinryu, well, not really doing much right now, so that's fine.
And another hit.
And Krista, yes, can now be turned into a forward if you would like. Boom, there we are.
Nothing you can do. You just have to accept this. Go for that free value.
Alchemist. Yeah, this is when the game is starting to slowly turn off the value of Physalis. He still has something to do, apparently. So for free CP, he's going to miss Dragon just to draw. Looking to dig for more answers, and he's going to play a Biblos. So this is even further. Now he has something to target Tidus.
Do we add
It's
this
normal.
to 4? Oh, that's
No,
okay. Is it 4-4?
Oh yeah, it is 4-4. Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry. Yeah.
Oh, I can do that. Okay.
Yeah, it's
All right. Well, he played. Yeah, it's. Yeah, what can you do in this situation?
he
It's
just
you have
passed.
to-
Attack.
The Ice Earth player has to do nothing else but then just keep attacking that hand and leave him suffering, basically. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least now he has the option of just bouncing Tidus back. He can just discard a card with Unalaska and just trigger the Biblos.
Yeah.
To get rid of this pesky Tidus, either by Dull Freezing it if he doesn't want to, or just
Yeah. Straight away. Yeah. Exactly.
that's the advantage of characters. So that's
And that game, yeah.
Yeah,
Very
he knows
fortunate
it's-
for the mono water player, but he goes mulligan into 3 monsters turn 1, an emergency Melrip afterwards. It's what do you do in those games?
perhaps, like we said, it was the only way he could see himself winning this matchup. So I can understand it. There's really some specific matchups where you really need to change your entire game plan,
Yeah.
do the opposite of what your deck is supposed to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, unfortunately, did not pay off. So Marco with a 1-0 lead in like what, 4 minutes into the round,
Yeah, it was kind of like you either expert something valuable there or you just accept fate.
and they're
kinda.
both switching decks. So Connor also
Yeah,
not
right.
wanting to. So this means it's probably a deck that Mono Water is weak against, or probably that this is.
No,
gonna
better
is
because
the-
now you go first, so you maybe want to have the water deck, going second after you win this one. So this would mean that the deck he's picking now has a disadvantage compared to his other deck against this deck.
Probably.
But
We don't know what Marco
exactly.
is playing,
Yeah.
so it's either he knows that his deck has a better win rate against it, or just Mono Water has a bad
Yeah.
matchup against it. So we'll see which one of the two it is. We'll have more time to go through other stuff, I guess, if this is another 4-minute round.
Ooh, ooh. What will we do then?
I don't know, jokes.
Oh, jokes?
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
gonna become a comedy show.
Yeah, we already have a meme now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, since we had a couple of warnings.
Okay, what kind of warnings?
We have a couple of warnings given
Yeah.
on the stream because obviously the chat has been very reactive. Myself, I picked up some infos, and the first warning that we gave of the day was to Fabien because he
Petit
did.
de moi? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that one. He did several locks and said Stragos where he revealed 4, like 3 of them at least. But
Aye,
then
yeah.
at some point, for some reason, he revealed 5 with one of them.
Oh, yeah.
So we just gave him a warning for this. So now every time someone does a Strago or
It's,
lock, I say 1, 2, 3, 4, not one more.
Oh, nice.
So
Okay.
it's just
Yeah.
like
1, 2,
for
3,
it's the
4.
meme, yeah.
But it only happened
so-
once, right?
Yeah, only once.
So we
it's
have-
a Monofire. Woo! Let's
Okay,
go.
let's go hasty.
Yeah, obviously Monofire.
And now I don't hope for Marco that he's playing Rydia, because that Kusit is already on the field, and
Well,
that deals a lot of damage.
what
so let's
deck
see.
is it? Let's see.
He is playing
Ah,
FF6.
FF6.
And I can tell this is probably just the water ice version. I'm not sure, but when I was playing against him
Not
in Bochum,
tribal?
he was playing but he.
Yeah, it's tough to see.
Do I see a fire card?
Oh, it has to be fire, ice. Yeah, it's fire. But
Is it more than fire? Is there water? That's the question.
Yeah.
but other than that, just goblins.
I feel like
Should be mono fire favored
I
unless there's a very strong
like
exit from FF6.
there. This is very, very, very favorite for the fire version. But it also depends on what kind of fire you're playing, because there's like 2 or 3 decks that you can play. Princess Sarah, Princess Goblin, and then no search. So
Yeah, we don't need.
no, it's a free backup. It's fine. Yeah,
That just means that he does not play the lightning.
yeah, exactly.
So purely fire.
Probably like a mid range.
It's probably the same list as Ned or something similar, where you don't
Exactly.
run, you just purely fire. So luck, I'm gonna reveal 1, 2, 3, 4. There
And
we
no
are.
more.
yeah, no more. Nice Edgars and Sabins and locks. Pretty
Well,
all
yes,
stars of
Yes,
the
the
game.
interceptor.
Always want some backups.
The interceptor draw is really good here because you need that fire backup as well.
Remembers you.
I'm getting spied on.
Yeah.
All right, he plays the Celeste, and that means
We're
Marco's not
swing.
gonna play around. He's just going for the damage straight away.
So this will be a dull freeze plus 2 damage.
Yeah.
Your dull freeze, one of the backups, obviously.
Unfortunately, he already has 3 backups, so that's not.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that's a really good hit, the
Yep.
Amaterasu. I feel like this is really a scary game as well for the FF6 because that Amaterasu is just devastating against
Edgar, yeah.
when you get that Edgar hit. It's
Or even unlock in
Rest
this
in peace.
situation, to be honest.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you want to go for the double damage and you get punished.
Oh, there we are.
Ooh.
Oh, 1x to the lock.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It was in a sweet situation now as
Very
well.
easy. Just stop that lock again.
Yeah.
Trust me. Marco's a pro gamer. He will go for the double lock. Yeah.
It's sad we don't have the deck list. We know exactly how many copies of each lock he plays. He's in a sweet spot as well, as I was about to say. He does already have the Setzer and the Interceptor, the 2 best backups you can possibly have. The Glare again.
Was it Strago or lock? Fortunately,
I think it's a lock again.
He
I can
does-
tell
see?
from the artwork. Yeah,
Marco
yeah,
is a pro gamer.
Yeah.
That's a pro gamer move. When your luck dies,
You
Play a
just
new one.
play another.
yeah.
So he's just still just going to go straight into attack phase. He does have 2 goblins though. So
Well, we're just gonna dull freeze that. Yeah, he can waste the goblins on the Celeste, but I feel like I like to keep the goblins up for like a squall and then just go, really hard.
let's see what he opts out for.
I feel like he wants to try to dull freeze the Phoenix and just keep pressure on because that's what FF6 is good at. And if he lets fire develop and it's like a really good mid-range deck, then he has a problem.
Yeah.
Definitely. So what is Marco gonna do? Marco's thinking. I don't know how many cards he has on hand, but our fire player has 2, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, 2.
Marco has 1, 2.
He's really in a spot where he needs to consider what to do next because
He's going for he wants to do the Edgar right away and probably is thinking about, okay, I'm gonna lose the late game maybe, probably with the 2 backups. Just play the Edgar, maybe a mock,
so discard free.
go pressure that opponent.
So just put as many forwards as possible. Basically.
Maybe, but you could also think like if he does like something like a demon or a Susano, because you don't know, then you just straight up lose the game there. But you can also just accept and say like, okay,
He doesn't even
Yeah.
attack. Just choose
Oh.
wisely not to. I would have still tried to attack and see what he does. He do
Yeah.
with the goblins, but
interesting.
lets him do it. Oh, there's a Ilua in here.
He also has the interesting.
Ilua just straight up.
Yeah,
Boom.
yeah.
Gonna get rid of the Celis.
Right away, 6k,
1, 2.
attacking with 9.
Boom.
Takes the Celeste out, still
Yeah.
attacking with 9k.
Oh,
it's
a
the Strago. Oh, okay.
that's why.
Sorry.
Sorry.
We've been
Oh,
thinking.
demon. Demon in damage zone.
Okay, that's
pretty nice.
Yeah. Okay, that explains a lot. So sorry for the misunderstanding. So we thought it was the lock, but he played Strago.
As the night sets, the glare of the
The
light
lamp,
that
yeah.
we have to make the correct contrast for the table. It becomes way too bright in certain angles. Well, yeah, anyway, the demon is a pretty good hit to have in the damage zone. Obviously, when you play a mono deck, could be pretty bothersome.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have that many forwards yet, but still.
Well, let's think. If FF6 wants to recover from this, what's the way to do it?
Just play it slow, but unfortunately, like we said, the slower you let your opponent do stuff, then... Oh, the Strago still goes in. He still wants to put pressure.
Well, probably, maybe, well, we don't know what's on his hand. Maybe he wants to color fix, maybe he wants to play another Strago. It's interesting.
Let's see.
I got a feeling that a way to if you want to try to come back, you have to go Edgar, get something like a Sabin back, play the Sabin, kill the Ilua, and then you might be able to develop back up. But now it's not looking that great.
I think right now the best thing he could have is just to play a Sid and just go and search for the things that he needs.
Yeah.
But
He goes for the Edgar,
yeah,
and he selects probably one Mog. Yeah,
Mog.
there's one.
is there a Sabin? We do not see.
I have not seen it, so I don't think there is. He might have one on hand. So
So it just
probably he
gets-
gets back to lock, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, gets back to lock, set up for the next turn, and there we go. Oh, actually, if he had one more damage, he could have used Edgar on the Strago and do 4,000 damage power reduce on the Ilua. So he's actually really close on taking down that Ilua. Unfortunate. But actually I like this because it looks like we might go to a 1-1 and that's always
of course.
spicy. Alright.
Looks like free CP coming. So
Ooh. Ferris.
Oh, there's a Ferris. Oh.
And he has the 3 damage, so he gets to search a card and do 4k on the board, which is not that...
And just
Oh.
finish off.
Yeah.
Oh, Luna
Yeah,
from
yeah,
top.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
that
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of modifier, huh?
Wow.
It's-
And he doesn't even need to ping with Lunette, he can just give haste to Ferris.
Yes, an attack, and she does the AoE.
Big brain.
Yeah. So this should be a board wipe.
Yeah.
Both.
Because the Lunette also triggers on the 1k damage.
Yeah.
So that's, how much is that? So there's
I believe
one-
it's 2k every time that she does the
no,
AoE.
3k and then also 1k on the attack.
There's the entry plus the
Yeah.
attack, yeah.
So that's like 4k
So
already
times
had.
2, yeah, on each forward.
Yeah, what can you do?
Doesn't even need to use any goblins.
No.
Oh, still considering it. Maybe he's not. He's keeping the Luna for later.
Because Ferris also does 1000 on attack, right? Or am I? Is it only on entry?
I believe it's also on the attack. Yeah.
I will
I
check.
have the card browser.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Because I might be off on that. Because otherwise it's just play Lunette, give haste, I guess. But probably I'm missing something.
When she enters the field or attack, deal 1,000
Yeah, or
to
attack.
all, and if a Ferris or Job Warrior Light
Yeah.
you control, say 3,000. So if he would have played a Luna, yeah, it would have been actually 12,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, but what's the reason to not do it?
Just play it safe. I don't know. I guess he doesn't want to extend too much. He just
Yeah.
goes one forward by one forward. Just transform the Phoenix.
Yeah. Get all those cards gone and start
Edgar.
hitting.
Ooh, that's another good hit.
Well, he has a Mock on hand, so Mock is active right now.
Yep. Can draw.
Not sure how much it will do. I feel like these kind of situations, FF6 can only come back with the 5 CP lock, which obviously he's not playing, nor has the backup. So
Oh, well, you're proven wrong. There we are. We're gonna get free
just what we're looking for.
2 free draws.
Oh yeah,
Is
Richie is making a very good comment. So he didn't do the Ilua or the what's the name again?
yeah,
Lunette.
yeah. The Lunevs to get the Ilua dulled ability. Oh, we're gonna just go in Ifrit to
Okay.
kill the lock.
He
10k.
does have the Sabin, but it's already
Yeah.
Though Richie had enough cards on hand, so he could have also just tossed the card, play Lunette, and do it that way.
So the Sabin was revealed by lock, so now we're just gonna search. Since you just lost your lock, do you go and search for your third Edgar, or do you go search for another lock and just try and do it the whole thing again with Mug on the next turn? He does opt for Edgar. Seems like a safe thing. It's the last one though, so has to be careful with it. It won't be until next turn anyway. I don't think he's going to do it this turn.
Yeah, he's already going to 6 damage.
Because he does it, he's just going to die.
Yeah. Have you seen any haste goblins or anything? And also,
He does run them for sure, but
Yeah.
not yet. Not non-discarded or nothing.
I think we need to prepare for the
For the
third one.
damage, yeah.
Okay, tap 3. Play the Edgar, get the Mog, get the Sabin. Yeah,
Could just all freeze the Lua with Mog.
yeah, that's true.
So here we're going to get back a copy of Sabin if we do have one in Mog.
Yep. Yeah.
So just play the Mug.
There's the Mog.
They'll freeze the Lua, I believe.
Yeah.
Faris cannot kill everything. I mean, Faris is still going to, unfortunately, be enough to kill stuff.
What does he? I'm not sure about this, but does he still have the Lunette on hand?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is, Faris is going to trigger no matter what, so might as well dolly the Lua.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a turn.
Oh.
Oh, he's still going for
He's
it.
just going straight and then shoot 8,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And then just go hope for a brick from your opponent. Sure, yeah. He gets to do 4k, of course, or 3k, because Ferris receives damage. Not enough to kill anything. We do apologize for the glare, but the glare card at the bottom is a 4 CP Sabin, the one that shoots AK, and in the middle we have the Mog.
Yeah.
And he has 5 cards. Oh no, that's a brick. Okay, I thought he had 1 card.
He's checking his
I was like,
brick
what? No, he has 1 card on hand.
So as the Lunef, I believe he has a second copy of Kucha spell. I do not see the rest. Okay, you need to read Mug, apparently.
Okay. Well. 6 Susano top. Did he draw it?
He has a Terra.
That's yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's actually interesting. Yeah, you just played that, right? You just played that. Wow. I wasn't even. Okay.
Terra.
Oh, okay.
Probably gonna get back to Ifrit. Yeah, why not?
And then just finished off with okay. Playing it safe. Use the Susano on next turn.
Yeah, he does have a Susano, you're right. So Lunef Susano, I think it was a Warrior of Light, which he discarded just now.
Yeah.
And now
He
has an
has
Ifrit.
Lunette,
Yeah.
Susano, and a Ifrit. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't even.
Out of the Susano.
Oh. Okay. I was like, why you leave the backup open? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this makes sense because he kills 1 forward with the Lunette. He has the Ifrit. He kills another forward. Why go for the Susano?
Yeah, sure.
It just makes
And
sense.
that's how many? 1 damage? 2 damage with the Phoenix. Puts him at 5 controllable. So he chooses to
There it
shoot the
goes.
Sabin.
Yeah.
No extra
That's,
copies for the
1,
S.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Exactly enough with for the Lunette. And there. Oh, he passes turn. He doesn't push with the Phoenix. I'm not sure how many cards there are still in the break zone, but probably running low because the Phoenix already removed 8 cards.
I think he's going to try and go for a big swing next turn and just finish him off in 1 turn.
Yeah.
The rain is not that interesting right now. Not enough backups for him to be profitable.
The rain?
The 60p rain?
Why not? You're at 3 damage, so it has haste, right?
Still, but I think the best thing he could top deck right now is a second copy of Ferris if he does run one.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Well, I'm actually not sure. I would just draw anything that has haste.
Yeah.
So either a rain or even the. You know what's the most insane? I think the 2 CP Warrior of Light, because you can also give it haste with and just filter for better cards.
Even a Squall.
Oh, calm down. Let's not
nice.
bury him. Yeah, I think we.
He has 1 card in hand, so.
Yeah, we know.
We know it's the Ifrit, yes.
Yeah. He has 1 open backup.
So he's doing a party attack and dulling the Lua. I think he will gladly take it. There's
Probably, yeah.
2 less. Well, I guess this means he just top decks a Sabin.
Yeah.
Seems pretty obvious. So chooses to take the damage. That's what's the name of this one? I forgot. The fire one for free. Blacksmith? No.
I think it's called. I don't know. In water, it's called the Alchemist, I believe.
No, Blacksmith is the 4 CP one that gives break to everybody.
I'm not sure. I think
I
it's.
forgot.
Yeah. It's the 0 CP back.
Yeah,
of
it's
course.
0 CP fire. There we
And
go.
there he plays another glare card.
Why does it come in dull?
Okay, we know who it is then. It must be discard 2 Umaru.
Oh yeah, he
Yeah.
played it from the break zone. All right.
See, we don't need to know the card. He just already knew.
He just played a
We
blank
should know.
card. I know what that does.
Yeah. So what does he? What can he do with the Umaru? So he can stop the Lunette. Probably that's what you're gonna do
Mhm.
before going to attack phase.
Or kill the Lua.
Yeah. Well, the Ilua's dull, so I wouldn't
Yeah.
worry too much about that. And I like a dull Ilua because it also means not a new one will approach. But he also has the Terra on hand, and I'm not sure what the... Is that a selfie? I'm not sure. It is a backup.
Check the break zone.
Pro gamer move. Checking the break zone. Once your opponent starts checking the break zone, you know we have a pro gamer.
Well, it does matter now. He knows for sure this is the last copy of Edgar, so getting rid of it seems pretty interesting right now, as only a Celis would be allowing you to get it back.
Yeah.
The Mog is not that super interesting, so he chooses to kill the Lunef, like you
Yeah.
said, going into the battle phase.
And then it's just attack
Yeah, well,
at
I
least
mean,
once, maybe twice.
Terra can just damage. Why
Ooh,
not?
X-burst.
Strago.
There
1,
we go.
2, 3,
Is that a demon?
4. It
Ah.
was a demon, yes. Demon, lock, Opus 4. That is.
I actually like that. You just go the demon, remove the
Shadow.
break zone, and you basically take down the... Wait, who did he take?
He did take the demon.
The demon? Yeah.
You can give him a haste.
Get rid of the Ilua.
Yeah, and remove the break zone for Phonix as
Yeah.
well.
Okay.
He's going to lose the demon in answer because we still know he still has the Ifrit though. So
Yeah, but at least you you take down 2 forwards basically.
right.
That's really
Well, only
interesting.
one, I guess. He's not.
No,
that,
because you take down the Ilua and you...
Yeah, you won't have time to attack. As soon as he's going to try to give him haste, he's just going to blast it.
No,
with
it's on
Ifrit.
entry as well. On entry.
Yeah, but entry is yeah, just remove whatever he has in the
Yeah.
break zone and kill one thing, but
Yeah. Or...
he doesn't kill the second one. That's what I'm saying.
No, but I mean
Yeah.
you shut down the Phoenix.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
Or you just say 7k and you
okay.
kill 2 forwards.
I understood. Thank. That way.
It's both fine, I guess.
Should be what he's going to do.
But
He technically also could just say fire and deal 7k AoE and just kill Terra.
yeah,
and
exactly.
Ulua
Yeah. That's...
And see what he
Oh.
chooses.
He's gonna look for a lock. That's the 4 CP Celeste. Either discard or look for a lock.
It's a
And,
blank card.
It's,
What are
yeah.
you saying?
Yeah. And there we have the lock. So he leaves himself. Ooh, oh, yeah. I was about to say Celeste gives haste. He could like party attack, but of course that's only.
Yeah,
It's
it's
the
not
two
the
CPs.
correct one.
Exactly.
He still does have the. He still does have the interceptor open though. He did discard the demon also to do all this, so the demon is out of the question apparently. We don't
Yeah.
want to play demon.
Yeah, and look, there's the
And-
Ifrit.
Yeah.
Take down the Edgar. Shoot 5k. Terra. Yeah.
So he
it's-
does 7k to one and
5K on
7k
the
to
sub.
the other, so
Yeah.
actually kills both.
No, the Celeste has 7,000 power.
Oh yeah, right. She survives with 2.
Ooh, and the clutch save. Back attack Gao. Best
Oei.
card in the game. Yeah.
I have
It's
no
going.
idea what the Gao does anymore.
You
but
don't-
He,
you don't?
he has power, right?
So Gao has back attack.
yeah, I
It's a water
remember.
card, 2 CP. You
uh-huh.
play it. You
Yeah.
can select a Final Fantasy 6 card,
Yeah.
and it gains 1,000 power for every FF6. So that's 1, 2, 3,
Ah.
4, 5, 6, 7,000 on Edgar.
Okay, so he saved the Edgar, but
Yeah.
then a goblin is just gonna finish off the Celis.
Celis,
Got it.
exactly.
Right.
OP foil cards.
Yeah, this is extreme. This is the next step after full art. It's no art.
Just play blank cards.
Foil no
Yeah,
art.
yeah.
Which technically already existed, because if you remember, there were misprints that existed
Yeah,
where
yeah.
there were only the foil, no
I-
card.
I know 2 people who got those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit
Where
of history.
If you have like augmented glasses and that it's like pop-ups, 3D hologram. Okay,
We're not to
I'm
this
going.
point. Wrong company.
Oh, wrong. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Wrong game. Actually, I'm surprised how well FF6 is being able to
Perform
stay alive, basically. Get that freeze on the Lua.
Party
Lua is not going to
attack.
kill anything.
Ooh.
1 CP.
Another
Ifrit.
Ifrit again.
Oh, and does Edgar dies? Or not? Yeah, because he has 7k, so the Terra, that's 7k, and then he can kill the Gao with the another 5k.
Oh my god. Boom. Boom. Yeah, just lost 2 forwards.
EX clapped.
Yep. This is intense.
Okay, well, we go from X-Burst into X-Burst. This is a pro Final Fantasy trading card game. Yeah, it's looking really good.
The Silua has not seen the day of light for 4 turns, I believe now.
Yeah, that is, she has not been active. She attacked once or twice? I think twice. Yeah, twice. Okay, well, for 1 CP forward, right? It's
Yeah, it is a Terra.
Yeah.
It's Opus 10 starter deck Terra. Oh, the demon. Just gonna kill the Mog, remove your break zone. This is huge.
And now it's actually
yeah, this looks like a GG to me.
time for
Like, I don't see how FF6 just comes back from it anymore.
probably he has 2 attacks, right? I guess Phoenix is also already put him at 6.
He doesn't have a haste, obviously, but still.
No, wait, he cannot overextend because imagine he goes like 3 CP lock, 2 CP Celeste, do freeze the Phoenix, 2 times attack. You win, but probably he has something on that.
Well, does Celis dull characters or forwards? I believe it's forwards.
Celeste dulls forwards, but the Setzer dulls
yeah,
characters.
I understand.
So you have the Setzer for the Phoenix.
Yeah.
The question is, does he have a 3 CP lock in deck still? Because he
It would be
did
the third
C2.
copies, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
So technically, yeah, attacking is risky, but he does go for it.
Go for that. Ooh.
Interceptor, so he's safe. So top deck, is he gonna top deck?
Oh, what does he see? Ooh.
No.
He also has ooh, okay.
He's preparing to dull free. Are we going to see it?
Marco.
Is it a prophecy? Oh.
Is Marco gonna do it? He throws away a lock.
Oh my god! Is it? What? Oh, it's not in there. Oh my god.
No, wait. He can. Oh, he only has 1 card. He cannot give haste with. Wait.
Unless it's a fire card.
No.
Unless it's a fire card, but.
Yeah. If it's fire.
Oh,
does not have a fire card.
Oh god.
Imagine.
Oh my god. Almost.
Imagine.
Almost.
Oh, that would have been an insane. Because would he have game?
He would have gone
He would have game, right?
Yeah, he would have
Oh
just party attacked with both, and then it was over. Sheesh.
Marco.
Whew. Scary, but
What?
now, of course, Ilua is active,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
here we
yeah.
are.
Nah, that's not gonna save him. Okay.
Yeah, Scoop. Jesus.
Oh my God.
So close. Oh, so much action.
I really gotta give props to Marco.
Yeah.
For having the slow start, and coming so close to just finding one more piece. One piece.
Just
Oh my
one
God.
Salis. One piece, yeah, you're right.
Getting hot. Mono Fire is doing it. But now, Connor has to go back to the Mono Water deck.
Jesus.
And no, sorry. Yeah, the Mono Water
Yeah.
deck will go second. And I can tell you, my last game, I also was playing Mono Water.
Against
And
FF6.
against FF6. And my opponent just went turn 1, Setzer lock, I draw the Celeste, haste, dual feature only water backup. And it did the job.
It's one of the worst things that can happen to you. The second worst is, or probably worst, depending on how you see it, is Interceptor Setzer.
Yeah.
And then you just go
Yeah.
lock for CP, give
Exactly.
it haste, and then just
Exactly,
discard
yeah.
2
Yeah.
because you have no way in hand. If you don't have Kuchu Lane, you're pretty
Exactly,
much
yeah.
doomed anyway.
I do want to say one thing. I really like the sleeves of Connor.
Yeah, I was about to say, I didn't want to.
I
It's
really
like,
like the sleeves of Connor.
he plays the same one as you.
Sorry, Marco, I gotta give this one to Connor. I'm rooting for
Yeah.
Connor.
You're right. Only he could have only given haste with 1 forward Interceptor. He
Yeah,
really
without
needed the
Celeste.
Celis.
Yeah,
but
we
still.
need this Celeste.
If he revealed the Celis, he had 0 card in
Thanks,
the end. It was
Brian.
game. It was game.
Yeah, absolutely. But just getting so close, getting only that one, and probably there wouldn't be that many cards in the deck. Still.
No.
The question is though,
Did he have another one? But I believe if he was
how
trying for the
many?
move,
Yeah,
he knew his deck.
that's exactly.
Well, let's see. So, Motor Water.
See, Brian is a guy of culture, a man of culture.
Nice.
So we're going to the final game, and also going to be the final game of today.
Yep.
So let's get it up for the final. Is
Sid?
is
RTP,
one of these guys going to the finals? Is it like that?
We don't know yet.
Okay.
They're both bubble, basically. They're both 4-in-1, so the outcome
could
could
go 4-2.
decide. Yeah,
Okay.
going 4-2 could not make it. So already a free CP log discarded for Setzer.
Good start.
Artemisian, so
Ooh. The whole
the
hand.
entire hand. Wow, 5 cards back under the below.
Perfect.
Nice,
Perfect.
nice.
I love this. I love
Yes.
this. Just a third mulligan. Or was it? Did he mulligan?
He did mulligan.
Yeah. Perfect. Perfect.
He has that's Leviathan. He has
That's a lightning.
lightning.
Definitely keep the
Blue
lightning.
Worm. He has a Merle Web and a Waka.
And a Waka.
Yep.
So he has both the counter. If he goes aggro, he has the. Oh, I'm not sure if I like this.
Yeah, I would have waited and played the Waka. But
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, and he draws the
the
Archmission.
Alchemist. So next turn is
Ultimate.
definitely.
See, and this is why I don't like this play, because you could have gone next turn Waka, Merle Whip,
and then
play the
yeah,
Alchemist, and you would have had an extra card on hand.
Oh, Strago. 1, 2, 3, 4. He does get an interceptor. Probably gonna get it picked. There you go. Dogo.
A very good comment. The FF6 has the banana suit guy.
It's true.
When
When are you doing the cosplay again? Empire Gestalian Empire Sith.
I did have the cosplay.
Oh
but
yeah, I did see you one
I
time.
gained the size. It doesn't fit me anymore.
It doesn't matter.
So either I work out or.
Stretch it out. So Waka, Tidus, Tross, and I believe that was a Sagging Sheaf. I might be mistaken.
Yeah, I don't see the.
Oh no, it's a Leviathan.
Okay.
9 CP.
You could get that.
Just get
put
the
it in the
Tidus,
break
no?
zone. What can? No, you don't, because I think the demon is too scary. If you go Tidus and he just does the demon, oh, he goes for the Tidus though. Oh no, sorry, he goes for the Tross. I guess that's fine.
And
I'm
just
not
plays
really
the
sure.
Alchemist.
Yeah, that's so he still has the Leviathan in hand. He has the Tross. So maybe he goes next turn monster, because I think he has a blue roam. Oh no, that's a Choo-Choo. That's-
He had a blue worm. I don't know if he
No,
discarded
I
it.
did
but
see him discard one. I'm not sure if he has one. No, he has a
Kuchulain,
Lightning,
Lightning, and a
Tross.
Truss. Okay.
And there we see a lock, and that's
Hekuchu.
Ooh.
Oof. Well, I guess you still reveal.
Yeah.
1.
Well, that's fine, right?
Yeah, because he just plays Sid, so it's
Stop
just
the
no
train.
further
Yeah,
reveals.
exactly.
So he's gonna go get Edgar, most probably.
No, he showed a Sabin, right?
That's what he revealed to ensure that
Oh, okay. Yeah,
to
yeah,
see,
yeah.
to see
He's
what the
still
card
searching.
was. So it's
Okay.
either Edgar in any situation or the mug, depending on which one do you have of the two.
Or, because the water
You
player
could
is
get
gonna.
you could go get a Celis and just slam
Do
it
get 2
and
damage?
do 2 damage. He
It
does
ma-
have
it
a
makes
Setzer.
sense, right? It
He
makes
does have the
sense.
Setzer though.
Okay. Yeah.
Because like even though he
Oh,
got
exactly. Yeah. You.
he did get Kuchulain, but the Celis has a newer timestamp, so she's still given haste. I mean, this is arguably a good play you could do as well.
Yeah, yeah. The thing the FF6 player should do is 2 things, I believe. I could be wrong. Either go fully aggro, which is as you're saying, or just set up as you might lose some forwards now. You lose that lock, get it back right up to set up for the counter.
I think I just saw Shinryu being drawn. It's either this or Graziella. The picture from the hand at this size, it's fairly the same.
We go for 3 lightning.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, yeah. Get rid of the lock. See, and this is what I mean, where it's also removed, so even the Edgar will not get it back. And I did see.
It's a Shinryu.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also did see that Marco had Interceptor in hand.
Yep.
He's probably not able to play it because
He does not have
he
fire.
only has the Edgar.
Yeah.
And yeah, are you gonna discard an Interceptor for an Edgar?
He took
Or
it
you-
from the Strago a long time ago, but just did not play it.
Yeah.
So water slowly setting itself to 5 backups.
Here we
Strago attacking. I mean, this is just trying to chip damage in.
Is FF6 one
Yes.
of the more cohesive game theme decks to play? I guess by cohesive I mean synergize well together. Well, it's the only deck currently in the game where
That
you
has
have
full-
50
Yeah.
fully FF6,
FF6 cards.
and that's mainly because of the locks, of course, because they tie it together. And I think the other deck that really comes close is FF13.
Then Moors.
And Mars, but
Soiree.
Mars Soiree is just like
The
you-
engine.
the engine, and
core.
then
Yeah.
you
Then
put 20
just-
cards
yeah.
together.
But yeah, let's say as a cohesion, yeah, FF6 is probably the one that is the
Yeah.
closest to a solid unit.
Sarah Impact is right that the FF14 you play like 4. Oh, actually,
The Cyan deck,
with the
yeah.
Xenos, where you just go haste on all the. I think
We did
that's
see Joshua play this.
oh exactly, yeah. So good call.
But yeah, like
Play the
FF6.
Edgar. There we go, another Strago, and
There's,
he gets back. Unfortunately, we cannot see the cards, but I do see one lock at the bottom.
there's a Celis also, 2 CP.
Oh look,
And
he
the
gets a
Sabin.
7.
That was a Strago actually.
3 CP lock underneath Strago, and I believe a Celis.
The only problem of FF6 to build as a deck is that the cards are a bit scarce. Like there's Opus 4, there's Opus 11, there's Opus 15, there's Opus 20.
Yeah.
So you have to look for specific boxes, but other than that, it's not that expensive of a deck.
But that's also why I like standard, other than like other formats, where in standard you really can make like team decks, and you lose that ability if
Just
you in L6.
One
or L6.
Opus, one card that comes out, and
Yeah.
you just go and dig out all the cards from boxes.
Yeah.
It's always nice.
And Marco does a pro gamer move. He X-burst lock and gets back a lock, right? He took the lock.
Yeah,
oh,
he takes Celis, 2 CP Celis.
2 CP Celis.
Mm-hmm.
One Gao goes underneath. And we have the Edgar on the board.
Alchemist for free, so we have 5 backups.
Mm,
Tross,
yeah.
no Ash.
And you would
Edgar
say
is live. Edgar is live.
Edgar is live indeed. But I'm also starting to be interested in how many cards Connor has in his break zone.
Yes, the Leviathan is
Yeah.
nearing.
Should be like 8, right? Oh,
But-
and he has Leviathan on hand.
We know he also has Shinryu, so I guess Marco
Combo's ready.
doesn't really want to go too deep. He has to be aware of this pressure. This is something that we didn't have in the last format, where one of water, let's say, even pre or post injury ban. We did not have to consider this. Shinryu really changes stuff. Are you going to approach the matchups now?
and not just in mono water. It's also
Yeah,
in. I've seen soiree decks.
Yes,
play
Marco
yeah,
plays free Shinryu.
Okay, okay, no.
yeah, don't worry, I know. I seen it yesterday at LCQ finals.
Okay, well. Yeah.
You don't expect it, but it works somehow.
Well, it's also I really like the mono lightning decks where they don't have board wipes, right?
Yeah.
And they have card that you can discard cards from your hand. So just adding those Shinryus in there, it also makes it possible. So it's an interesting card.
I still prefer Susano, but I understand the appeal to it.
Yeah. FF14, FF6, and FF13 are like really good team decks. I agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
So another blank card. So what
It's a
it's
the
a Moro.
2 CP Omaro.
gives it haste apparently, or at least he's going to try to.
Yeah. So what the 2 CP Omaro does is when you tap him, so it does need to have no summoner sickness.
Yeah.
You discard 2 cards of your opponent, and if by any chance you play Go-Go, that's discard 4.
Yep. We have not seen a single Go-Go being played the entire day. I mean, on stream, of course, obviously, but I have not seen a single Go-Go. Or nor does Omaro, to be honest.
I would always play Go-Go in this deck because I think it's too good with the
He
Edgar.
is giving him a haste.
Yeah. Discard 4. This is exactly what you have to do if you want to beat water.
Does he have Go-Go though?
Well, he's just gonna bounce it. Yeah. And this I already like.
Well,
You play 4 CP,
And he draw from Tross.
but he still has the answer in hand, you know.
Yep.
So it's just play him right away, I think. FF6 in what style? Like in
FF7 in the
team-
Cloud Pod that we saw earlier. Yeah, he just played the Cloud Pod.
Oh, you mean the with the wind?
Yeah, you know, just
Yeah,
Clouds.
yeah.
as-
Break, yeah.
We
With
did
the
not
light
see that
arrows.
on stream either.
Oh.
It just got killed by Monofire throughout the game.
I think Monofire is the only hard counter.
Yuffie just did the work, but they did not.
He
it
did
was
win.
not enough.
He did win.
No, he
Oh, okay.
He
Unfortunately.
almost could, but a Ramu, 1 CP Ramu from Opus 20 decided otherwise.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're getting in an interesting board state because we know he has the Shinryu,
Yeah.
and we also know that Shinryu is gonna get really cheap.
Well, he does only cost 2 right now. Party attack with luck.
Yeah.
Dull freeze the Tross. Damage. That's lightning.
I'm really interested in. Oh, and then we have a blank.
And a blank.
Doesn't matter too much, I believe.
Yeah, just gonna draw.
Well.
Also, remove the party attack from the other 2
yeah,
if he
and
wants
that's
to.
actually really relevant because he could have pushed him to 6, right? I'm not sure if they.
Yeah, indeed. They
So
could attack.
Oh.
I mean,
Discard 1.
you can technically still attack with both individually.
Okay, now
Yeah,
something
he does.
really interesting is going. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's just gonna push him
go
to
for
6, get
accept-
wiped,
Exactly.
and then try
then
and finish him off.
one
Let's
more.
see how it is.
And he has the interceptor, so this is going to be really interesting.
Yeah.
Did you see that? He just drew the 6 CP Leviathan after the first draw, so that was really close. So here we go.
Shinryu, right off the bat. Do you inflict a point of damage with lightning? Why not? Why would you not?
I think maybe you leave the lightning open to have 2 blockers. Because it depends, do you have the answer to block the haste? You know he has the interceptor, you know he has the Celeste. So actually, Connor is slightly in trouble. Even after board wipe, I think Marco's in control.
Especially, he knows now from the last play that Marco attempted in the previous game that he does run 3 copies of each Celis and Lock, so he has to be worried about this.
Ay.
It's gonna be a tense again finishing, but this time not because they're both about to kill each other. It's just one is really close from winning.
Yeah.
So there goes Shinryu. Boom. Are we going to mostly discard or yeah? We're gonna
2.
discard 2
And then we
2
have
CP.
the Yuna gone. Makes sense.
Yuna.
Another bad card.
Backups.
What's that? He has a backup on hand. Oh no, there's lightning on hand, Leviathan on hand.
The Fiend.
I fully agree.
Boom.
You don't play anyways.
Yeah, there's no summons.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. And
Alright.
now, is this enough to block? Of course, the struggle trigger. He gets a card.
Demon is a nice option.
Does he have enough to do
Oh,
7k?
He's just gonna remove the break zone and kill
Can
the
he,
Shinryu.
can he Lena right now? Does he have Lena
does
on
he
hand?
have Lena?
Oh no.
He does not.
Oh
Does
no.
he have Elena in the break zone and can get it with the 6 CP Leviathan?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
yeah,
so
yeah.
much stuff. No, he has
Ay, 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 ay.
Leviathan. He has a 9 CP Leviathan. He has a Geomancer.
He could maybe hardcast the Leviathan and bounce the. No, I'm too crazy, right? No, he just,
Oh,
You just leave the Leviathan on hand, bounce whatever gets haste. The only question is if he goes lock Celeste, he cannot bounce 2, and the Celeste will duel the Shinryu. He lose the game right there.
yeah.
So a lock Celeste is enough to win the game.
Well, technically
I
no,
mean,
because as he tries to enter battle phase, he's just gonna bounce one of them, so they don't even get to it.
No, because you.
Oh, you
leave
mean
the-
on entry? Right. Right.
But you also leave the interceptor open. So even if you bounce the Celeste and the lock loses haste.
Yeah, I get it. At least you dulled the. You dulled the Shinryu,
Shinryu,
which is what matters for you. Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's see.
Spicy games. Silence.
It is pretty
It's really,
tense.
I actually think this is a really tense situation.
I prefer to have a co-caster for this one because this is actually the kind of thing where I would just leave blank moments because I already spoke what I have to say. But
Mhm.
since you have more stuff to say, it's nice. There's really. I hope. I don't know
Oh,
what
you
the
mean-
music is right now. Let's
you
see.
mean compared to the other games?
Yeah.
I like that.
We're on a FF14 Evansford music. I don't know if this is
Oh.
hype music or whatever. But
Can we also not listen to it?
no, unfortunately, someone teased me earlier saying there was Battle on the Big Bridge, but
Oh,
I could
really?
not hear it. I was like, I'm frustrated. Favorite
Oh.
song. He's still thinking, Marco.
Okay, wait. I want to ask to the chat, who's gonna win this game?
Yeah.
Let's
Let's
have
do
some,
predictions.
Let's do some predictions.
They have a 25 seconds delay, so
Okay.
you can expect the answers later. But Marco
Well,
has still not performed any action since he drew, so it's really. It must not be easy, his play right now. Or you're like favorably, biasedly rooting for the yellow guy sleeves, or.
Well, you may, look, he has the yellow sleeves, but look at the backup at Marco.
Ah, yeah, he has a banana man.
He literally has me on the field.
Yeah.
So, Marco, come on, you gotta do this.
This is taking a while. Maybe
Yeah,
he's
this-
counting if he has enough mana to do everything.
Well, we already know that he doesn't have the lock because he would have just locked it right away.
Maybe he's still counting if he has enough to
Yeah.
do lock, then the Celis,
Yeah.
and still do the interceptor.
Exactly. And also, he could think that he might have a Kuchu lane on hand and remove the haste, which is also.
Yeah, it's something you have to consider, even though we
Exactly.
know he doesn't,
Yeah.
but still. But it's in this kind of situation, I think you should just go for try and do it, just trying to do the win.
Yeah.
The more you wait, the more the answers are actually going to be real. You should just take the bet that he doesn't have it right now.
Yeah, just take the risk. Absolutely. And even if he has it, just.
Oh,
Oh.
we have
Marco has
All-
decided.
all free backups though. So that means that the interceptor is out of the. He does go for the demon. Remove the break zone.
So just get rid of the Lena. Get rid of a forward.
And perhaps on a later turn do what you said.
Sounds like a good turn, right?
Yep.
Because you're at 2 damage. You have you're playing against mono water. You have all the time of the world. It's all about setting up.
It's
doing
all
the
about
setup.
like leaving a turn where your opponent just drew an alchemist, which does nothing.
Exactly.
And I think he drew another backup, to be honest. So this could be the weak turn that Connor did not want to get right now.
It is not a weak turn.
Well,
because
weak
now
turn,
he has
he has the 9 CP.
He has the
Yeah,
he has the both the 9 CP, but also has the 5 CP or 6 CP Leviathan.
Yes.
So those backups will do impact. And this is really interesting. Connor has still to keep in mind the haste forwards that are coming next turn.
He drew another Shinryu and the alchemist.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Could he go like Shinryu and then into Atamos? I'm not sure if he plays Atamos. That sounds like it's really safe. I don't know
He's
actually.
going to discard the alchemist for the Shinryu, that's for sure.
Okay. I really wonder what he's gonna search. He would have had the Lena right now.
He could just go for Lena, yeah, but
No,
that
but,
is
no,
if he
but I
didn't
mean,
get removed.
exactly,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, Ash, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Just
that's-
1 CP minus 10k, why not?
Yeah. But Connor needs to keep in mind if that lock Celeste comes, he still has he loses still.
Well,
so does he have enough?
He has free.
No, because they will duel 3.
Oh, we need to
and
remember.
on party
There's,
attack.
we need to remember there's a Tross in the equation.
No, because Setzer will duel 3 Truss. So he has the whole board locked down already.
Right.
The only save Connor has is to bounce or Kuchulin something in response. And the question is, does he have 4 cards in hand? I think it's not the case. So this is really interesting. I think the turn goes to Marco. Probably Connor's thinking about attacking. Oh, and he does, which makes sense because if he draws the Celeste, it's over anyways. And he has 3 cards left, I think. So the question is, he drew the 2 CP Celeste. He has the 2 CP
Oh, I thought
Celeste.
Celeste was according to the number of forwards that you
No,
have.
no,
It's
no.
characters.
It's a board bill. It's definitely a
Yeah.
board bill. And he did draw it. So the question
Does he
is,
have the free CP?
does he have the lock? And if he doesn't have the lock, is there something else he can do? Because probably not, because you cannot deal with the Tross. But if you go like Celeste, Sabin, give haste, yeah, I think that doesn't fit.
He
No.
could have, let's say, I think though he doesn't, but 1 CP Sabin by discarding a card. Then you discard Ice to play the Celis, and then you can just give haste to the Sabin. That works.
If you can pay for it.
Yeah.
That's the whole. I think you can.
He just needs an Ice card and
Yeah.
a Fire card, so it's feasible.
Yeah.
But
then it's-
I think he does not have any more copies of Sabin anymore. As we did some.
Did he have 3 already?
He
Yeah.
discarded 1 for the.
I've
the
seen 2, I
demon,
believe. Okay.
And the other one was from the one that on the field he had at some point.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't have access to the break zone, unfortunately. He's checking.
I like how Mono Water is just so dominant right now.
Yeah, but still
still-
super scared.
You're so close to,
Yeah.
to being at the end, and this is the strength of FF6 as well, where you can always, you have to push really quick early, get to that 5 or 6 damage. 5 is already enough with lock, and then even if they board wipe, go find that final puzzle piece.
Is he gonna get a playmat boost?
Playmat boost?
Yeah.
What do you mean with that?
Celeste luck.
Oh, like that. Oh. Celeste and Lock are already on the field.
Yeah. Just dull the playmat for you.
Is this the first time that joke was made?
I did not mention the playmat. I didn't mention it. I mean with the layout
Okay,
first
okay.
and the playmat on
Oh, yeah,
round
'cause
one
we have-
because it was pretty. But oh, he has the tools now. He has the tools. He does have everything. You can just play the lock, reveal any ice card to pay for the Celis, and just go wide.
Does he have 4 cards in hand, Connor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. No, 3. Oh, I need to know.
He has the free.
4.
Oh,
He has Shinru, right? Or not? Oh no, he has
No,
4.
no,
So he can cast Leviathan.
He even recovered the Moogle, so he has an additional card. He's going to draw the Tross for free. Don't require any party attack. Here comes the lock. Reveal another 4.
And we know he has Celeste on hand.
Yeah,
1
yeah,
card. He only
yeah.
needs to hit the ice card.
Oof, he get it.
And he hits
He
one,
has the
he
mug.
hits one.
Get the mug. Oh my god, is he gonna do it? Is this how is going to be done? Discard the Mog, Celis. Yeah,
Yep.
while you're dawning this, you don't need to.
Yeah.
There you are.
But
Doll
it's not
Tall.
enough. It's not enough.
It is.
No.
Just party attack.
He has the Leviathan on hand. The question is, can he cast it?
1, 2.
There it goes. Bounces the lock, of course, because you don't want to have to duel again.
Yeah.
Did he draw?
He drew
from
off
Tross?
Tross.
And he has no water character in the. That's really unfortunate for Connor.
Yeah, so just pass.
Last turn. And now
Oh, he drew the 9
he
CP.
can cast it.
He drew the 9 CP.
Does he have lead? He has lead. Oh no, he has no lethal.
No,
He has no
he's
lethal.
1 off.
It's 6.
He's 1 off.
And he has the lock.
You still cast the 9 CP.
Oh, yeah, I think you leave the Celeste on the board. Like you play the you have to play Leviathan. You play Leviathan. You
I
get
would-
rid of the Mock and the
I
Edgar.
would leave the Edgar.
Would you not just leave? No. Because you cannot leave anything because party attacking your dad.
Oh, yeah, right.
So you have to kill the.
Is this why he's trying to bait the trade between Mog and Shinryu?
I think. Just Shinryu attack, because you. No, I think you have to. Oh, that's really difficult. Really difficult.
Can you imagine if he had just one more fire card? He would have done it. Because he.
Trade the Shinryu for the Mock.
Yeah.
And I really don't like this because if you hardcast Leviathan right now, you're not able to bounce the Edgar. You're not able to bounce the Celeste. So you bounce the, I think, Interceptor, 9th on either Celeste, probably Celeste, leave the Edgar living, so you cannot replay an Edgar.
I would relieve the Edgar living.
Absolutely, yeah.
Regardless, I mean, from the get-go, like
Yeah.
I said.
Because otherwise Locke will also have haste.
Edgar doesn't do much anymore. Even if you
Yeah.
draw Saban, I mean, like, yeah, sure.
It's fine. yeah,
Minus
yeah.
8k, who cares?
So now the question is, will Marco play Locke and have... Does he have another 6
Wait,
CP?
now that I think about it, doesn't he still have Shinryu in hand?
No.
No? Oh, he has Shinryu plus another 2 cards. 1,
2.
2, and plays the Leviathan. Yeah, okay, so here comes Big
Hardcast the
Daddy.
Leviathan, like a mad lad.
Okay, Interceptor, makes sense. And should kill the
Yeah.
cells, yeah. So like we said, perfect.
And now comes the lock. And if he hits... The question is how many Celestes are still in the game?
Yeah, if it's Lock Celis, it's a win. So it's basically the same situation as last game.
Is commentator's volume low or is it just me? I don't know, Banana Slip, but I like your name. So,
Yeah. He's counting. He's counting.
we'll... Banana Slip, you ask and we provide. Do let us know if this is a little bit better. And
No, he did not draw from the
did-
Tross, did he? Yeah, he forgot to. Apparently, he should have a card in hand. He has 0, so. Right.
Did he not? Yeah.
just-
Because you can ask, yeah. Yeah, he bounced the backup and he killed the forward, so there's no.
Yeah, never mind.
Who's that guy that asked?
Yeah,
Who asked?
it's Ryan Chan. You know the North American champion?
Never heard of him.
Yeah. Whoops.
Yeah,
It's fine. He doesn't know how to play Mono Water, I think. So anyway.
he played the lock, and now I did not see what he hit, but it was not a Celeste.
Nope.
No, he did not miss a draw from.
It's Gao, Strago, Saban. Oh. I think he's gonna go in shame now.
No worries.
I did the same mistake. I was baited. We were baited.
You made him stand up. Good job, guys. Good job.
I did the exercise. It's the opposite
So-
of yesterday.
So what did he play? Because we see a blanked out card, a glared card, and I don't know who it is.
I think it's. I don't know. I have no idea what that is. Hang
And
on.
he drew 2 dead cards. He drew
Wait.
2 dead cards. Oh no. Oh, so really interesting. He just did a. That's probably Saban on the field, and he discarded a Saban to kill the Tross. That's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. I do have to say it's a really interesting game. Both players can. It's basically
It's
one.
Saban.
It is Saban.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he just discarded. If you look at the break zone, he just discarded a Saban, killed the Tross. So Connor made a Tross a forward, wanted to attack, probably to bounce either Saban
Yeah,
or
and just killed it.
and he killed it right away. And now Connor has to think, and it's really Spicy. Oh, he attacks
Wow,
with
that's
Leviathan.
confidence here.
He attacks with the Leviathan.
That's dead, so we don't care.
What's the reason?
So he has Ash.
Okay.
I think he's trying to...
Oh,
He conceded. He
accepts,
just
he concedes,
accepted
yeah.
draw.
Because it was
Wow.
when that Tross died. So actually, Marco does win.
Yeah, so basically admitting that he drew dead, and that his opponent
Yeah.
had enough to clear the game. So congratulations to Marco for going 5-1.
Marco goes to day 2.
Yeah.
Good job, Marco.
Connor could still go
could still go.
to 4-2.
I believe if we looked at the NA championship, there was like the top 6 was 5-1. And I believe about 2 of the players, 4-2s, did make top cut. So it's going to be really interesting. But it's like the top 20 that's going 4-2. So, and of course, only the top 10 will go to the next. So
Yeah.
it's really...
I'm gonna go get the standings anyway announced and the top cut as soon as it's provided. So
Sure.
for now, we're gonna go and see if Marco wants to join us on the stream.
oh, of course. Yeah.
We only have 2 chairs, but you can have maybe the interview if you want.
Oh.
So it makes a bit spice to change, but stay around. So for the announcement of the standings results and the top cut and the interview of Marco, we'll be right back.
Sounds good.
All right, welcome back. So with the last round of today's winner, Marco, going 5-1. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
As we were discussing, those were the most tense games that we had from the whole game because it was really for game 2 and 3. The nail biter of am I going to draw the things that I need to finish him off with the party attacks. Like we said, you got the playmat boost,
Yeah,
so to
of
speak.
course.
So yeah. So how do you feel after the end of this day? Obviously, you're
Yeah,
happy
I'm
you
done.
qualified. Tired?
Totally tired, and
Yeah.
then there's so less air and so warm inside, and 6 rounds of best of 3.
Imagine, not too long
really
ago, there was no AC here.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So it's best of 3 is always really, really exhausting.
Yeah. So what?
And 2 deck, you have to look at so many things. What do I take first, and what does he have in board clears in his first deck and in the second deck? What doesn't cross, and so on. Yeah.
So speaking of the deck list, what do you think of the format of having access to the deck list of your opponent before the first round? Like knowing exactly what they're playing before you get to choose your deck.
I think it's really nice. So some people who play aggro decks are not really pleased about that one.
Of course.
But so yeah, you can look into which board clears, that's the most important thing, I think, are in there and how often are there. So in every modifier list I looked how often they got Susano.
Yeah.
So it was always one of.
Which we did see him discard against you.
Yeah.
And choose to use something
and
else.
I was like, okay, nice.
Cool.
Good for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's a really good format. So yeah.
Yeah, you really played your deck well. Like we said, you pushing to 6 damage, knowing you were going to get wiped by the Shinryu.
Yeah,
was just the correct call, and trying to finish off with the lock / Salus party attack with Setzer. Really well done. Like, what do you think is your worst matchups, or at least the decks you want to face the least tomorrow?
So with FF6, it is for sure Rudia FF4. So
FF4, so the Earth, Water.
Rudia. So Josh played another version. He played Earth Wind with
Yeah,
Rudia,
the Storm.
and it's also not very nice because you can't remove her. So I just shoot damage. So the easiest way for me is getting Ice Lightning with FF6 because it's basically an auto win.
Yes.
But Rudia is a mess. So
and
then
like
with Palom taking the abilities from the 5 CP lock, you can't do anything. So that's the worst. And for Ice Earth, I don't know. So Ice.
There's not that many. I was about to tell you that we have the deck breakdown. So Mono Water, of course, being the most represented without surprise. But then Ice Lightning, FF6, and all the variation, and Mono Fire being the 4th.
Yeah.
I did not expect this to be 4th, to be honest.
Yeah, Ice Lightning is much. Yeah, and that's good for me. So.
Yeah.
But with Ice Earth, I think Ice Lightning is not so easy. But therefore, I got the FF6 one.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, well, hopefully tomorrow need to secure the top 3 technically to get the slot.
Would
so
be better.
It's gonna be a lot. So mostly top 4, hopefully for you. Then we'll see for the 4th and 4th match. Get some rest. And we will see you tomorrow. We're going to leave you the information regarding what's going to happen shortly after a very small break. What we'll set up and gather all the information is that we're going to provide them to you. So just stick around for last announcement and to conclude today's stream. So thank you, Marco, and see you tomorrow in top.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just in a few seconds. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Yep.
Welcome back, guys. That is it for today's stream. Thank you very much for watching and participating in the chat. Thank you very much to you, Romain, as well. That
Yeah.
was one hell of a commentary. I think people in the chat will agree with that.
10:30. I did worse. 10 hours 30.
Yeah, that was quite the marathon, but it was very entertaining. So yeah, thank you for this. We'll be back, of course, tomorrow, so don't miss out, especially because there's going to be, of course, more exciting games, but also 2 new spoilers from Opus 21 Beyond Destiny, one of which will be presented to you by Kageyama-san and features an original illustration. And the last spoiler of the day will be, as the tradition dictates, a legend card, of course. We hope you had a very good time today. Before we part with you, Romain is going to take you through the format tomorrow, what's going to happen and what is at stake.
Yes, so tomorrow we're going to have the traditional winner-losers bracket format. So it's a double elimination. You need to lose 2 best of 3s to be completely out of the tournament. And at the conclusion of those winner-loser brackets, we're going to have basically a losers finals that is going to decide who is third, and then the winners finals to decide the champion. And all those 3 persons will go directly to Worlds in Tokyo, as we already stated. Evan, being the 4th slot, already qualifies from 2020.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty exciting. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks again for watching, and yeah, take care. Bye. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.